As you know, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins from the Black Business School in Your Black World. And there's a lot going on in the world, a lot going on in the media. And today I get a chance to speak to a person that I respect a lot, my mentor, my friend, my respected colleague, a person that is arguably the most respected Black scholar in the world right now, definitely in our world, Dr. Claud Anderson. How you doing today, Dr. Anderson?
I'm fine, buddy. How are you doing today?
Doing very well, very well, very well. There's a lot happening in the world right now. There's a lot of debates happening. A lot of people talking about various political issues that where I think that an elder such as yourself, meaning a person that has some experience politically and otherwise that cares about Black folks, should chime in on. Have you been following what's been going on in the media recently with this whole conversation about illegal immigration and everything else?
Well, yeah, I've seen a little bit of it on TV, and let me be perfectly candid with you, and be perfectly honest with you, I just think it's grossly insulting to me, to be honest with you. Now, we all need to be humanistic in our opinions and our feelings about other people and trying to help where we can. But I just find it so ironic and so sad that right now, even the Black leadership in this country and invisible Blacks are rushing down to be concerned about children that are being separated from their parents on the borders of this country, that are coming into the country illegally. And about 3 years ago, they had about 115,000 of them show up at the border coming into the country. They're illegals. That's a fact. But what really concerns me more so than the fact that this country is so obliquely and so totally supportive of immigrants coming to the country and immigrants' children to make sure they got proper care, food, health, education, and a place to live. But they've never expressed the same concern about Black folk. And I think it's a gross insult when I look on TV and I see all these Black members of the overclass, the members of civil rights organizations, members of the Black political orbit, rushing down to do something for immigrant kids coming to the country illegally. But they've never expressed the same amount of concern for Black folk in this country, for Black children. Let's go back to slavery for a second and bring up to date. Throughout slavery, Dr. Watkins, it was a common practice to separate Black parents from Black children. As a matter of fact, during slavery, they would sell them into what they call Deep South. As soon as they got of age, they would sell them or trade them off to another farmer or to another plantation owner. And they set up 3 states like North Carolina, Virginia, and Maryland became slave breeding states, where they intentionally impregnated Black women to produce Black kids so they could sell them as soon as they got to be about 5 or 6, 7 years of age to work in the fields. Nobody expressed any concerns about that. They didn't try to, that was a destructive element of the Black family in this country. And nobody expressed any concerns for 360 years about how Black children are being separated from the parents. Then later on, up in recent years, foster care homes, the same thing. They've been pulling Black kids away from the home, putting them in foster care. Nobody expressed any concerns. So I am not only insulted, but I'm angry over the fact I got Black leaders, invisible Blacks in this country, expressing such profound and intense concerns about the humanitarian efforts in this country should be demonstrating towards immigrant children coming into the country. But at the same time, in this country, 38%, Dr. Watkins, 38% of all the Black children in America that are native Blacks, 38% are beneath the poverty line. Nobody's expressing any concerns about that. And I go to a lot of major cities in the country right now, like Detroit and St. Louis and other cities, that you got 50% of all the Black kids graduate from high school cannot read and write. I don't hear any concerns about that. When I found all these Black kids now in gangs, well, they're selling drugs, trying to earn enough money to feed themselves. I had kids coming to school with no food in their belly. What they have for breakfast is a darn bag of potato chips and a soda pop, a bottle of pop. I don't see any concerns being expressed about that. When I see all these Black kids now strung out, and impregnated and by another youngster, and can't find jobs, 51% unemployment rate in the country. Nobody expressing concerns about that. 87% of the Black youth in America right now can't find jobs. Why don't they? I want these Black leaders and these Black civil rights leaders to cut the BS. And I'm gonna ask the question, I'm raising it with you. I want you to raise it across this country in my name if you want to, and ask your listeners right now, your viewers, what does it take What does it take? That's the question I'm asked. Those three words. What does it take for black folk to wake up and smell the coffee, start taking care of their own people, expressing that kind of concern for their own? They've never done it, because you see in this country that immigration is synonymous with European immigrants coming to the country, or anybody who can be classified as whites. Immigration is a code word for anything other than blacks. The immigration policy in this country throughout the nation history since 1790 has been anti-black. Immigration policy anti-black. So why in the world would the only people that's negatively impacted by immigration is black folk? So why are black folk rushing down to try to rescue white kids or non-black kids and pretend that somehow they're obliged to be the carrot burden for morality around the world, to be the great humanistic people that take care of everybody but their own? Please tell me that, and tell me what does it take, and have your listeners call and tell me today, what does it take for black folk to wake up and smell the coffee and have some self-concern about their own people, Dr. Watkins?
Well, you know, I tell you what, the coffee's been brewing for a long time, but I think our nostrils are broke. I think we got our nostrils covered up because we can't smell the coffee, and we still sleep for, you know, most of us have been asleep. And everybody, by the way, I'm talking to Dr. Claud Anderson. We're talking about this whole conversation on illegal immigration. You know, this whole thing where our heartstrings are being pulled by this separation of families and the trauma on the kids and stuff like that. And what we're basically saying, we're not saying that the kids deserve any of this. What we're saying is that what black people have gone through and continue to go through is 100 times worse. And you ain't never seen all these white folks, all these Democrats and everybody else is trying to get you to feel sorry for somebody else's kids. These very same people have never felt sorry for your kids. These same people have never felt bad for you. But I want everybody to know the Harvest Institute is where Dr. Anderson does his work. He's one of our leading scholars. He's fighting for black people. He's doing very important work, including a lawsuit on reparations. Please, please, please go there and make a donation at some point. It's harvestinstitute.org. That's harvestinstitute.org. That's where you can go support his think tank. We need to support black think tanks just like white folks support white think tanks. We need black think tanks. So that way we can have people out here that are on our side, that are supported and taken care of, because part of the reason they sell you out is because somebody else is paying their bills. So we have to support our own. That's very important. Now, Dr. Anderson, let me ask you about this. Then, so, you know, in your book, Black Labor, White Wealth, you know, I was looking up, you have a section on ethnic immigrants in your book. And you said something that was interesting about, you know, kind of how black people are sort of expected just to sort of be lumped into, to accept the idea that we should be lumped with any immigrant that comes from another country. That we, you know, that they're struggling because they're from, you know, wherever it is, Scotland or somewhere, and we're struggling because we're black. So we're supposed to be the same, and we get the same programs and everything else. And you've always said that that's not really going to work, or it's not fair to us. And so what I'm going to read what you wrote here, and then I'd like to get your thoughts on that. You said that grouping blacks with lesser aggrieved groups, in effect, mutes and obscures the legitimate grievances of blacks while veiling the moral, legal, and financial responsibility the dominant society has to correct the suffering of 36 million black Americans. So it sounds like you were saying here that when we get lumped together, it kind of waters down our pain, waters down our experience, and allows people to kind of get away with ignoring that. Like they can say, well, look, let's all go take care of these, you know, 2,000 immigrant kids, but we're going to forget about the 2 million black kids who went through something 10 times worse. Can you kind of speak to that?
Yeah, well, I'll be glad to. The whole immigration process, as I've said before, started in 1790, and it was designed specifically and solely to reward and compensate and provide unearned benefits to people coming in here who will be classified as immigrants. Blacks are the only non-immigrants in the country. That's why your first immigration law set up in 1790 was strictly for those other than black folk coming into the country. Now it was modified again later on after the Civil War, again, where it was broadened so that anybody coming into the country at that time, Southern Europeans and Jews all were coming into the country, that they could come in as immigrants. But black folk have never been treated like immigrants. And immigrants have a negative impact on black folk. It always have. And up until about the turn of this century, Every so-called black leader in the history of this nation, whether you talk about Booker T. Washington, Frederick Douglass, they were always opposed to immigration. They're saying it's not right, it's not fair, it's immoral for you to keep bringing in people into this country and giving them land, resources, access to things and rights and privileges that you're denying to black folk. This was up until about 1900, early 1900s. Black folk were screaming. W.B. Du Bois saying the same thing, that black folk do not get any benefits. Other people get the entitlements that black folk should have. And more importantly, those immigrants come in here, they begin to injure black folk. Black folk are a permanent minority in a society where the majority will win and rule, Dr. Watkins. That's why in the year 2000, we had enough Hispanics coming in alone, because their population in 100 years went up over 5,000% to be able to pass black folk and surpass black folk, where black folk had been second-class citizens in this country, for 360 years. All of a sudden, Hispanics started pouring into the country based on a policy they set up in 1975 out in Kansas City, that they were going to displace black folk by the year 2000 by classifying anybody who could speak Spanish around the country, around the world, and suggest and drive them into the United States to displace, remove, and subordinate black folk. They hit it dead on the head. So black folk became third-class citizens in the year 2000. And in a society where the majority will win and rule, black folk all of a sudden became third-class citizens. That also wiped out the black vote. You hear all these Democrats talking about their rights to vote. Black folk cannot win by voting. You're 13% of the population, and you were always outnumbered, almost again, about 9-1 by whites and other groups. Now when the Hispanics took over in the 2000, you're now outnumbered 10-1. That means that your vote is now null and void by the Hispanic vote. Where Hispanics now, where you wake up 44% of the population, these immigrants now, Hispanics alone, they now make up 57 million. They've outnumbered your vote. Your vote is null and void just by Hispanics alone. In a society where our vote count. Your vote does not count. Nobody needs your vote, because they now replaced you. And all these other groups coming in the country, they're coming in the country to take up what you should have. Secondly, black folk don't understand that, because too many of our people are intellectually lazy, and those in political positions in public office, either through appointments or election, they are criminally incompetent. They don't understand the negative impact that immigration has on black folk. They won't go out and fight to try to say black folk must be protected, just as the second Constitution specified in the civil rights laws, 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment, that black folk must be treated in all manners similar to whites. And if white folk are not being negatively impacted, Dr. Watkins, by immigration, then you're violating the Constitution by bringing in people over them that's negatively impacting black folk and only black folk alone. That's why in Obama's administration, let's take employment. You got an over 51% national employment rate in this country. And while from 2006 up to Obama left office, almost 47 to 51% of all the jobs, new job hires, went to Hispanics, even though black folk have a 51% unemployment rate. Hispanic unemployment rate now somewhere like about 4.6. And white unemployment was 4.3. Asian and Arab unemployment rate is almost zero. The only people got a massive unemployment rate that is structural. They keep telling me black folk unemployment rate is only double white. That's a lie. You got a structural unemployment rate that immigrants is feeling. They come into the country. They're shutting black folk down because we have black folk that have given up and never will ever have a job again. The job roles reports are based on two things: people are searching for jobs and those who are collecting unemployment compensation. And immigrants are displacing blacks in jobs, displacing blacks in education, displacing black folk in employment opportunities, displacing blacks in educational programs. You go to Florida and California, most of the administrators in those communities now, they're displacing black teachers, the black administrators with Hispanics. It's the negative. And then in conclusion, my remarks is that what our political leaders that want to be the great humanitarians and save everybody their own people, what fail to understand is that there is, as Newton's third law, which says for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. You can't bring in all these immigrants and provide all them all these benefits and services and goods and jobs and employments and schooling and not impact something negatively. It's black folk that's being negatively impacted. And I'm sick and tired of black leaders betraying their own race to try to go out and try to save the world while their own people suffer and perish.
All right, everybody. I'm talking to Dr. Claud Anderson, author of the books Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, The Black History Reader, and Dirty Little Secrets. If you want to find his books or make a donation to his institute, you can go to harvestinstitute.org. That's harvestinstitute.org. We also have copies of his books available at blacklaborwhitewealth.com. That's blacklaborwhitewealth.com. Make sure you hit the like button, share button, subscribe button so that everybody can hear this conversation. We're competing with big media, so we really need your help in terms of spreading the message of ideas in the black community that are not consistent with what people are telling us to think, but independent ideas for people who care about you. Dr. Anderson, let me ask you about this. I couldn't quite find it in your book. Just so everybody knows, when I'm looking down, I'm looking at his book. Right? This book, Black Labor, White Wealth, is literally ripped up and written all in and everything else because I go through it repeatedly. This is one of my Bibles in terms of books that I really go through all the time. You talk in the book about how immigration laws have been used. I thought it was interesting how you mentioned that black leaders, before we got into this case of the black overclass being controlled by the Democratic Party, that you said back, in the past, black leaders were not in support of open borders and extreme, immigration and all this other stuff. And also what was interesting is that I remember reading in either this book or Powernomics where you talked about how the percentage of black people in this country, the percentage of Americans that were black, like meaning the size of our collective, has shrank as a result of deliberate immigration policies designed to dilute the power of the black vote. Can you kind of speak to that? Just how much has that changed? Like, for example, if I go back 100 years or 150 years, what percentage of the American population was black back then versus the percentage of the population that's black right now?
Okay, good. That's a good question, Dr. Watkins. Up before the end of slavery, in the South, black were the majority population in about 6 or 7 southern states rather. They were the majority population. You start talking about Georgia, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Mississippi, Louisiana. Blacks were the majority population. In those states, in some cases, black folk were over 50% of the population. That was a big threat. That became the big threat that really triggered the Revolutionary War, was that the colonists, the white colonists, got concerned that they had such a large, significant black population, and then bringing in more, and they didn't want any more shipped in here because they got fearful that the blacks would hook up with the Indians and they could drive whites out of the United States back to Europe. And so they tried to stop the European royal companies, the royal slave companies, which again, we talked about the prince and his marriage recently and the royalty getting married. They had the royal slave company. That's what shipped all these blacks into here. And they wanted to stop them from shipping in anymore in here. And but blacks were the dominant population. So what they set up 2 policies that these are very important policies for our people to remember. This is that in the South, because black folk were the dominant population, what they're saying is that if you send any more blacks into the South, in those plantations, the rule and the Carter principle came out in the slave law of 1705, and also which says that that here's the restrictions again would apply starting in 1712. And here's what it says basically, 1710 rather, is that for every black person in the South, if you must, every 4 or 5, you got to have at least 1 white person there to monitor and patrol them and monitor them. That was called the Diversity Act, Dr. Watkins. You keep hearing about diversity. The Diversity Act came out in 1705 slave code, which says we got to have somebody to monitor and watch these people to make sure they don't create any disturbance, don't have any riots or slave revolts. And the first in South Carolina, that's what started. The first police force, Dr. Watkins, came out of South Carolina based on the Diversity Act. And that's why they had badges. They called them patty rollers, where they had to monitor blacks on the roads to make sure that they were not plotting or scheming to escape. But they say so for every 4 to 5 blacks in the South, you must have at least 1 white. And so the whites charged every European nation to clean out their prisons, their mental institutions, and their jails, and the insane asylum, to ship whites over here to help monitor these blacks. That's why Georgia came into existence, to be a filtering state element for blacks trying to escape to get out of slavery. They ship whites in here, even out of milk prisoners and everything else, to make sure they monitor and control black folk. That's where your patty rollers, that's where your police forces came from. They had badges to make sure that they could check blacks, make sure that they were not causing any problems. They had to protect white lives, white property, and everything else. That was called the Diversity Act of 1705. Nowadays, they got blacks going around championing diversity by bringing in more immigrants into the country and trying to make sure they got women, gays, everybody in the Diversity Act, not knowing that went into effect against black folk. And again, this was again spoken and related to by in the Davis case in 1978, the Davis case, when the Supreme Court says that the only people who can legitimately be entitled to affirmative action and reparation should be black folk, not minorities, not poor folk, anybody else. And guess what? All the Hispanics, Asians, and Arabs, everybody says, we know that we've not been treated like blacks, but it would just appear better if we and be more acceptable if we have them included with blacks, and we had diversity. So that's when the diversity thing popped up again. And yet you got blacks screaming about diversity in history, and in the recent years, 1970s, they're loving diversity, and diversity is anti-black based on immigration.
Wow. Well, you know, Dr. Anderson, what's interesting to me, and I assume it's still true. I know you mentioned it in your book, Black Labor, White Wealth. You mentioned this 25 years ago. I think it's still true to this day. You know, a lot of people talk about this black-brown coalition, that being black means you're automatically aligned with the whole Hispanic community politically. I don't see that. I see it being a one-way street. I see us supporting them and them not really supporting us like that. And what you mentioned, which I think is still true, is that the vast majority of Hispanic people that come from south of the border to the U.S. classify themselves as white. Is that still the case, or has that changed?
Yes. No, that hasn't changed one iota. That's exactly right. What people don't understand is that what they've done, they've corrupted the whole concept of civil rights and stuff to dilute black folk down, to make sure there's no threat to the society, just as they did back in, as I said, centuries ago. Because immigrants come to this country are reclassified, and to prepare to make it be race-based. Hispanics are nothing but white folks speaking Spanish. They're a culture group. They're not a race, and they're not a race group. They throw them in the category of a minority to dilute and water down and keep the black man tamed and restrained by throwing him into the pot against him. So Hispanics are nothing but white folks speaking Spanish. And again, they come in with an incentive over black folk, with their culture, their language, and being white, they get 3 or 4 advantages over blacks. Arabs come in this country, they are classified as whites. They're just practicing Islam, but they're classified as whites. They have their own culture and their own language. So they get advantages over black folk. The same thing with Asians. The Asians were on probation to be white now, but the Yick and Woke decision back in the 1880s and also in the 1920s said that under no circumstances would the Asians said that they want to be associated, identified with black folk. Now, why this is important to answer your question is that during slavery, 98% of all the white people in the country were opposed to black folk, did not want them freed from slavery. Now here we are, 150 years later, and still, according to research, 88 to 90% of whites still don't care about black folk. There's still massive hate for black folk in this country, even 150 years after slavery. But in terms of immigrants, there's 63 to 64% of all the immigrants come to this country. Asians, Arabs, and Hispanics, they are opposed to black folk, do not want to be associated with, identified with black folk under any circumstance. They don't want to be they're not your friends, they're not your allies. Black people, native blacks have no friends and allies. And that's why the Asians will tell you up front that they're not going to do business with black folk. They're not going to hire black folk. They're not going to buy from black folk. And yet I can find something like about 137,000 Asians who become multimillionaires off of selling products to black folk. I can't find one black person who become a multimillionaire off of selling something to Asians. The Asians said, we don't play that. It's against our culture to buy from black folk, to be identified with black folk. You got 2 Supreme Court decisions that was rendered that says that that Asians will not be put into schools or associated in black communities with them, with black folk.
Really?
And black folk talking about people of color. What people of color are you talking about? You should be talking about black folk. You're going to integrate with your own damn people first. Quit trying to integrate with people based on culture, on gender, on handicaps, on poverty. That's what we keep. That's what your civil rights leaders want to do. They in 1970s they got co-opted by non-economic liberalism in the country and decided to give up and surrender and start accepting everybody as being equal to black folk, which handicaps black folk.
Wow. Everybody, this is Dr. Claud Anderson, author of the books Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, The Black History Reader, and Dirty Little Secrets. Go find out about his books, find out about his work. And also, please, I hope you'll consider making a donation at harvestinstitute.org. That's harvestinstitute.org. Also, make sure you hit the thumbs up button, subscribe button, follow, share, like, all these things. Pass the conversation on, join the conversation. This is what we do on Intellectual Chocolate. We give you things that you're not going to get anywhere else. Also, if you really want to get it in up close in person and to meet all the other people that follow what we're doing, come to the All Black National Convention. Dr. Anderson will be there. Kenny Gamble will be there. A lot of people will be there. I'm going to reach out to see if Jay Morrison can make it. I think he can. And a lot of other great black people who are doing amazing things. So if you really want a fellowship with black people and be in a space where black strength is there, come to the All Black National Convention, September 27th through the 30th in Philadelphia. You can learn more at allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Now, Dr. Anderson, let me ask you this.
Doctor, can I make one point to answer your earlier question? I wasn't specific enough for you. You asked me what has changed in terms of black status in population throughout history. Very quickly, that on the eve of the Civil War, you only had you had less than about 4,000 to 5,000 Hispanics in the entire United States. Did you hear what I said? You only had about 4,000 to 6,000 Hispanics in the entire United States. At the same time, you had 4.5, almost 5 million black folk in America. Now compare that quantitatively. You got somewhere between 4 to 6,000 Hispanics in the entire United States. You got 4.5, almost 5 million blacks in the United States. That was at that time. Now move that up to 1900. Let's move up 40 years now. At that point in time, when slavery ended, Hispanics started coming in. Hispanics went up by 1900 to approximately 100,000. You had 100,000 Hispanics in 1900 that were living in the United States. Now, but at the same time, the black population had moved from 4.5 to 5 million up to 11, almost 12 million blacks living in the United States. Now you're a mathematician. Watch that. Now watch these numbers. Now you got 100,000 in 1900. You got 100,000 Hispanics, and you got almost 12 million black folk. Now for the next 100 years, from 1900 to 2000, they got the same identical birth rate. And watch this. They got the same identical birth rate for 100 years with 100,000 Hispanics and almost 12 million blacks. Now by 2000, guess what? Hispanics then had increased and caught blacks. That 100,000 caught up with black folk and surpassed them. So where now they are 57 million and black folk are 44 million. That signifies almost a 5,500% increase in population. Multiply that and see what your percentage of population in the same identical birth rate, because they came in from immigration between 1970 and 1990. The population numbers of Hispanics coming to this country went up over 300% in that 20-year period. That's why right now that about 92% of all the Hispanics in the United States have been here less than 40 years. And yet they own and control more businesses, got more income, wealth, and power and resources than black folk. And when 92% haven't even been in the country but less than 40 years. And now you're down on the border bringing in more while your own people are being stagnated and buried. Now you say, well, we got the right to vote. Now let's go to your vote. If you're voting in a number, but where you're outnumbered 10 to 1, Dr. Watkins, who needs your vote? If I would throw you the example I like to use, if you put 10 people in a room, 9 of them are Ku Klux Klan members, and 1 is a black person. They're gonna vote on what they're gonna have, who's gonna be lynched. Who cares what the black man vote means. It's irrelevant, not necessary. It's overshadowed by the opposition. In this country right now, if blacks are numbered 9-1 to 10-1 against whites, and all these Asians, Arabs, and Hispanics also classified as whites, they are conservative. They're going to go with the conservative party. Democrats keep opening the door, pushing to bring in more immigrants, and but half those immigrants are not going to go with the Democratic Party. They're going to go with the Republican Party. They are conservatives. They came in from conservatives, whether they're Arabs, Asian, Hispanics. They are conservatives.
Well,
they're going to bury black folk.
Well, you know, as you mentioned in your book, it's a good point that many of the people that come from Latin America are descendants of people who benefited from slavery. Like they have, you know, great grandparents who benefited from bringing black slaves to Latin America. And also, you know, that what you just said, that number, I mean, I want to repeat that, what you just said about the numbers, because I think black folks have to pay attention to this. That, you know, you said this, this was really your concept more so than mine, but, you know, it looks like immigration policy, just sort of allowing people to just come across the border like it ain't no thing, and making us believe that that should be okay, that's been designed to deliberately dilute the influence of black voters. Because if it wasn't for all the illegal immigration and the legal immigration that's allowed, we would actually have a vote that really counted. You know, like you said, in 1840 approximately, there was 4,000 Hispanics and 4 million black people. So we outnumbered the Hispanic population 1,000 to 1. In 1900, there was 100,000 to 12 million. And you could have still continued with immigration in a fair way and allow black people to still not be diluted. But you knew of now where, you know, you got over 50, 60 million Hispanic people, 11 million people here illegally. And black folks, you know, we're 40 million people. So we can't, the illegal population is 1/4 of our total population. And the legal immigrant population far exceeds our population. So it's almost like we've got to the point where we just literally shot our own selves in the foot. We gave all of our political power away because we got people that are telling us things that just are not true.
That's right. You are a black folk in America. Black native blacks are a planned minority. It's like going all the way back to slavery. You are a systematically planned minority. The immigration laws kept you as a minority. That's why up until about 1924, you had a zero quota on black folk coming into the country as immigrants. Didn't you know that? They got a zero quota on you. And they modified it. They modified it in 1965 in the Civil Rights Law. When they modified the immigration laws, what they said is that let's modify, we can bring in more people. But they said, let's base it on family, reuniting the family. The same thing, the trick they're using now. Let's use it for reunite the family. They knew that if you had a zero quota, Dr. Watkins, please help me through this thinking. If they had a zero quota on you coming here and for centuries, and it was open for everybody else, as many whites, the doors were wide open for immigrants. They had a limited for amount number for Hispanics and Arabs and Asians, but they had a zero quota on blacks. Then in 1965, they come with a new immigration law. Said, here's what we do. For family reunification, we're gonna now put in an immigration policy based on reuniting with your ancestors or your relatives that are here. If you haven't had any, Dr. Watkins, and you help me with this now, because I know you understand this. Help me with this. How do you fathom that? I mean, what kind of intelligence does that signify?
Well, I mean, it's mathematics. 0 times 100 is 0. 0 times 1,000 is 0. So if you have not let black people come into the country anyway, then there is no reuniting the families, because there was nobody even allowed in to open the door. And you're right. You have and I want everybody who has Black Labor, White Wealth, if you don't have it, get it for your children. This is a book your kids need to read before they read any book written by any European, Asian author, or anybody else. Have them read Black Labor, White Wealth. This book changed my life. That's why it's ripped up and everything else. Because I think history is important. You know, black folks don't know history. That's why we fall for these things. But on table 7 and page 105, you show in 1967 and versus 1991. You have the median income levels of the different groups, but then you also have in another table, table 6 on page 101, you show the U.S. government's preferential ordering of immigrants according to official quotas in 1924. And basically, I'm gonna summarize this for everybody. Basically, on this chart on page 101 in Black Labor, White Wealth, if you were white, if you were English, anybody could come. As many people as possible could come if they were from England. If you were Irish, from Western Europe, Eastern Europe, then they have various numbers: 34,000, 28,000, 51,000 per year. Southern Europe, 3,800. Then it starts to dip off. It starts to reduce when you get to Middle East, Far East, and Hispanic. Those numbers drop. But here's the kicker, everybody. Pay attention now. When they get to the part of African nationality, Black people, the number's 0. It says closed. That means it ain't a low quota, high quota, no quota. There's no number. The number is 0. They said we do not want any Black people from other countries coming into the United States. That's what immigration policy has been for us for a very, very long time. Dr. Anderson,
how does that make any sense then if you wait to 1965 and say we'll now let you come in based on your previous pattern and your previous family relationships and ties in this country? In other words, we'll let you have shoes if you can show us you have some shoes. If you say I never had any shoes, then they said, well, you can't get any shoes. I find it just grossly offensive. Maybe I'm the only one in my history. As a forensic historian, that just always bothered me. I said, my people can't be that intellectually lazy, or why would they fall for bamboozlement every time?
Well, you know what it reminds me of is like how they have these little deals in inner cities where they'll say you can buy the building for $1, but you have to already own property in the neighborhood. And they know that the Black folks, most of them don't own any property, but they'll sell it to white folks and Asian folks and Arabs and whoever is in the neighborhood for $1 because they already own a building in the neighborhood. Or when you were talking about the 1866 Indian Treaty, and you were talking about how Black folks got written out of all the money that was supposed to go to Native American tribes because they basically said, what was it, that your grandfather had to be full-blood Indian or something like that? Is that what it was?
It's called the blood quantum law.
Yeah, right. The blood quantum law, right? And what's interesting to me, Dr. Anderson, is that every time they can use lineage to exclude Black folks, they love doing that. They love saying, well, if your grandfather didn't do XYZ, then you can't do XYZ. But they never lineage is rarely allowed to benefit Black folks. Because if they made another law that said, look, if your great-great-great-grandparent was a slave, then you get a certain amount of money. If you can prove that your triple great or quadruple great grandmother or grandfather was a slave, then we'd have an influx of money coming into the Black community. But that's one area they won't talk about. So all these people that want us to get all sensitive and touchy-feely about what they're doing to illegal immigrants who chose to violate the law and break into another country, they've never shown that same level of sympathy for Black people who are in even worse conditions where their parents didn't choose to do anything. Their parents didn't choose to break any laws, didn't hurt anybody, but yet their families were broken up. They went through trauma, but none of these same people had any sympathy for that.
Right, and if you look at the Black history reader, and in the section, I think it may look at page. I think it's where I put in the income levels in the country. Did you see that in your book there?
I have my copy downstairs. I got my other one in Powernomics right here, but I got my Black history reading in my other office downstairs. Well, please go ahead.
It says that the real median household income by race and Hispanic origin of households from 1967 to 2014. From 1967, Dr. Watkins, to 2014. And you have it now in front of you?
I'm looking in Black Labor, White Wealth. You have another chart, but it's
the Black history reading now. And it says on there, look at this, it says a median family income. And guess who's on the bottom? The top income brackets now are filled by Asians. Asians coming to the country. They get where their income is double Black folk. They didn't even start coming into the country in big magnitudes until about 1985, as I said, before 1990. Hispanics, they're over Black folk. Everybody's got Black folk on the bottom. and all these immigrants. This is put out by the United States Department of Commerce and the Census Research. Right there. Tell them to go to page 4 in the Black History Reader. It shows you that black folks still own and control not more than 1/2 or 1% of anything in the country. They got an unemployment rate, their median income is below everybody's. They own and control practically nothing. From New York to San Diego, you don't own any of these big buildings. Look at the big buildings, the trucking company, the airlines, the ships, the boats, the restaurants, the hotels. They own nothing. And yet these immigrants have come into the country since, that is as indicated by the federal government, since 1967. And now they've surpassed black folk and have doubled everything over black folk in between 1967 and 2014. Just using it as an example. Now you got black civil rights leaders. They don't know this. You got black elected officials and appointed. They don't know this. They don't know that there are people being buried alive. What are they smoking? Whatever they're smoking is illegal then. And see what they should be fighting for down on the border right now is saying, yes, we're concerned about these young kids being separated. But what we're also even more concerned about is our own self-interest. Why don't you put black folk in a protected class the way they're supposed to be? Why aren't blacks in a protected class just like white women in a protected class? And American Indians in a protected class. Blacks were at one time in history, they were in a protected class called the Freedmen Bureau. They were in a protected class for about 2 years, from about 1865 to 1867, when Andrew Johnson said, no, we ain't gonna protect these blacks. We're gonna turn them loose as ex-slaves, turn them loose with no land, no privileges, no rights, no tools, no animals, no weapons, no clothes, no jobs, no businesses, no education, and no organizations. And that way tell them to compete with nothing. That was put into the literature, that you would leave slavery with nothing. But by the same token, whites who have been in here as indentured servants, they were in there for a 5 to 7 year contract. They got free land, they got free labor, they got pays, they got wages. They were given an animal, a horse, and some tools to be able to survive, and weapons. These are poor whites that came to the country. But and Hispanics, they weren't even in the country. But nobody's ever done anything for black folk, because black folk are the third rail in our society. They'll do anything for anybody before they do it for black folk. And I'm just totally adamantly disappointed in our so-called visible blacks. Tell your listeners, go watch every day on TV. Watch TV. In the news, they're gonna have some black there who's probably an immigrant from another country, from the Caribbean or Africa, talking about, well, we need to bring in more immigration. They're not native blacks. No native blacks got any sense gonna be saying that. They didn't up until the 1900s. And now the other thing you see, that blacks should be put into protected class. But black folks should also be entitled to all those benefits they're giving all those immigrants. Give it to these native blacks. Go into Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and then St. Louis, Detroit, Michigan, and give them those same rights and privileges. Help those black folks start businesses. And next week when I come on your program, I'm gonna give you a list of all the money that's been given out to all these different Asians, Arabs, and Hispanic groups that never gave black folk, this company never gave black folk a penny. They gave it to the immigrants. I'm gonna show you exactly what immigrants have been getting in very quantifiable terms as money and incentives and opportunities for business development and for building communities and getting the best education. That's like right now up in Harvard University today. They're concerned about the Asians not being able to being controlled or limited, and how many of them can penetrate the college enrollment system. And yet by the same token, they did the same thing back in the early 1920s with the Jews, and everybody came in and dominate black folk. But they never say, what are we going to do specifically to change the imposed ignorance that we imposed on black folk, and we said it was against the law to teach a black person to read and write? What are they going to do to try to balance out the scale on black folk? Nobody wants to do it. It's a third rail. And right now, black folk got to wake up and smell the coffee. And what I said to you when I started your program is, what does it take? What does it take for black folk to wake up, Dr. Watkins?
Well, I'll tell you what, there are black people that are awake. There are things that I have said about this issue publicly recently that received a reaction from black folks that probably I wouldn't have got a decade ago. I think there's a lot of black people that have really been educated, and I think they're being educated by people like yourself, who are giving them history. I think that what you teach is so important because you're giving the historical context to let people understand how the game's being played. So black people might be behind, but we don't stay behind. Some of us won't stay behind. There's I believe a class of black folks that I think this is the accelerated class, if you want to call it. I'm talking about a class of black folks who ain't stupid. They might have started at the bottom, but they're gonna get to the top, and they know how to break out of these systems. They know how to think for themselves, and it's going to be a revolution. It's going to require a revolution of us breaking away from all of those chains, so we can just decide for ourselves what the truth should be and what our opinion should be. And so I think that these conversations are real important. And what I love about it is that I wanted to talk to you every week, and I'm glad you agreed to do this, because when you don't know their history, they can play the same trick on you over and over and over again. I mean, just for example, there's about 4 or 5 things you pointed out from 100 years ago that we never learned in school that I think probably blew people's minds. I mean, if that happened to you, if y'all watching and that's how you feel, say something, say thank you, or let them know you appreciate them, because we don't show appreciation to the people in our community that are really fighting for us. We'll show more appreciation to a rapper than we show to a scholar that cares about the community. Now, rappers are cool, but scholars are better in terms of being able to make you smarter. A rapper can entertain you like he entertains white folks. A scholar will elevate you and make your life better if he's the right kind of scholar. So, Dr. Anderson, let me give you the last word before I let you get back to your busy day. What do you think is kind of like a closing thought that people could walk away with to really understand how to process legal and illegal immigration, where you can still be sympathetic, but at the same time be more sympathetic to your own people and your own cause at the same time?
I think the black folk need to somehow have a major convention, a major situation where black folk will wake up and smell the coffee to these situations and be introduced to the facts and of life. And because right now in America, black interests, black needs, and black dilemma is a lost priority in our society. And while it's being a lost priority in our society, because we have a ranking order of privileges and rights and power in our society, blacks will wind up at the bottom as the official permanent scapegoats. Every time something negative happens, they're going to go after black folk. They're not going after the immigrants. You're not going to hear about anybody lynching and castrating Asians, Arabs in this country. They're going after black folk. We have a pecking order, a feeding chain going from the highest to the lowest. Sometimes whites call it a trickle-down practice, trickle-down theories of economics and everything else. Black folk are on the bottom in everything you can think of. They're carrying 6 to 8 times their fair share of everything that's bad, but they can't get more than 1/2 or 1% of anything that's good and valued and that they can compete with and use to elevate the quality of their lives. They're not capable of competing. They don't have the resources and the tools. And so consequently, as our society begins to implode and go down under Trump and the rest of these people, that these people are going to come after black folk. At first, you might hear the KKK starting up, or the conservatives going after the primary target they're going to be black folk. They might badmouth Jews, they might badmouth the women, they might badmouth Arabs and Asians and Hispanics, but they're going to go after black folk. Black folk are going to be the scapegoat. And when terrorism comes back to this country again, the most vulnerable people are going to be black neighborhoods. The black neighborhoods are not organized. They have no basic institutions. They have no leadership. They've been abandoned. They're obsolete. They've been set up to get wiped off the face of the earth. They don't come together very quickly and start to understand these things I'm telling you about black history. I wrote all 5 of my books when I left government, and I've been blessed by being with the highest levels of government for every level, from the local to state to governors, with presidents, head of trade missions around the world. And I learned from all those experiences that black folk are the scapegoats. They're going to be on the bottom. They're totally ill prepared to compete. But they've been bought into this social mythology, the social illusions that somehow black folk are in a category called minorities. And therefore, they're going to get equal treatment. Black folk, even in the category minority, black folk on the bottom. White women dominate the minority category. Now Asians are going to dominate. Now Hispanics are going to dominate it. Blacks get nothing out of minority. They got to start going for reparations. They got to sort of organize themselves. They got to rebuild their communities. They got to start being producers rather than consumers. They got to get some new kind of leadership in this country real fast. Do not depend on these civil rights leaders, these black elected officials, to do anything for them. Do not depend on the black overclass. The black overclass and the black elected officials and the black civil rights leaders have already gotten their meritorious manumission. They've been declared as bona fidely safe. They're safe. They're not going to leave their safe position to do anything for black folk. So that's what I would say to you in conclusion. They better wake up and smell the coffee. And as I said to you initially, what does it take to wake them up?
Well, I tell you what, I always tell my students, I've been telling them for a long time, that you was the first person I ever met in 2006. You were the first person I ever met who told me that it was a good thing to be radical. I remember that, and I laugh about that to this day, because you talk about the safe Negroes versus unsafe. I used to go on CNN a lot back in the day, and they still call me, to do an interview, because one of their black producers will see me and say, "Oh, he'd be great for this segment." And then I always tell them, I say, "Well, make sure you go do your research. Make sure you know what you're signing up for, because I'm not a typical Negro." And they inevitably, every time, they come back and they cancel. They say, "Oh, we decided to go in a different direction, or we something came up, And I say, "Good, that's what I thought. That's what I thought." Because I think that we need everybody watching. I need y'all to stop being the safe Negroes and start being the unsafe Negroes. Be the unsafe Negroes, because if there's enough unsafe Negroes, you could be safe with us. All we need is to keep working together, building our own institutions, being strong together, and we keep each other safe. Don't be safe. Stop being safe in the face of irresponsible tyranny. That's it. Just stop being safe. Be who you're supposed to be. Follow your heart, follow your passion, follow your soul, follow who you believe that you are, and don't let these people take you away from that with that foolishness and that nonsense and those lies and that craziness. And my grandmother used to call it foolishness. That's why I got that word from grandma. But she call it foolishness. Like she say, "Boys, why are you getting caught up in that foolishness? Because you're better than that." So that's what I say to the Negroes who are running around on TV and everything, getting all irate over illegal immigration, but ain't really done hardly nothing in terms of fighting for real issues in the black community. That should be a top priority, in my opinion. So I want to say thank you, Dr. Anderson, for your time. I appreciate it. And everybody,
thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And everybody, go ahead.
By next week when we come in, I want your listeners to call and tell me what they found out, what they think it takes for black folk to wake up, and for a black man to be a man, and for black folk to be black to their heart, and to be native blacks in America.
All right, there you go. So y'all got the homework assignment. The doctor has spoken. If you want to find out more about Dr. Anderson's work, your children should know about him. He's our version of the Albert Einsteins, in terms of the people that you study in school that you're supposed to look up to, the Booker T's and Malcolm and all that. Dr. Claud Anderson is our generation's version of those people, except greater, in my opinion. And I think that your children should know about him. So go to harvestinstitute.org. That's harvestinstitute.org. Please stop through also and consider making a donation. We must support our black think tanks. I'm really pushing to persuade you to support, because if we don't support our own, then why would we be surprised when our own sells out? So let's make sure we support. Also, if you want to come out to a place where we are making plans, we are engaged in action, we are getting things done, Dr. Anderson will be there along with a lot of other very intelligent black people. Go to the All Black National Convention. That's going to be in Philadelphia, September 27th through the 30th. You can find out more, buy your tickets early, so the price is lower, at allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. And make sure you like, subscribe, and share, and all that stuff before you head out of here. So thanks again, Dr. Anderson. It was great. And I'll see you guys soon. So take care. Have a good day. And we love all of you.
Okay, thank you, bud. I look forward to hearing from you.
Yes, sir. Talk to you soon.
All right, bye-bye now.
Everybody, I want to give you guys time to kind of come into this conversation. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins from Your Black World, the Black Business School. And as you know, each week we get to talk about Powernomics. And the guy to bring in is the expert among experts, the person who has written many, many books for black people on black people's issues, ways to put black people first, is the one and only Dr. Claud Anderson. How you doing today, Dr. Anderson?
Oh, I'm hanging in there, hanging as tough as I can get.
Yeah, well, check this out. You may not know this, but last night, about 3 o'clock in the morning, I got an urge to cover Powernomics. I was digging into the immigration issue, and I keep all your books. I got all 4 of your books, like literally right here next to my desk. And I figure it's gonna take me the rest of my life to really fully understand everything. So I just read the same stuff over and over and over again. And so last night at 4 o'clock in the morning, I kid you not, I had almost 1,000 people watching. I think it was several hundred people watching, and we were talking about Powernomics and Black labor, white wealth, particularly the section on immigration. Immigration laws, and then what I did was I took a bunch of notes on it and kind of broke it all down, and we literally walked through chapter 5, why blacks cannot emulate ethnic immigrants. And the goal was to try to get a perspective on immigration that is uniquely black, try to get something that's not tainted, by what the media is saying, but really something that's impacted by the truth. And I actually wanted to actually ask you about this. I know we're going to talk about the 14th Amendment. We can get to that. But, right now there's a lot of controversy about immigration, illegal immigration. There's a big caravan that's coming, up north from Mexico. And there's going to be a confrontation between them and Donald Trump. And black folks are being asked to sort of take a side on this whole debate. And I was curious if you followed any of this that's been happening in the media.
Okay, so what is the question you're raising then?
Well, have you followed any of it in the media in terms of the whole situation with the immigrant caravan and all this other stuff, like the group of people?
Well, I listened to it. I looked to it, Dr. Watkins. I don't pay that much attention to it because I don't have a dog in that fight. See, the only ism I'm into is blackism and owism. And see, this whole immigration question is an insult to black people. See, the immigration laws in this country has never been addressed in from the original intent that went into effect in 1790. Immigration policies are set up to bury black folk in America, to make them an underclass, to make them the foundation of what we call the American dream. So any immigrant can come here and get all the rights, resources, and unearned benefits that blacks are going to be denied. Blacks were denied the right to enjoy any of the fruits of white society based on the 1638 immigration laws out in the state of Maryland. So immigration has always been negative blacks. And the real thing about it is that nobody's ever addressed that issue. Right now, the black folks should say, hey, I'm not in that fight. But if you're going to keep bringing in an unending influx of immigrants into the country, that's going to reduce us down and make us a permanent minority in a society in which the majority will win and rule, and the minorities and lose and suffer. So throughout history, up until the civil rights movement, until the Civil War, blacks made up sometimes 50 to 55% of the population.
Wow. Did you say 50 to 55%?
It varied in the southern states from 50 to 55% of the population. But they started bringing in more immigrants after the Civil War. They brought them in here to bring in whites to make them a management class over black folk. Black folk can be the subservient class. And after the Civil War, the white says, hey, we got all of our land back, Dr. Watkins. You gave us back all the land, even though we were the first terrorists in America, the southern states, which you all now call the red states. That's the same Confederate states that was in existence that started to see the Civil War, that attacked the United States and tried to destroy the country. And so the red states say, hey, now that we fought the Civil War, we lost it, but you all in try us and hold us as terrorists and charge us with tyranny. You gave us, you forgave us, gave back all the land in the South. Now we need these black folk again as a labor class. And so let's hold them in abeyance, bring in about 20 to 30 million immigrants into this country to be the management class, and therefore reduce black folks' population down from 50%, started pushing them down. So they'd be a permanent minority. So any whites coming in this country can take advantage of them, or any subgroups of the whites. Asian, Arabs, and Hispanics are subgroups of the white culture. They can come in and dominate black folk and advantage themselves. That's the whole point of immigration, to take advantage of black folk and be a foundation for wealth in this country for everybody but black folk.
Interesting. Well, you know what really stood out to me, Dr. Anderson, was when you, in your book, Black Labor, White Wealth, which people can actually pick up a copy of that at Powernomics.com, you mentioned that around the turn of the century, you were comparing specifically Hispanics to black people. You said that there were about 100,000 Hispanics in the United States, and there were 9 million black people. And that's 90 to 1. I couldn't believe it. I was blown away because that's not the reality that we see now. You said the birth rates remained equal, but yet now we've become kind of a minority within the group of so-called minorities. because of these immigration policies. And we're
That's right.
supportive. Like, we really believe that this is actually beneficial to us. Can you kind of speak to that a little bit?
Yes, I will. And I congratulate you for having such a fine memory and recall ability. You're exactly right. See, at the end of the Civil War, at the end of the Civil War, Dr. Watkins, you had approximately about 4 to 5,000 Hispanics. And as a matter of fact, they weren't even called Hispanics at that time. They were called Chicanos and Latinos because they come up from what they call New Spain. Everything south of the border was called New Spain, Mexico. That was all New Spain. And they had brought about 4 million blacks in there to dig in the mines and for jewelry, chrome, gold, and silver, and send it to Spain. So you had about 4,000 blacks, people of Spanish descent, floating around in the Southwest at that time. They were not called Hispanics. They didn't become Hispanics until they found out that in 1975 they're going to displace black folk, and so they changed and they said we got to pick a label that would not include black folk. We can't use the word Chicano because they've been married with, they've interbred with Indians and blacks. We can't use the word Latinos because that has blackness in it. So they came up with this whole concept called Hispanics that came into existence starting about 1975. But going back to history to answer your question, that they only had about 4,000 so-called, use the word so-called Hispanics in the United States at that time. But you had 4.5 to 5 million black folk in the United States. And so you have to use your mathematics to determine what percentage of the country was Hispanic at that time, when you had only 4,000 of them and almost 5 million blacks. Now let's jump up from 1860, from the Civil War all the way up to 1900. In 1900, the Hispanic population in here, or what you call the Hispanic population, or Latinos and Chicanos, had moved up to 100,000. You had a 100,000 period in the entire United States. But at that point in time, you had 11 million to 12 million blacks, okay? And so you got 100,000 Hispanics and 11 to 12 million black folk. Now for the next 100 years, they got the same identical birth rate in the country. And so let's move up from 1900, using the same birth rate until 2000. And guess what happened? Is that the Hispanics went had a 55,000% increase in their in their population, where blacks went up 300 to 400%. And so they passed black folk. And so and in the 1975, I told you when they became Hispanics, what they said is this: when they met out in Kansas City and said, one of the first things we're going to do is use the label Hispanic, so we can pull in and everybody together that speaks Spanish any place on this earth, any place in America, because we're going to take these black folk out. And the first thing on their agenda was this: is that they want to surpass black people by year 2000 and displace black folk in everything from not only from businesses, from economics, from politics, and from population, and begin to make black folk third-class citizens. Blacks had been second-class citizens up until the year 2000, but by the massive increase in Hispanics, by the year 2000, they made blacks third-class citizens. And now what you got in the United States now, 16, 18 years later, you now got 57 million Hispanics and 44 million blacks. So look at the calculation. They went from 100,000 to 57 million. Okay, and so blacks went from 12,000 up to 44. That means their percentage went up by 300%. Hispanics went over 57,000%.
Wow. Dr. Claud Anderson, that's who I'm speaking with, everybody who's asking about the conversation. We're talking about everything from Donald Trump and racism to the 14th Amendment, but also immigration policy. Some of y'all who were in last night on drboycetv.com, you might have been a part of the conversation we had about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning last night. You can still watch it. If you missed it, go back and watch it. What we did was we did a quick Powernomics lesson. It took about an hour, and we went through chapter 5 in the book, Black Labor, White Wealth, and we were talking about the immigration thing, in terms of what they're telling you in the media. MSNBC, CNN, and Fox all have their perspectives on what's going on, for example, with this caravan, with immigration policy. And I think it's important for Black people to be able to come to the table and say, here is our opinion, and our opinion is unique, it is different, is disconnected from what everybody else is saying, because it uniquely reflects our interests. Now, I want to ask you this, Dr. Anderson. What do you say to the people, who might come up, and feel that, by speaking on these issues, by talking about the way this influx of people from south of the border has hurt Black people? What do you say to those people who say, oh, that's racist, that's wrong, that's unethical for you to say that. You're being hateful. You're trying to be anti-immigrant. Well, how do you respond to people when they give you that kind of criticism?
First of all, I could be very, very bold and bodacious, just call me ignorant. They don't understand the nature of racism. Anybody that talks about racism and then not apply to strictly between the competitive relationship between blacks and whites are either stuck on stupid or they're playing games with you. Racism doesn't apply to anybody but black people and whites. That's what the concept of racism never existed in public political dialogue until the 1500s. It came in at the same time with enslavement of black folk. But now they're playing games with you. They're trying to intellectually misdirect you and give you fake news and fake suggestions and distort and corrupt the concepts of racism. Racism is a competitive relationship between people who are competing for the ownership and the control of land, resources, wealth, and power, and to use it to impede and slow down, Jim Crow, segregate, and enslave another group under what they call a doctrine of unequal exchange that came in the 1500s. That was between blacks and whites. And the race, and so in all these nations, all these subcategories of people now that you all call a race, like the Hispanics, or like the Jews, or like these very religious groups, or the Arabs, those are not races. Those are language groups, they're religious groups, and they're tribal groups. They have nothing to do with racism. Racism is a direct relationship between blacks and whites that started in about 1503, where you find the race started with 9 European nations, Dr. Watkins. 9 European nations. That was England, France, Germany, Britain, Sweden, Norwegians, everybody jumped in and said, let's use black folks on the doctrine of unequal exchange. We're gonna go to Africa and pick up these blacks for about $20 or $25 a piece and sell them at about a 1,500% profit margin in any place on the earth. Then we're gonna exploit them. And they get nothing out of it except we give them Bible and beads, or some flags, some clothes, let them dance and sing, that's it. And we're gonna make money off of them. That began the racism. The race started when those 9 European nations. And now, where are we gonna use this? They said, let's get to the Americas. Columbus just discovered North America, Central America, South America. That is land over there that's available. And since capitalism is based on who owns and controls the lands and the resources, let's go get it. So a race started. A race, R-A-C-E, is a contest. A race, it was a horse race, bicycle race, foot race, with any kind of race. A race itself is a contest. And all these countries started getting in and said, who can get to the Americas the quickest and get the most land and bring in the most blacks and make the most wealth off it. And that went on from about the 1500s all the way up until 1860. And by 1860, on the eve of the Civil War, the race ended because all the nations that were participating in that race had now enriched themselves off of black people in this country, in Latin America, and Central America. The race was over. That was ended. And when the race ended, they took that word, Dr. Watkins, R-A-C-E, and they extracted, deleted, cut off the E, and left only a R-A-C. And then they took a suffix called I-S-M. The suffix means maintain the prevailing conditions on something. And they took that I-S-M, Dr. Watkins, and stuck it onto R-A-C. That's where the word racism came from. And all the people that came to this nation and around the world, they've already benefited. All the Hispanics, the Arabs, the Asians, the French, the American Indians, the Jews, everybody's already exploited and benefited blacks in that 360-year period. They're not a race, but the reason they dilute it down is by pretending somehow that they have been victimized, even though they were the enslavers. And they're going to try to replace black folks in image and say, we're just as bad off as those slaves. And we're the offsprings of a slaveholding nation, a slaveholding culture, or a slaveholding group, but we are bad off as blacks. And there's a difference. Black folk are exceptional people. Every group of human beings in gender, in religion, in culture, in sex have exploited, misused, abused, and profited from the exploiting and misuse of black folk.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what, Dr. Anderson, I'm sitting there, I'm clicking around because I'm looking at the different opinions and the different thoughts, that are coming from people. And I see a lot of interesting people in here that I just respect. I see Michi X is in here from Fly Nubian Queen, and she has a very powerful voice, and a lot of people pay attention to what she has to say. And I think that the reason that it's important for people like, the Michi X's and myself and others to hear from you is because you know, none of us are learning this stuff in school. You know, none of us really learned how all this works, where all this came from. You know, a lot of us get our political civics education from watching MSNBC and all that, and CNN and Fox and whatever you watch. And a lot of it's a lot. You know, a lot of it is shaped. It's a morph reality designed to help certain people achieve a certain objective, where Black people have been used as political pawns to help other people achieve various goals, right? So, you know, so this is interesting. You know, so what you're saying here is that you know, a lot of it starts off from the doctrine of unequal exchange, and that knowing how that, which was in the 1500s, and that racism, if we're thinking about racism, you think of it as a contest to take care of your own, to get access to resources, to control power. And now it's sort of been, I guess, because of liberal social engineering, they've added that ism. And now you're hearing the word racism usually being used in media in situations that don't involve Black people. Like the last 10 to 12 times I heard the word racism in media in reference to Donald Trump was not him dealing with Black folks, it was him dealing with Hispanics. And anybody that knows anything about Hispanics, they know that all Hispanics are not descendants of slaves. That they're just, you know, a lot of them are just white people who speak Spanish, that they were descendants of slave holders. So you have a situation where the word racism is being used to describe the way Trump feels about other descendants of slaveholders, right? Is that accurate? Did I say that right?
That's it. And you're right on target. And let me jump in 1 second, just help you along. Now, I told you the race ended in 1860. In 1860, why did it end? Because all the resources had been maldistributed because of the Constitution, the whole purpose of slavery. Now watch this now. The whole purpose of slavery was a very specific something to be done. It was intentionally designed to maldistribute almost 100% of all this nation's land, minerals, wealth, resources, privileges, businesses, incomes, and rights and controls of all levels of government into the hands of the dominant white society. That's what the 360 years of slavery was for. That was constitutionally endowed and codified to make sure that it's right. So by 1860, on the eve of the Civil War, everything was over. It had been completed. At that point in time, everything had been maldistributed. Now watch this now. At that point in time, everybody who would come to this country, all those about 30-something million whites who would come to this country to get benefits and get on you and and enjoy the fruits of Black slavery, they had them by 1860. And so what happened? And now you got the European whites and all these other groups. They are 100-foot giants built on the assets they had accumulated. Black people, though, were in a ditch. They didn't own and control anything. You had out of about 250, 67,000 Blacks who were free. They'd accumulate about 1/2 or 1% of anything of value. So you got a half-inch midget and 100-foot white giants. Half-inch midget is black midgets competing against. So at that point, the race was over, and that's why they took the E off of race. Now I told you earlier what ISM meant. It means suffix means maintaining prevailing conditions. If whites are now a mountain and Black folks are a valley, racism means do not let those conditions between those two change in any degree. Racism means maintain the status quo that exists between Blacks and whites, not maintain the conditions that exist between the subcultures of whites and Hispanics, or whites and Arabs, or whites and Asians, or whites and women, or whites and American Indians. It's make sure the conditions between Blacks and whites don't change. That means let no resources change. And so what happened then, you had a guy that came in, Charles Darwin, came in and says about the Darwinism, survival of the fittest and the strongest. And he came up with a whole concept called the survival of the species in 1859, right at the time of the Civil War. He came up with this whole concept of Charles Darwin's survival of the fittest and the strongest. And what he said, Dr. Watkins, is what is the greatest in the scale of acceptability and power and wealth? Is it the mountain, or is it the valley and the ditch? Or he said, and he did it with animals, saying, what is the most powerful and the highest in the academic scale of intellectual achievement and humanity and humanism? Is it more important for the elephant, or is it a blade of grass comparatively, or an amoeba,
Mm.
which ranks higher in power. And so they got the human. So he came up with this thing called, wrote these concepts about Darwinism. And so obviously, an elephant is more important in the evolutionary change than an amoeba or a rat or a mouse. And so they did. So at that time, since blacks own nothing and whites own and control everything, they say, hey, obviously whites are superior to blacks. If we were not superior to you all, you wouldn't be in the ditch and we wouldn't be on top of the mountain. He excluded the fact that you've been systematically deprived, misused, and abused, okay, through the doctrine of unequal exchange. And so at that point, he said, now, so blacks are inferior and whites are superior. And so at that point in time, the whole concept of racism switched from being economics. It makes sure nothing moves in the black hands. They be opposed to inner reparations. They were opposed to the 40 acres and a mule and $100 for black folk. They were, when blacks were set free, they said, we not only won't give you 40 acres and a mule and $100, we're going to turn you loose without any money, any clothes, any land, any businesses, any religion, any education, any animals, any tools, and any weapons, to make sure you can't there will be no, that you cannot defeat racism. You're going to be left with the term they use called root hog or die, which means we're going to leave you off the root hog. That means like a hog digs in the ground to try to find a root, something to eat. So that's why most of those blacks that were free into slavery, guess what? A lot of them went off after the end of slavery. They didn't have any education, didn't have any money, didn't have any businesses. And a lot of them wanted to get back to the plantation. Say, at least on the plantation, we can have an ear of corn and some piece of fat back. And so when they said my black folk love slavery, they just want to get back. He said, we can get something, because now the racism says you're not going to get anything. That's why today whites are still opposed to affirmative action, reparations, anything for black folk. That's racism. But see, that does not affect Hispanics. Hispanics can come in here tomorrow and be treated as whites. 70% Hispanics were always whites up until 1970, and they started calling themselves a minority. Arabs were the first enslaved black folk. Now they come in here, and here's the conclusion. I know I'm taking too long to answer this question.
No.
Okay, when all these people come in here now, all the descendants of slaveholders, when they come in, they got 5 advantages over black folk because of racism. Racism has constrained black folks, saying you're gonna never be in amount to anything. We're gonna never allow you to have anything. You'll always be a permanent minority in population, permanent minority in owning and controlling anything. That's why you had 1/2 of 1% of the wealth in 1860. You still have 1/2 of 1%. There's nothing of value in the entire United States or any place in the world where black people can control more than 1/2 of 1%. Even though in the world population, blacks make up 25% of the world population, you still can't get more than 1/2 of 1%. And so you can't compete with that. There's no way that 1/2 going to run over 99 and 1/2. Can't be done. You can play all these games about voting and civil rights and all that stuff, and they've corrupted those concepts. You ain't gonna make it. And I'll let you get in finish respond to that. And I got some other additional information tied to that.
I think it's a great point. I want to hear that additional information. I want to make sure everybody knows I'm talking to Dr. Claud Anderson. He's the author of many books that I keep right by my side: Black Labor, White Wealth, Powernomics, the Black History Reader. And when I say I keep them by my side, I'm not playing. I'm not joking with y'all. And also Dirty Little Secrets. And so I would argue that if you want your kids to get a good education on history, Black history, and how things work in America, have them read those 4 books and have them read them again and again and again and again and again. Because reading it once ain't enough. It's like a little bit like, closest thing I think of is like reading the Bible. You can't read the Bible one time and get it all in one reading. You got to read it over and over and keep referencing it so you can understand who the heck you are. And that's more important than anything they'll learn in school. And so if you want to get copies of the books, you can actually go to powernomics.com. That's powernomics.com. Also, Dr. Claud Anderson runs a think tank with his wonderful wife, Joanne, who's also a professor. And the Harvest Institute is one of the few Black think tanks that I know of out here that's really advocating for Black people. They file lawsuits on behalf of Black people for reparations, things like that. These things are expensive. They cost money. So please, find it in your heart to support the Harvest Institute, add it to your budget, just a few dollars a month. Just take all the money that you're giving white folks every month, because I know all y'all giving money to white folks, we all are, and just take maybe 5% of that and put that toward the Harvest Institute to make sure that you're helping yourself at least 5% as much as you're helping white folks, right? Just 5% as much. That's all we're asking of. You want to really go far, then maybe it should be equal, 50-50, but that's a hard transition. The addiction to white supremacy is deep. It's hard to, to break away from the love-hate relationship we have with white folks, but I encourage you to reconsider that abusive relationship and to understand how economically you're being screwed. So the URL is powernomics.com, harvestinstitute.org. The other thing I want to ask everybody is if you're watching anywhere, hit the like button, share button, thumbs up button. Also, don't forget that tonight in the Black Business School, we're doing a lecture on how to shift your thinking, shift your schedule, shift your strategy when you go from being an employee or AKA a corporate slave to being a free black man, free black woman, or entrepreneur business owner. There's a way you have to shift. We're going to do a lecture on that tonight at 8 o'clock. If you want to know more, visit drboyceseminars.com. That's drboyceseminars.com. So Dr. Anderson, I want to ask you about something. I'd like to hear also what you said. You said you wanted to add to that discussion. I was looking through what we were talking about last night when I had a few hundred other crazy Negroes like myself on the internet. I'll hop into YouTube at literally 4 o'clock in the morning, and there'll be black people jumping right in. And I just love it. Some of them live as far away as England and China, and for them it's like the middle of the day. So these are my friends, and so one of the things that came up in your book, Black Labor, White Wealth, on page, let me turn this thing off. Sorry about that. My phone is making a noise. There we go. Is a conversation about what it means to be a minority. Kind of this idea that, being a minority, everybody is some type of minority. You mentioned in the book, you said the definition of minority continues to expand and to become more amorphous, meaning people just don't know what it really means. It kind of means anybody that's not a white male, apparently. Today, almost everyone is a minority in some way. Anything that applies to every group has no real meaning for any group. However, the term minority holds major political advantage for those who wish to maintain a status quo. Blacks are further undermined when included in a minority category because none of the other so-called minorities were statutorily deprived by the government of their humanity or their right to enjoy the fruits of their own labor. And also, it seems to me that you've added that that they don't even align with us politically when they come to the country. Most of the Hispanics that come from south of the border, they check the census and they fill out Caucasian. They say, hey, I'm still white. When it matters, when it's good to be white, I'm gonna be white. But when it comes to time to get the benefits and steal the benefits from black people, I'm gonna be a minority. Can you kind of talk about that in terms of just what we should at least understand about how this system's kind of confusing us and leading us to make bad decisions?
I'll be glad to, but it never ceased to amaze me how easy it is for everybody to trick black folk, and it's been going on for 460 years or 500 years, and it seems like we can't get it in our heads, and that is so comical that it's really sad. But the concept of minority, see, if you were to go back to the 1970 census. The 1960, up until 1970, the census only had 2 groups in there, and that was between blacks and whites. That's what the whole civil rights movement about. The civil rights movement and the fight of the 1960s wasn't over about Hispanics and Arabs, and it was about blacks and whites all over the country. And so minority, they threw that minority in there after 1969 benign neglect was proclaimed by President Nixon. And they said, and they can say, well, black folks by 1970, so there's going to be some benefits for black folk because affirmative action is coming on scenes. I wrote the first affirmative action plan after the United States Constitution. I wrote it for the state of Florida in 1970, 1971. But I wrote that, it wasn't writing for minorities. I was writing it for poor people, not for poor people, but for black people, not for genders. Because see, really, in reality, white men are a minority. Everybody's a minority. And so they said, what we're going to do, let's use that same scheme that was used in the Constitution, using euphemisms, using very broad and ambiguous terms to extract anything that possibly could go to black folk. Let's suck it out and spread it out and thin it out so that anybody could benefit down to the neutralized black folk out. And they started again, and that's why the Freedmen's Bureau was wiped out. Didn't you know that? Because see, the Freedmen's Bureau was put in place in 1860 for black folk. But guess what? Whites began to suck everything out of it. That's how whites in the South got the land back. Because you see, they're supposed to give it black folk land under 40 acres a mule and $100, but they went around and said, well, the Freedmen Bureau should be for everybody. And so therefore, those Southern whites, poor whites and rich whites in the South after the Civil War came back in through the Freedmen Bureau and picked up all the damn land. The money was put in there to be given to black folk, to help black folks start a new life, to buy some clothes, to have some food on their table. The whites took all that out. And so they said, well, this is the same scheme that was used in the Constitution, about use broad terms like we the people, all the people, and pretend it somehow includes black folk, and they know it didn't. So every time anything comes up, they come up with some terms, Dr. Watkins, very broad and ambiguous terms, so that everybody could come in and get to the table in the pot to make sure there's nothing left for black folk. That's what racism is based on. That's called the doctrine of unequal exchange, which means if any pot is put on the table, make sure you divide it up and water it down so that black folk will know the difference, so they're not getting anything out of it. And that's why slavery and the legacy of slavery have continued to exist up to the present time. Black folk haven't gotten any benefits. Nobody has addressed the points of slavery. What was the purpose? Nobody's corrected that. And every time something put on the table to help black folk, they broaden it so everybody can get it. That's why right now Hispanics, Arabs, and Asians are going to displace black folk in every job in the United States. They're going to displace you out of politics. They're going to displace you out of businesses. They're going to displace you in education. They're going to displace blacks in all respect by pretending somehow that all people have contributed equally to develop this land, and therefore they're equal to black folk, even though they weren't even in the country for 400 years. They weren't even here. Black folk are the oldest people in the country. Wasn't any Hispanics of any here. Wasn't any Arabs or Asians. Now, why are they now put into an affirmative action program, say, for minorities? Black folk are silly to even use the word, because now minorities mean poor people without anything. And they use that, and people of color, minorities, and diversity. Those are broad terms to maintain racism, which means that let no resources, power, wealth, income, businesses, educational achievement go from white hands to black hands.
Everybody who's watching on Facebook and Instagram, if you want to follow this and see Dr. Anderson face to face, you can actually go to drboycetv.com. So I want to ask you, Dr. Anderson, your book, Black Labor, White Wealth, on page 94, there's a part where you talk about, you hit on something in this page that makes me think about, when I'm hearing members of the Democratic Party and many of their black political operatives or their political servants on television telling black people that we need to get behind the Democratic agenda on immigration. We need to act like that their treatment of illegal immigrants, that somehow affects us. And we need to get behind all of this. And the reason I have an issue with that is that I can't really see the political benefit for black people when we're supporting these immigration policies that have harmed us for so long. And one of the reasons is you actually referenced on page 94, you said ethnic immigrants learn early, and one of the last things they forget is to avoid contact with America's black pariah. Other groups can blend in or assimilate into the dominant culture. Black skin color does not permit them to blend. And then you also, so you point out the fact that when people come here, they've already been told through media, through government policy and everything else, avoid the blacks. You ain't got nothing in common with these people. As long as you stay away from the Negroes, we won't treat you like one. And a lot of them listen to that. So these imaginary political coalitions that we claim to have with people that come from south of the border, they just don't seem to exist. When you see something that's really affecting black people, you don't see major Hispanic organizations really getting behind it the way they really could. And the other point that I wanted to read to, and I'd like to get your thought on this, is that you mentioned this. You said, across this nation, laws were enacted defining who was black. These laws established strict standards for whiteness, declaring that 1/4, 1/16, or even one drop of black blood made a person black. While conversely, no amount of white blood in the human body could dominate a single drop of black blood. So you can have a body full of white blood, but if you got one drop of black blood, then you're black. No other ethnic population in the nation, including those with visibly non-white biological features, have ever been so rigidly defined. The one drop rule was once used as a standard by the US Census, saying that if you have one drop of this poisonous, dirty, nasty, tainted, toxic black blood, then that makes you a nigger. And we do not mess with niggers. Can you speak to that, Dr. Anderson, and tell me what comes to mind as you kind of hear these what I just read from your book?
Right, right. See, and that's out of fear. The greatest fear that this country has in the white society and in the Arab society and in the Hispanic societies and in the gender societies, every society, the greatest fear is black folk. You know why? Because black folk are exceptional people. They're special people. And if I were them, I'll be scared too. Because see, black folk are the oldest people on earth. They are the original people on earth. And that makes them very special. In this country, they were the exceptional people. They were the engines that drove the development not only of economics in this country, but they were black labor created the industrial revolutions, Dr. Watkins, in Europe and throughout Americas. It was always black labor around the world that created all these industrial revolutions. And so consequently, blackness is power. Whether you go into the universe, in the heavens, the most powerful things in the universe are the black holes that are more powerful than the sun. As a matter of fact, the black holes in space are so powerful they can suck the sun into it and destroy it. It's 20 times more stronger and powerful than the sun. Blackness in the universe is strong and powerful. On the earth, the strongest, most powerful thing on this earth is blackness. Whites know that. They know that. And they're scared of that. And all groups are scared of blackness. And so you come to this earth, we got stuff called black cloth that is so powerful it can make white cloth, make anything disappear. We got the strongest vegetables and fruits are the darkest skinned vegetables. That's a blackness. They're scared of blackness. And the same thing in color. If you're in a color spectrum, you look at a color spectrum, you look at all the colors in a child's color book with a pink, yellow, brown, green, whatever it might be. The most dominant color is blackness. And you see, because all colors come out of black, there's no color in whiteness. That's the dominant. And so blackness can dominate whiteness if they turn it loose, let it free. That's why it must be contained through racism and keep it under control. And that's why nobody can bring it up. And so consequently, if you start talking about blood, that's why they passed laws like in 1924, saying the law says 1 drop of black blood to make you black, because it's that powerful. You can have 2 gallons of red blood in your body, and you can call white blood, but 1 drop of black blood will tear it up, beat the hell out of it, wipe it out. That's how powerful it is. So they ain't gonna let you get, blackness is power. But see, the problem though, is that black folk are scared of blackness themselves. That's your problem. Their strongest strength, their power, they're running from it. Instead of running to it, they run from it. And if they're gonna be powerful in this country, all they got to do is to come together and unite around the strongest thing in the country, which is that blackness. And you didn't hear me saying anything about African America. Native black Americans are the strongest thing. And now you say, well, this Native Indians, there ain't no such thing as the Native Indians. What are the Indians in the country? They came in here about 10,000 years after black folk were here already. And they interbred with black folk and create what you call Native Americans, but they're getting all the advantages and benefits. Everybody benefits from blackness except black people. Black folk have enriched every group on earth except their own people. And so that's your problem, is that they're running from blackness because blackness is powerful and whites know it. And they don't want to be, and it's power. And if blacks were ever to come together and practice group economics and group politics, they can dominate this country, even though they are a minority. And they are planned minority. They're the only permanent planned minority, subordinated people. They have no friends. They have no allies. This stuff what the Democratic Party is talking about, that's not going to ally black folk, or do anything for black folk. Blacks have never had any friends and allies. And see, the question you asked about politics, the question is black folks shouldn't be voting for anybody or any immigrant groups until 2 things. With immigrants, you must say, if you're going to continue to bring in all these immigrants, you must put black people into a protected class. So all these immigrants coming to the country cannot compete with blacks, nor suck things out of black folk, or exploit black folk, or overuse black folk, or displace black folk. And see, if you haven't heard one black sitting on TV who's supposed to have a damn college education, have enough sense to figure that out. They go on TV every damn day and become a imposter, a betrayer of their own people. And by selling them out, trying to carry water for anybody else. You haven't heard one in politics, economics, or the civil rights movement say blackness should be protected. You are the people that built this country. And the greatest insult that adds to injury is for you to pretend that all people coming to this country have contributed equally to the development of this nation. That's a lie. Black people were the people that built the roads, the highways, the bridges, that fought in every war. They're the most patriotic people. But see, nobody speaks up for black folk except the 2 of us. That's Dr. Watkins and Claud Anderson keep telling him, you're going about it wrong. but blacks are special people. I call them exceptional people. And as long as you call them native blacks, not African Americans, this nation owes black folk recognition, appreciation, and reparations.
Everybody, I'm talking to Dr. Claud Anderson. He's the author of the books Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, The Black History Reader, and Dirty Little Secrets. If you want to go take a look at his books for your children, for your family, go to powernomics.com. Also, the harvestinstitute.org, O-R-G, the Harvest Institute, or it's harvestinstitute.org, that's the URL. Go there if you'd like to find out more about the Harvest Institute. Support, I know I support, you know, I do everything I can to help, but also I need your help in terms of supporting our institutions. The reason some groups have power is because they have strong institutions, and I want that for the Black community. I believe we can have that in a generation if we do things right now. Do me a favor, everybody, please hit the like button, the share button, and the subscribe button. And also, if you want to join us tonight in the seminar I'm going to do online, you can find out more about it at drboyceseminars.com. It's for people that want to quit their jobs or either have and are looking for a way to you know, move forward in terms of thinking like a CEO, thinking like a business owner, as opposed to thinking like an employee. So drboyceseminars.com. And also, if you want to join our League of Intelligent Black People, you can go to intelligentblackpeople.com. So that's a lot of URLs, but somebody can type that in. I'd appreciate it. Now, Dr. Anderson, let me tell you this. This links to a little bit of the Donald Trump conversation, Republican, Democrat, and I don't put you in any sort of box politically, you know. But it's funny. My mama, I just saw my mama. It actually just came in, and she's watching the conversation. And I'm not gonna tell everybody who she is because I don't want nobody chasing down my mama. But my mother loves you. You know, she likes what you stand for. And let me just say this: my mother's not into, you know, the liberal agenda. You know, she has a big problem with a lot of things that come out of the mouths of the Democratic Party, and I love her and I respect her. You know, in fact, you know, a lot of the Black folks I know, they have what I call old school common sense values. You know, I believe Black people inherently, a lot of times we're very conservative people in certain areas. You know, we're also very smart in terms of knowing when somebody's trying to fool us. The smart ones are very smart. The sheep are you know, tend to follow the crowd. But I want to kind of ask you this. You know, how did Black people, who I believe, when I go to the church, I see conservative people. When I go out into the communities and I'm talking to people, and I'm talking to Black folks who are not the ones that you're going to see on TV. They're just conservative. You know, when I listen to Vicky Dillard at Fly Nubian Queen from the Nation of Islam, very conservative, but very strong pro-Black. How did we get to the point where we decided that as a community, most of us are going to align with, say, the Democrats versus any other party? I'm an independent, but I just found that interesting. A lot of times I used to feel real awkward being around white liberals because they believed a whole lot of stuff that I didn't believe. I would think that some of what they believed was just bullshit, you know, but I was told that this is what I was supposed to do because that's what everybody did. How did that happen? What's the history of that?
Well, the most of that came out of the first beginning of that came out about 1935, after the Great Depression had destroyed, it ravaged the country economically and politically. At that point in time, about 1935, the country began, the Great Depression began coming to an end, and they began to start rebuilding the country. At that point in time, Black people have said, well, you know, for the last 20 years, we were into Blackness, but we're going to start rebuilding the country. And rather than being Black, this is what the Black politicians, the Black civil rights leaders, and Black ministers start saying, let's not be Black anymore. Let's move what we call universality. That's a term they came up with. Universality means let's be for everybody. Pretend that we're not special, we're not Black. And that started about in the late 1930s. And then it really progressed into the 1940s. At that point in time, they wanted to be associated not with having a Black community anymore, a Black business, a Black anything. They were looking for integration. And so when the first things jumped up was the baseball teams, because we had about 2 Black baseball leagues. They had about 6 teams that nobody could beat our Black baseball players. We had our own basketball teams. We had our own football teams. We had our own Black schools. But they said, well, you know, it's too much Blackness. And so Rick, I can't think of his name now, Branch Rickey said, you know what, you got all these Black baseball teams and we can't beat them. What if we were to practice a doctrine of unequal exchange in his mind because of his conditioning? What if we were to take one black boy and bring him into the Brooklyn Dodgers, and then when we tell the black folk, get rid of all your black baseball teams, we'll take one of your black players, let him play with us in the Bull Dodgers. You get rid of all those black players, you got about 500 black baseball players. Get rid of them, close down those stadiums, get rid of all that equipment and teams, and we'll take one of yours. And they did it. Then they did the same thing in the basketball team. Wiped out all the black basketball teams and took 2 or 3 blacks that played basketball with white teams. Then they did the same thing and they said, oh, how about the schools? They said, well, let's try to see if we can get our schools integrated too. And so I pushed for integration by the late 1940s. But would you hear a Jew say that? A Jew would never say, I'm gonna get rid of Brandeis University so I can go so I can get along with Baptists and Catholics. You never hear Catholics say, I'm gonna get rid of Catholic University and Notre Dame if I can go be with Protestants. Black folk are silly. They always get caught. As I told you, whites can wave some red cloth and they'll come running and get caught, tricked every time. And so they gave up their own basketball teams, baseball teams, and later on, by the 1950s, started giving up their music. And so all of a sudden, here comes Elvis Presley and everybody else, and Bill Haley in the comments taking over black music. Didn't get blacks anything. They closed down all the black music by using crossover music. And then all the singers and dancers that got now. That's not black music. The rappers, that's not black music. Blacks gave up everything, their businesses, their communities, their history, their culture, their leadership. Everything was given up for a doctrine of unequal exchange. They got nothing in return for it. Integration gave black folk nothing, and they lost everything. And but I'm getting close to one of the other points. Let me jump off on that point, because you asked me something earlier that recurred to my mind. You asked me about the 14th Amendment with Donald Trump, and and about. This is the big thing now about what Donald Trump says he's going to oppose and execute an executive order to declare immigrants coming to this country as non-eligible for citizenship. And see, even though I have no interest in Donald Trump in general, but he was absolutely right. He's right. You know why? Because the 13th Amendment. I'm gonna say this to you, and you hold it as a quote. You put quote signs on the beginning and end it. What the 13th Amendment said was that it stated that all persons. This is in the Freedmen Bureau, and it went into effect. I told you earlier. Okay, it came out of the that was the 13th Amendment, Freedmen Bureau. It says that all persons of African descent born in the United States are hereby declared to be citizens of the United States. Now it says that was the 14th Amendment and naturalization. They can see that it's strictly for the slaves that were entitled to have rights in this country. It says African of descent. It did not say anything about Hispanics that are immigrating to America, migrating. It didn't say anything about Arabs or anybody else. It was about black people. But that was the basis of the 14th Amendment. And it says that, and based on that, it says that it is obligated, mandated upon all levels of government to exercise all necessary means, Dr. Watkins, to lift the badges and incidents of slavery off the shoulders of black people. And all these things are put in place, the 13th and 14th Amendment, but they put in their place to correct the Dred Scott decision of 1857, which was about black folk. The Supreme Court that was maintaining as the guardian of racism to make sure that black folk never get anything. In 1857, in the Taney decision, the Supreme Court says that black people and a black man has no rights that a white person is bound to respect in 1857. So these things came in 1860. They were strictly and solely for black folk. But I give whites credit and the white power structure. They have been systematically excellent in engineering euphemisms, broad ambiguous terms to dilute and water down all the things that would have benefited black folk under the aegis of racism. So they get nothing in return for anything they do. And anything that should go to black folk is watered down and sprayed to everybody so that black folk get nothing. That's why right now in this country, black folk are on the verge of being eradicated from the face of the earth here and in Africa. Because again, they're using broad terms on them. Minorities, poor folk, diversity, multicultural. And even in 1862, the Attorney General for the United States says that black people can never be people of color. This was a federal attorney general statement, period. And so why is black folk now talking about we're people of color when a Supreme Court general ruled in 1962 that black people never be treated as color, therefore they're not qualified in the benefits. That's why they could not be in the land rushes to get free land in the United States. They're not entitled to it. That's what racism is. Racism said, let black folk get nothing. That's why they're exactly where they were in 1860 on the eve of the Civil War. They're at the bottom, the lowest ranking. That's why in the book, Black Reader, the first thing you read is about the social construct that was put into place by the Constitution. And you look at that in 1789, look at that document that came out. Look, see that map in it? You see that map in there? Go to the second question. See where black folk are. See where black folk, see that, and show you in 2012, how black folk rank compared to all ethnic groups or religious groups in this country. And those are not racist. What they've done now, they confuse racism by pretending somehow that racism is equal. That's it. Look at the bottom of that. See who's at the bottom of that.
Oh, black people. Yeah.
Okay. Everybody. What year was that? What year was that put out by the federal government? What year?
2014.
Okay, 214. So how you that after 500 years, you're still on the bottom beneath everybody? That's racism. Racism is controlling and manipulating resources to make sure black folks stay on the bottom. Now you can go vote, and you're voting. Why would you vote for anybody? And I want blacks to vote. I'm not opposed to voting. I'm opposed to black folk voting and not getting anything in return for their vote. I'm not against immigrants. I'm against this nation's immigration policies that keep subordinating, explaining, and let everybody walk all over and use black folk. But again, I'm disappointed because I can't find enough black folk in America. I spent my whole life, all my resources, my energy, my youth, and my intellect writing for black folk, researching and explaining these things to them. Most of them don't even go to buy the damn books, and those that do buy them don't even read them. They simply let people on TV talk, try to pretend that somehow that Hispanics, Arabs, and Asians and other groups are equal to black folk. And rather than saying black folk are special people, they must be put into a protected class, and nobody should be able to compete with them and suck and extract anything out of them anymore.
Well, you know, I'm looking at this chart here, and it's real interesting. I mean, when you go all the way back to 1967, right? And I want everybody to pay attention. This is before, you know, Dr. King in the passage of the Civil Rights Act and everything else, all these so-called advances that we allegedly have. In 1967, the ranking was blacks at the bottom, Hispanics, then non-white Hispanic, right? And then Asians came into the chart around the 80s. I guess that's when they started collecting the data. But black people were at the bottom in 1967, right? Now you learned in school that things got so much better, that we had all these improvements because of the civil rights marches and this integration thing, right? Well, when you fast forward and you go to 2014, which is just 4 years ago, the ranking is Asians at the top, non-white Hispanic is number 2 at $60,300 a year. Third is Hispanic, $42,500. Last place is blacks at $35,400. In fact, the Asian total is more than double that of blacks. Asians, $74,300. For black people, it's $35,400. And remember, Asian people don't really vote that much. You know, their voting participation rate is very, very low. So anybody who would try to argue that voting is critical for us to improve the condition of the community is either misinformed or they're lying to you. Because votes do matter. Votes certainly matter. There's a reason why they try to suppress votes and all that. But the thing is, voting does not matter for black folks in terms of improving our condition based on the way politics is being played right now. Votes matter to the people that you're keeping in power. So there's a reason why the Democrats will always fight harder for your right to vote than they will ever fight for your right to have reparations, right? They will always fight for your right to show up to the polls more than they'll fight for your right to reverse mass incarceration, right? They will always fight harder to get you to vote for them than they will to protect your communities and uplift your community. So, Dr. Anderson, I appreciate that. I think, and I want to tell everybody, this book is called The Black History Reader. And if you've read any Dr. Anderson's books, let me know if you've read the books. They're really good reads. They're not just informative and powerful with unique information that you will not get at any university that I know of in this country or on this planet, but also there's references. I mean, he's got deep appendices of, citations and all. Very solid scholarly work, but it's eligible for anybody that is literate. Anybody here that knows how to read can read through these books, and your children can read. I had all my kids read your books, Dr. Anderson, and what it does is it just shifts your thinking. It just says, oh my gosh, this is a wake-up call, like a cup of coffee. And so anybody who wants to go check out the books and get a copy for your family, Dr. Anderson has a whole package where you can spend $99 and get all the books plus a DVD. If you go to powernomics.com, that's powernomics.com. I want to challenge everybody. I think we really need to have a Powernomics challenge. Everybody does these internet challenges. In fact, I'm going to start using the hashtag Powernomics challenge. And I want everybody watching to use the hashtag Powernomics challenge. And the Powernomics challenge is this. I want you to get at least a copy of Powernomics. I hope you get all 4 of the books, but if you can't, just get one. Just at least get Powernomics. At least get one, preferably get all of them. And I want you to take a picture of yourself holding your book. I'll be the first one on the hashtag. Take a picture of yourself holding the book, or holding all of them, or sitting with your kids holding the books, with one of your kids reading the books, or whatever it is. And I want you to use that hashtag Powernomics challenge. And I'm going to share that. I'm going to talk about that in my live stream. I'll feature your family. I'll talk about what you're doing, and I'm going to check that hashtag. So Dr. Anderson, I literally just thought of that just now, but I was thinking that this would be perfect because Christmas is coming. And that's also, when all the financial coonery starts to happen. That's when we start going crazy, spending money, giving all our money to white folks to buy nonsense stuff that ain't gonna do nothing for us. And I just want everybody to be encouraged. Look, still buy your kids the toys, buy your kids all the other stuff you're gonna get them, but get them something that's gonna benefit them in this battle that we're in. So the website is powernomics.com. And Dr. Anderson, I'll let you get the last words. You have anything to say, before we bounce out of here?
Yeah, and I thank you for that. As always, you're always encouraging and very supportive of what I've been trying to do, and I always get very positive response from your audience. And I want to tell Black folk is that when you buy those books, before you open up and start reading them, I want you to do one thing that's very important. Put your hand up like this and put to your mouth. Kiss the back of your hand goodbye, because after that, that's pretending you're kissing your butt. Because once you read those books, you'll never be the same again. The lights will go on. You'll be a totally different person. It'll be much harder for whites to trick you, always waving cloth and giving you Bible and beads, saying, "Well, we got a doctrine of unequal exchange if you vote for us." And you say, "I don't care whether it's a black person or a white person running for office. Show me how black folk are going to benefit. I don't care if it's the Democratic Party or Republican Party. You show me how black folk are going to benefit. Don't use these very broad and ambiguous terms anymore. Don't try to psych me to get my response in a system based on quid pro quo. You never give me a damn thing." And that's what our dilemma. And I appreciate you. You're always a conscious black man. And I want you to kick the hell out of all of them that keep showing up on TV. Black person, yeah, we need to do something for the immigrants. Why don't you go do something for the damn blacks that have been here for 500 years, not down in the Texas border? Why don't you do something for them in Chicago and Pittsburgh and St. Louis? All these blacks on the homeless rolls where black folk are carrying 68 times their fair share. For all these black 38% of all the black kids are on the poverty roll. When the unemployment rate for black folk in America nationally is 35%, 48 in Chicago, 48 in Chicago, Detroit, Baltimore, 49% in Pittsburgh, 51% in New York. Why don't you do something for black folk? They always want to find some excuse to carry everybody's water. And consequently, if you see one of these guys on TV, whether it's CNN or NBC, as always, I got black folk carrying everybody else's water. Get you a good brick and get 2 feet away from your TV and throw it at the damn TV. See, I'm sick and tired of black folk being double agents, always selling out their black people, and I can't find one but set up and say, "Hey, black folk are special people. They're entitled to be treated with respect and dignity. They're entitled to be appreciated and recognized and reparated. You got to redistribute some resources back in the hands of black folk, because right now whites own and control everything from New York to San Diego. Whites own and control every damn big building, every mode of transportation, airline, trucks, everything, communications. Blacks own nothing. Please tell them to stand up and start demanding. Don't protest and march and pray, "Oh Lord, help us one day overcome." You start saying demand from anybody, politicians, elected officials, that what they're going to give you before they get your vote, or they come in your neighborhood and put up a business. You want some form of compensation, not symbolism, for it. And I thank you and I love you, and tell your people I'll see them again next week.
All right, my friend. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Claud Anderson. And and I'll go ahead and let you go, because I know you got to get back to your schedule. So thank you very much, sir. You have
Thank
one.
you.
All right, I'll see you soon.
Okay, buddy.
So everybody who's watching this conversation, don't just walk away and say, "Oh, that was great. That was really interesting." I want you to figure out a way you're going to change your life right now. I want you to figure out something that you're going to do individually that's going to shift what your family's trajectory is. Remember, the things that you talk about now in your household are going to affect your family for the next several generations. Many of us have families that have generational curses, where there was something that somebody started in the 1920s, and it's still happening in the family now. Well, I want you to find positive habits, positive trends, positive actions in your family that will just be family traditions. And so if you want to know if it sounded like I was really pushing the Powernomics.com and Dr. Claud Anderson's books, it's because I am. The $99 that it costs to get the whole package, a lot of us spent that much money going to see the Black Panther. I kid you not. There are a lot of people that went to see the Black Panther. Think about this. You take your girl, your two kids, three kids, whatever, and you buy the $5 popcorn and everything else. By the time you're done, spend $40, $50 getting the tickets and the popcorn and all that, and then you go out to eat dinner after. You spend another $50. That's $100, and that meal is gone. It goes through your body and comes out the other end, and it's over. Whereas I encourage you to also, in addition to all the fun that you can have, we all have fun, but go eat some knowledge. Go, digest some knowledge. Bite into these books, because this knowledge, once you bring it in, it is so fulfilling. When I read Black Labor, White Wealth, this book has a rip in it. This book literally has a rip in it, because I have torn this sucker up. I've torn this motherfucker up, because I'm literally going through it, taking notes and rereading sections and thinking it through. And it's so rich. It's something where I can read one paragraph and talk about that paragraph for like 30 minutes. It's that impactful. So give that gift to your family. Give them the gift of power. Give them the gift of knowledge. Give them the gift of your vision, and give them that gift for Christmas. Christmas is coming. You're going to spend money anyway. Go to Powernomics.com. Do that Powernomics challenge that I mentioned. I want your help with this. I'm going to do it. I'm going to hashtag it right now. Actually, I'm going to do something. I'm going to take a picture, put it on Instagram. My Instagram is The Real Boyce Watkins, and I'm going to put Powernomics challenge. So everybody use that hashtag, and I'm going to check it regularly. And what I'll do is I will grab your images, I'll grab your stuff, and I'll reshare it. I'll put it up on my IG. Whatever it is I can do to be helpful. Like if you want to rep your business or something like that, I'll do that. Whatever I can do for you, I want to do it, because I want to see all of us win. And I believe that we can win if we do it right. So last but not least, don't forget that number one, hit the like button, the share button, subscribe button. If you're on YouTube, take 1 second, please hit that thumbs up button. If you want to be connected via text, where I can text you when I go live, just know sometimes I might text you real early in the morning or real late at night, because sometimes I go live at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. We went live at 3 a.m. last night and had a Powernomics conversation at 3 a.m. because I was up. I'm still on Chinese time. My brain is, and we were literally talking Powernomics. Hundreds of us were talking Powernomics at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and that's how I think passionate we have to be about winning. I believe that passion, when you are passionate about picking up the knowledge, having the conversations, moving forward, outworking the next man, out hustling your competitors, being one step ahead, playing chess instead of checkers, and going out here kicking ass and taking names. Can't no white man fuck with you. Excuse my French. Nobody can mess with you if you own your stuff. And I really believe that. So that's why I act half crazy about this, because I really believe it's going to take a little bit of insanity mixed with black man magic, black woman magic, black girl magic, black boy magic, for us to overcome this, what we're kind of dealing with. You have to be spiritually strong. You have to be optimistic. You have to be focused as hell. You have to be unified. You have to have a plan. You got to think it through. You have to obsess. You have to go hard. And that becomes your shield. That's my shield when it comes to how I deal with anybody. That's why nobody, the people that might criticize or come and try to attack what we're doing, I literally can't. It literally bounces off. It's like a plastic arrow that bounces off a force field made out of steel, because I'm always churning mentally on how we can move forward as a community. So that's what we do. That's what it is. I hope you guys will be a part of it. And don't forget that tonight we're going to do that lecture on how to go from thinking like an employee to thinking like a boss or a business owner. And I want to say sorry to my friends on Instagram. The phone just fell over. But if you want to know more about that seminar, you want to be a part of it, it's going to be great. Every seminar we do is amazing. Just ask anybody who's been there. Go to drboyceseminars.com. That's drboyceseminars.com. That's tonight, 11/1, November 1st. at 8 p.m. Eastern. So if you're watching the recording, you can go watch it a little bit later. You can get it out of our Black Entrepreneurship Program, but we're going to do that tonight. It's going to be great. So I'll see you guys soon. Have a great day, and it was fun. And take care. Be good. Having a good day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins from Your Black World and the Black Business School. And every now and then, periodically, when I get real lucky, I get a chance to speak to arguably the greatest mind of our generation, definitely one of the greatest Black economic thinkers of all time, but one of the greatest thinkers, period, throughout the world, Dr. Claud Anderson, author of Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, and the Black History Reader. Dr. Anderson, how you doing today, sir?
Oh, I'm like the old Black people used to say in the South, I'm fair to middling.
Too much.
Well, you know, I'm glad you're doing well. You know, you look great, and I saw you at the All Black National Convention last week, and you gave an extraordinary address, and it was an honor to have you there.
Well, you know, I appreciate you inviting me, and I'd like to commend you. You had an excellent turnout, and those people were aggressively and hungry to get the information that you were distributing to them and sharing with them. So I was glad to be a part of your group. And amazingly, I mean, just to sign those books, you had to sign books for an hour and a half. People walking around said, Jesus Christ, that line was almost 2 blocks long.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, when you had, you know, when you and I signing the books together, that was a real nice feeling for me because, you know, I agree with you that the line was down and over and around and went all the way around the room. And you know, it really made me excited to see all those Black folks that are really hungry. You know, they're not hungry for nonsense. They're hungry for something that makes sense. You know, they're not hungry. You know, they're passing up the nonsense for the dollars and cents, for the common sense, for everything that you have, that you bring to the table. And I think that really speaks well to the future of the community. I'm real optimistic about that.
Well, I'm just proud to be a part of it, and I'm glad to be back on with you today. And what are we going to talk about today now? What would you like to do?
Well, I wanted to get you're a history expert. You know, I know at the Harvest Institute, you've engaged in many legal battles on behalf of Blacks. You've dealt with the court systems on behalf of Blacks in terms of reparations and whatnot. You understand politics very, very well. In fact, from what I understand, you had that deep political history. You worked with the Carter administration at a very high level. So you understand the political game better than most people do. And so right now, you know, you got a lot of talk about the Supreme Court, you know, the situation with Kavanaugh and all of that. And you said something that was real interesting to me, where you were talking about how Black folks are not taught in school about this almost secret racist history of the Supreme Court, that there's a side to the Supreme Court that Black people were never informed on. Did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, well, it'll be appropriate since they took a vote today for putting Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court. And I'm just simply amazed, Dr. Watkins. I'm just simply amazed. I cannot understand why our people in general and white folk in specific are so absolutely ignorant of history and its implications for the Supreme Court. And see, the Democrats are going to lose. They're going to lose every time. The new Democrats are going to lose every time, and Black folk are going to lose every time in any of these major issues. They're going to lose for a very simple reason. First of all, because they allowed themselves to be psyched out and focus on sexism and gender issues and the Me Too movement rather than having focused on racism. See, if they had focused on racism, they could have won this thing, but they didn't. They focused on the women's issue, the gender issues. And so that's why, and see, they don't understand that conservatism will override liberalism 1,000 times with nothing left over. They're never going to win anything because we live in a conservative nation. Conservatism means to hold on to what one got and make sure nobody else ever gets anything. Conservatism has no intent towards being open-minded and liberal. When you hear these whites pertaining that they're conservatives on the radio and TV shows and the movies, what they are saying is that we have no interest in anything other than our interest, our self-interest, and we have no interest in transparency and fairness. Why would you let somebody talk about he's going to become a judge, a conservative judge on the Supreme Court based on fairness? His mind is already closed. Conservatism means your mind is closed, and the Democrats should have known that. But the old Democrats, the Blacks also understand that the old Democrats were the people that enslaved Black folk for 360 years in this country. and then and the liberal, little bit of liberal Republicanism came in about 1866 to 1876, only lasted during the Reconstruction period for 10 years. And even then the conservative racism came back again and wiped them out. And the Republican Party became conservative all the way up to about 1950. And then when the black folks started coming into leaving the Republican Party, becoming Democrats, the whole Democratic Party then switched over, and the old racist Democrats walked across the street and became the modern day Republicans. They've been flip-flopping back and forth. But either way, wherever whites go, the conservative movement means that we're going to win, and we're going to take and control everything in power and wealth and resources. And black folks hung up on the Democratic Party, thinking that somehow the Democratic Party is going to help them. Democratic Party cannot help black folk, and because they're not going to focus on black issues. That's why had they focused and made that Supreme Court appointment based on racism, they could have really won it. They could have beaten. They could have stopped Kavanaugh from becoming another Supreme Court justice.
Well, everybody who just came in, I'm talking to Dr. Claud Anderson. He's the author of Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, and the Black History Reader. And also he's the head of the Harvest Institute, one of the leading think tanks in America. So Dr. Anderson, I'm real curious about this. You as a historian, you know about a lot of the history of the Supreme Court, and you've even questioned, why blacks even seek justice in the court system. I've heard people say that. I've heard people say that that the whole system was designed from the beginning, just by the nature of who was on these high courts and things like that. It was designed from the beginning to keep black people in our place. If you look at the history of the court, there's never been a black woman on the Supreme Court ever, and there's been 2 black men and really only 1 black man, because the other black man was very anti-black. What do you think that we're at what point, in what way do you think that we can even look to this court system to even give us any kind of justice?
Black folk are looking in the wrong direction, looking for the Supreme Court or any of the major court systems to bring about justice for black folk. Let's go back to the original intent. When the Constitution laid out specifically what blacks would be in this country forever, unless you attack and readdress those issues. When the United States authorized and approved the Constitution, it spelled out what black folks' role would be in the society. And as a matter of fact, in 1789, they defined it for black folks, saying black folks shall be a subordinated group of people, and they be a labor class valued as 3/5 of a human being, to bring forth comfort and enrichment for the white society. That's basically what it was saying. And they used the United States Constitution as the first affirmative action plan in the country to maldistribute almost 100% of all this nation's land, minerals, rights, businesses, income, privileges, and rights into the hands, and controls of government to the hands of the dominant white society. And once they did that in 1789, the following year they set up what's called the immigration laws, and says now we can bring in anybody in this country, Dr. Watkins, who can pass for whites, allow them to have all these benefits and privileges and rights and wealth holding and unearned income that we're going to deny black folks. That was in the 1790 immigration policy. And once they set that social construct into place, then they said, how do we make sure this thing stays intact? So then they set up the United States Supreme Court. And the United States Supreme Court came into existence to maintain the whole purpose and intent and the goals and accomplishments that will occur as a direct result of slavery. That is the primary purpose of the United States Supreme Court then, at that point. And black folk never really understood this. And so, and because it stayed pretty well hidden up until about 1803 with the Marbury-Madison decision, where the Supreme Court finally came out of the closet and rendered a decision then. But that was not based on race when they came out. They were talking about a state issue. But the United States Supreme Court has only 3 authorities. 1, they can get involved in any kind of lowercase rulings in the court system. 2, they can get involved in the dismissal of a federal employee. 3, they can get involved in ambassadorial appointments, and that is it, period. But they never were allowed to get involved in overruling Congress. Now that's the key point, that they were never authorized to overrule Congress. Now watch what happens now. So jump from 1803 up to 1857, Dr. Watson. In 1857, for the first time, the issue came up about black folk, because at that point in time, the whole abolitionist movement, they were talking about freeing blacks. And so in 1857, a guy named Dred Scott went to the courts you see, about getting some freedom, because he had moved from Missouri up to Ohio and went and moved back. He said, I should be free now. I left enslavement territory. But the Dred Scott Supreme Court came out and said this. Judge Taney ruled that black people, or black men in general in American society, had no rights that a white person was bound to respect. That was the first time in the history that the Supreme Court came out of the closet and laid out what their rulings for the future, that no black man had a right that white folks were bound to respect. And see, but from 1790 or 1789 up to the Dred Scott decision, and the Civil War. Here's the point now, Boyce, is that point. See, they had appointed 57. You had 57. The first 57 Supreme Court justices were white slave owners. I'm gonna give it to you again so you understand this. The first 57 appointees to the United States Supreme Court were white slave owners. So by 1857, when the Dred Scott came in, those are all white slave owners, period. And now since the Dred Scott decision, after blacks were freed, they've appointed about another 67 people to the United States Supreme Court, bring up to about 127 appointees. And all of them have basically been whites, except 1 1/2. They had one black man on there in 1950, and they got a half a black on it now who's pretending to be black. And so here's what you should be, here's the point, is that what the Supreme Court was saying by appointing all whites, even at the present time, you got nine on the Supreme Court, 5 white men and 3 white women. And what they're saying is that justice will be dispensed for black folk in this country, whether it started in 1790 with slavery up to the present time, based on justice being viewed through the eyes of white men and the white Supreme Court. You understand that point? That's why, and so consequently, the people, you got black robes and white skin underneath it. Whites see justice for black folk through the eyes of white skin underneath black robes. And that's why up to the present time, if black folk have said, hey, this issue going on in the Supreme Court, it is discriminatory in every respect, immoral, for you to appoint 126, 127 people to the United States Supreme Court and only appoint 1 black person in all those years. And so they had made it a racial issue and said not only is it a racial issue, but go back and says if you look at every issue and every ruling by the United States Supreme Court, it's always been negative blacks. They've never ruled in favor of black folk. Some people might say, well, Dr. Ezra, what about the 1954 Supreme Court? That was negative for black folk. They changed the desegregation law over to social integration, which wiped black folk out and disintegrated blacks. But you follow the whole thing through the system. I could track it down, but we don't have that kind of time unless you want me to. We can walk through history.
I think we should walk through history, because here's the thing. You know, we don't get this in school. You know, when they teach us history, they teach us that the Supreme Court is perfect, and that, you know, that the checks and balances of the system is perfect, and all this other stuff. And then when you go out and you are in an imperfect world where it just seems like black people always end up on the bottom of the pile, it's confusing to people. You know, it's very confusing. So I personally think if you want to march through some of the key decisions that were made, some of the key things, like just the fact, for example, how many of y'all who are listening, how many of y'all knew that, what was it, 56, the first 57 members of the Supreme Court were slaveholders? You know, how is a slaveholder going to make a fair decision on behalf of a slave? They're not going to be able to do it. You know, so I would like for you to march through the history, if that's okay with you.
You're fine. Well, let's walk through it now. I stopped talking about. I brought you up to about 1860, up to the beginning of the Civil War. Now the Civil War came out, and at that point in time, blacks were still underneath the Supreme Court, being dominated by slave owners, and following the Dred Scott decision. But after the war was ended, and 4 years later, here's what happened. And 4 years later, you had a few liberal Republicans that came into office. They called them radical Republicans. And they said, well, you know, that since we got some mixed kids, black kids, because as members of the United States Congress, we got some black mistresses and black kids, and we understand the Dred Scott decision of 1857, we must do something to give black folks some rights, because in the Constitution, it defined black folk in a negative sense. They met for a full week to say, how do we define black folk? So in the Constitution, when they talk about we the people and all the people, they're talking strictly about white people. They're talking about black folk. When you look in 1791, when they enacted the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights says that all human beings got God-given rights for life, liberty, and pursuit of property. And see, the black folk were defined as property. They changed it later on in the second right and took out the property and put in happiness in there. But here's what we'll do. They met for a whole week and came up with this conclusion. What we'll do in the Constitution is when we're going to talk about white people, we use very special, broad terms like we the people, all the people, the citizens, and now it might be Joe the plumber. When we talk about black folk who are going to be screwed over in the Constitution, we'll make sure they stay anonymous and ambiguous. Never point them out. Let other people know who we're going to make it. So who we're going to deal a raw deal to. In this society, we have two kinds of people: screw-ers and screwees. Whites going to be the screw-ers and blacks going to be the screwees. So what they said, when you look at the Constitution, it says when it's talk, they label blacks as being those who are indebted, those who are in bondage, that specific kind of species of property, those that unhappy lot, those are 3/5 of a human being, those who are equal to a field animal. They're talking about black folk. That was laid out in the Constitution so that everybody understood that, but our black leadership, they never understood the difference between how whites was related to and referred to in the Constitution versus blacks. But when the Civil War came, and after the Civil War, they then said, let's put out some programs to try to redress what happened in the 1857 Dred Scott decision. And now here's where the Supreme Court jumped in again. So they put out, the first thing they put out was the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 15th Amendment. And guess what? Those went into effect, and to strictly and solely for black folk, because see, whites got all their rights in the 5th, 6th, and 7th Amendment in the Constitution. Whites, in 300 or 400 years, whites didn't have any problem having their rights. They were spelled out in those amendments. Between the First Amendment and the 14th and the 12th Amendment, whites got all their rights. But when the 13th, the 14th, and 15th Amendment went out, Dr. Watkins, that was strictly and solely for black folk. Then secondly, at the same time, they put out they said, let's readdress the Dred Scott decision, which says blacks have no rights. So they wrote 1865 and 1866 civil rights law. So now you got a 13th Amendment, a 14th Amendment, and a 15th Amendment, and civil rights laws. And that initiated what they called the Reconstruction period that would run from 1866 over to 1876. And they also set up what they call the Freedmen Bureau. Now, with all those things in place, black folks should have gotten something. But guess what happened? Between the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, the Dred Scott, and the civil rights laws, and the Freedmen Bureau, the United States Supreme Court jumped in 1876 and say, hey, all those things are unconstitutional. Because we as the Supreme Court, we are the guardian of racism in America. We're supposed to make sure we stay close to the United States Constitution as possible, and must stay close to what is called its original intent. You might hear them always talking about the original intent of the Constitution. And see, black folk think that somehow in the Constitution, they were included in the original Constitution. They were not. The original Constitution says black folk are property. They're to be excluded, subordinated, and misused and exploited. And so when you hear these Supreme Court judges, we must stay close. We cannot be activist judges. We must adhere to the United States original intent of the United States Constitution. So after the Civil War, all the things they put in place for black folk, as I said, 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, the 1865 and 1866 civil rights laws, and the and 14 other, not 14, but 8 other civil rights laws between 1866 and 1876, the United States Supreme Court ruled them as being unconstitutional for the civil rights laws. And for the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendment, they says those must be broad to include everybody. They cannot be specific for black folk. They must be available to any and everybody, so that anybody can use them. Therefore, if everybody can use it, that neutralizes blacks out and maintains the status quo, because we are the guardians of racism and make sure everything stays exactly where it was spelled out in the Constitution.
Interesting. Well, everybody, I want everybody to know, some of y'all watching from Instagram, some of y'all watching from Facebook, some of you watching from YouTube. I'm talking to Dr. Claud Anderson. Dr. Claud Anderson is the author of the books, Black Labor, White Wealth, Powernomics, and the Black History Reader. Now, if you want to know why I bring this man in on a regular basis, is because I keep his books near me almost like they are Bibles because there's no books out here like this. There's no white university on earth you can go to, Harvard, Yale, Stanford, nowhere, and learn from a man like this who can teach you things like this on your behalf. And so ultimately what I encourage you to do is to take the time to make sure these books are in your household. He runs the Harvest Institute. Harvest Institute URL is harvestinstitute.org. That's harvestinstitute.org. And they have they've been filing lawsuits on behalf of Black people, something that your politicians are not doing. No elected officials out here are doing this. No Hollywood actors and entertainers are doing this. They've been filing lawsuits for reparations. And a lot of people don't know about it because nobody wants to talk about it. And so anyway, make sure you do this. If you're on any of those other platforms, Instagram, anywhere else, and you want to come into where the conversation's originating, you can go to drboycetv.com. Make sure you subscribe at drboycetv.com. If you want the truth to be delivered to you on a regular basis, make sure you subscribe, drboycetv.com. All right, Dr. Anderson, I want to ask you this question. When
you get a chance, I'm gonna pick up and continue through all the way through up to the present time, if you don't mind.
Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please continue.
Oh, okay. So after when the Supreme Court jumped in and started and classified all those Supreme Court laws, 8 of them, 8 civil rights laws during the Reconstruction period, they classified them as unconstitutional to make sure they maintain the status quo on Black folk in the country. And in terms of the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendment, they said those things must be applied to everybody. They cannot be restricted to Black folk. That's why all these immigrants coming to the country now will go back and lay claim to the 14th Amendment. They got rights. They're not entitled to those rights, but they were supposed to be for Black folk. And that's why even in 1872, you had some farmers, some meat packers down in New Orleans that says, hey, we want to use that 14th Amendment. They went to court and filed a lawsuit saying we want to get due process and equal protection in a union fight in New Orleans. And the Supreme Court was forced at that time to tell them, no, you can't do that. And it's called a slaughterhouse. It's called a slaughterhouse case in the Supreme Court that says that the 14th Amendment was written strictly and solely, Dr. Watkins, for Black people. But yet you got these immigrants coming to the country now demanding rights and race resources and privileges when they're not entitled to it. They weren't even in the country. It was for Black folk. So, but they broadened it so that later on, all these other immigrants are using it and women are using it. Women's issue was never part of this. And the women just jumped into it. And so in 1860s, now at this point, here's where things get tricky. And why you lead up to this Me Too movement now. In about 1848 as an example, when they started talking about freeing slaves, the women got concerned and says, well, we don't want you to free those slaves without us. And because right now we want to be equal to the white man. And so they filed a lawsuit in the early 1860s before the Blacks were freed, saying we don't want to be freed and not equal to the white man. They filed a lawsuit in the federal courts, and the courts told white women that basically you're already free. You're in a protected class. White women in a protected class. But they said, well, what we'll do though, we'll pass laws. They passed the laws called etiquette laws, which says that there's certain things that the Black man couldn't do because we need to tame and restrain Black men if we set them free. And so that's why in the 1870s that they put out these things saying said that what a Black man could do and could not do. And then later on, you all call those the Black codes. Remember the Black codes in the South? That was a tame and restrain Black men. So what the Supreme Court did then is say, okay, we're going to strip away all the rights by rule them unconstitutional for the civil rights lit, and broaden everything else so that everybody can use it, and even women can use it. And so what they did, they went back to, this is going to get very convoluted. So if I lose you, let me know. So because they use the same schemes they used in the original Constitution, which means make Black folk disappear, make them invisible, use broad ambiguous terms. And so then women jumped up then and said, we want to be equal to Black men in all respects. Now so what they did then, go back. So in those laws, let me give you an example. In the Freedmen Bureau, the Freedmen Bureau was put in place to give all kind of resources to Black folk. But as soon as they set it up, they said, we're going to broaden all these things. What about poor whites in the South? And so most of the whites in the South had lost their land in the South. They had lost their land. So what they did, then they ruled that the Freedmen Bureau could not be strictly for Black folk, that all the whites in the South as a result of the Civil War, who had lost all those plantations, all that land, they then ruled that they could recapture everything, all the land, the farmland they had, and recapture and own it again, even though they lost the war. And so, and once they lost the war, they said, well, we got all the land back, we can't use it because we don't have any labor. All these blacks and folks are free now. What are we going to do? So again, the Supreme Court got together with the North and the South. They got together and said, I tell you what, let's enact these black codes and peonage laws so you can again re-enslave black folk. So in the 13th Amendment, they took that clause saying that you can own, that slavery was illegal unless you had been duly prosecuted or been declared, criminal in the courts. So they used they used the 13th Amendment to re-enslave black folk again. That's called Jim Crow segregation, and re-enslave them. And they took, and not only did they take away black folks' rights and freedoms through the Supreme Court, but they all and gave those rights to women. But they also, and that's how courts, for instance, in corporations now are being classified as people, as perpetual. That came out, they took that out of slavery and gave it to corporations. So corporations began to pretend that they were equal to black folk because of the court's ruling. That's why in a 20-year period after the Civil War, that out of about 100 cases that were filed, about 238 cases were filed in courts for using the 14th Amendment. Guess who used them? That only 18 were for blacks, the rest was corporations. Use the 14th Amendment. Nobody, so all the rights were stripped away from black folk because they made black folk disappear. This is getting a little complicated, but I'm gonna keep pursuing it though. I'm gonna show you how it keeps repeating itself. So in other words, when blacks came out, the Constitution set up how blacks are gonna be treated, using very broad, ambiguous language. That stayed true up until the second Constitution was issued in 1860, which says let's set blacks free. But then the Supreme Court ruled that as being broad to include everybody, so they lost that. Now, that's why they lost all their rules in the 14th Amendment, 13th, and 15th Amendment. Now let's go up to the Civil Rights Movement. The same thing was used again in 1960, 100 years later. Because at that point in time, again, when black folk were talking about they want to have some rights and freedoms in this black civil rights movement and the desegregation decision, what they did, they broadened it so that it would include everybody. And so the whole concept of social integration applied to everybody. And that's why instead of black folk trying to correct what happened during slavery, they gave black folks social integration instead of desegregation. So blacks didn't get any resources or any benefits out of it. The 1965 Civil Rights Law, for instance, it says that all people have rights and coming in the country. And they put in what's called Title IX. So that again, white women who had raised Cain in the 1860s, they'd be equal to the black man. In the 1965 laws, she jumped up again and called Title IX, saying a white woman is equal to the black man, and that consequently she can be classified as a minority. And so in all affirmative action programs, the white woman's thrown in there again, just like in 1866, and it came up again in the 1960s, where white women now get the majority of the benefits in society, even though white women throughout slavery co-owned, co-controlled, co-influenced, and inherited 100% of everything the white man had. And today she can see the primary beneficiary. I looked at 2 civil rights laws in the rulings from the Supreme Court and found that white women got about 78% of all the products and services and goods. Hispanics got something like about 27, 28. Black folk got 9/10. So consequently, the Supreme Court has never benefited black folk. And so right now, any justice that's going to get black folk will ever get into court systems will come through white eyes, would blame black robes. They would see justice, interpret justice for black folk. And yet black folk, if they had made that issue a race issue, they could have beaten it because you cannot legitimately call fairness when black folk have never been appointed to the Supreme Court more than 1 out of 460 years. Only 1 black person and 1.5 have ever been on the Supreme Court. And so justice is being purveyed, given out, dispensed to black folk through the eyes of whites on the Supreme Court, and even now white women, but no blacks. Had the Democratic Party made it a racial issue, they could have beaten the court system and gotten who they wanted on the Supreme Court.
Well, let me ask you this, Dr. Anderson. By the way, everybody, I'm talking to Dr. Claud Anderson. He's the author of the books Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, and the Black History Reader. He runs the Harvest Institute. I encourage everybody to make donations, to invest regularly in the Harvest Institute. If you want to do that, go to harvestinstitute.org. That's harvestinstitute.org. This is, this is these are our institutions. This is our Harvard. This is our Yale. We got the Black Business School. That is your Harvard. That is your Yale. Those other institutions belong to other people. These were built for us, by us, and designed uniquely, specifically, without a doubt, to solve one important problem, and that is helping Black people to advance as a community. And so everybody else, they don't put Black people at the top of the agenda. You always get put to the bottom, and that's why you get mad. That's why you're frustrated. That's why it seems like progress isn't being made, or because you're being lied to. Well, when you're getting lied to, somebody's got to tell you the truth. And to tell the truth, they got to do research. Dr. Anderson is that person. He has done the research. He's telling you the truth. So everybody watching right now, before I forget, I want to have another question for you, Dr. Anderson. But everybody, I want to let you know, if whatever platform you're on, take 1 second right now and hit some sort of button, to a thumbs up, a like button, a share button, subscribe button, something like that. We're developing our own Black media, intelligent Black media, IBM, maybe that's what we should call it, IBM, intelligent Black media for Black people that want to do better. So please share it, please push it. Don't just sit on the sidelines, don't just watch, don't just sit there. Please take a second and hit a button to subscribe to something, okay? So anyway, let me get back to this. So Dr. Anderson, I want to ask you about this. Look, with this whole Me Too thing, I have concluded, especially as I'm reading cases, Reverend Jesse Jackson's people hit me up, reached out to me the other day about a case of a young Black man who apparently he had sex with 2 white women, and the 2 white women claimed the next day that he raped them, even though they solicited the sex, they initiated everything. They said, well, because we were drunk, we couldn't officially consent to the sex. And so they took the young man off the football team, tried to kick him out of school. He's now on trial for his life. He might go to prison for many years. And there's videotaped evidence. His name is Quintez Cephas. He's but the thing is that there's video showing that after the incident, the young ladies were not drunk. They looked perfectly sober or close to it. They sent him text messages after the fact saying, I can't wait to see you again, all kinds of stuff. But these white females are trying to still ruin this Black man's life, and people still believe them. And so my conclusion, and this links back to what you were saying about, our rights being trampled while other people's rights being elevated, white females in particular. I feel that some white females are really predators for Black men, that we got to the point where Black men feel hunted. We've always been hunted, lynched, everything else. But I feel like a Black man, I feel like I'm hunted by these predators that want to, pin false allegations on people. They know they got the court system working in their favor. They know that the Black man does not get justice, so they take advantage of that. Can you kind of speak to that in terms of linking it back into the history of the courts and why we can't seem to get fairness and justice in this system where everybody's telling us that the system's going to do its job?
Well, that's why I alluded to that a few minutes ago, because the Black people never understood that white people in a protected class. You got 2 groups in America in protected class. That's the American Indians now. They went into a protected class in the late 1890s, and white women. And now in the Obama administration, we're trying to put gays and gender groups into a protected class. Everybody's in all those groups in protected class of Blacks. But the code of conduct and the code of etiquette that were put out in the 1870s said it is a death sentence for a Black person to do anything that's offensive to a white woman or to be in contact with her or touch her. That's why you had the Tulsa riots, because a Black man tripped and fell and brushed against a white woman on an elevator in Tulsa, and which is really Greenwood, Oklahoma. And then 600 Blacks were murdered because of that and shot and lynched. And I told you a few minutes ago, white women are in a protected class. There's a code of etiquette that says do not touch and be near her. That's why, as I said, from 1880 up to 1900, over 2,800 Black men were lynched for being in the close proximity to a white woman, or going to a white man's house when he wasn't home, or writing love letters to her, or reckless eyeballing like Emmett Till and all of them. All of anything that's that is a cardinal sin, because you see, white men put white women on a pedestal. Then he put himself down below there on an even level, right below her. But then he put all other women on that same level with him. So you got 3 levels. You got the white women at the top. You got the white man in the center with all women around him, so he can have access to any woman. Then beneath that, on the 3rd floor down in the basement, is the Black man, and that's the nature of your social construct. is that the white woman at the top in the peak, the white man in the center having access to any woman, all women around him, and the black man in the basement with no women. And so out of that came this concept, what you all like to call castration. You ever heard of that, the castration complex? What that means is that the white man put black men in the basement. And when he found out that somehow the black man was still making contact with white women at the top level, bypassing him, going over him, going up 3 floors and touching him, then he began to put out this mythology about the size of the black man's penis and all that stuff. That means that he must have a long, big organ that stretched from the basement all the way up to her. And that's where that's how psychological castration complex came from. It's consequently, every time they lynched a black man, they also castrated him, Dr. Watkins. That was the point of castrating him. And because they did not want him to be in touch with the white woman. That's why I said they lynched 2,800. That's why Emmett Till got beaten and murdered. And that's why Bill Cosby now is going to go to jail. Because again, you violate a basic concept of going into a protected class, messing with white women. And unfortunately, or ironically, most of the blacks in our so-called overclass, whether they're athletes and entertainers, they're all still trying to reach the white woman. And that's the greatest fear that the white man has, and is that you would touch her. And that's why we had about 300 something race riots in the United States. All the race riots in the history of this nation up until the 1960s was generated and conducted by whites, not black folk. Black folk were never rioting. It's up until 1960s, almost 100% of all the race riots and revolts in this country came about as a direct instigation of white men. And in most of those, there was something doing with white women. So that's why if you talk about Rosewood, they're talking about, again, killing black men because of white women. Or you go to Wilmington, North Carolina, or you can talk about Tulsa or Greenwood. It's always over white women. So Cosby then violated, and all these athletes right now and entertained, they're getting by because they're marrying white women and dating white women. They're in a protected class, even though right now, and white women's want, and this Supreme Court thing, this Me Too thing is a challenge to white men saying, we want to be with you. Even though white women right now have about 47% of all the jobs. White women right now made up about almost 51% of the feminist population. They got about 67% of all the graduates coming out of college, university graduates and degrees. They got about 87% of the nation's wealth in terms of stock, and they got the biggest mortgage companies in the United States. And consequently, what they want is, they call it a glass ceiling. They want to be totally equal to the black man. That's what the Me Too movement is about. But if they were genuine concerned about black women, why didn't they go out over 360 years of slavery and another 100 years of Jim Crow semi-slavery and call it an us movement? An us movement by saying, we're going to go out in the fields and be with those black women and let us be mistreated, where every black woman was being raped during slavery. And the white man had a marbitz, which says any white man should initiate his entry into sex by getting into bed or conquering sexually a black woman by the time he was 14 years of age. And almost every black woman and every black girl was raped or robbed or indulged in sex by a white man by the time she got 14 or 15.
Well, everybody, I want you guys to know, I'm talking to Dr. Claud Anderson from the Harvest Institute. He's the author of Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, and the Black History Reader. Dr. Anderson was actually at the most recent All-Black National Convention. And also, Dr. Anderson, I wanted you to know that, first of all, everybody loved you at the convention. They thought your speech was extraordinary. And the one thing that they did come back at us, they hammered us because they said you should have gave them more time. You should have let them talk longer. So I wanted to ask them next year if you could come to the convention and do a Powernomics certification. Would you be interested in coming back to the convention and doing a Powernomics certification next year?
Well, I'll be glad to do that for you. And I thoroughly enjoyed your group, and I thought you had a good turnout. And the day we would discuss the Supreme Court, I guess again I have to apologize because what I'm saying is very academic, and I know I probably created more confusion than enlightenment today. But we can walk through the points, make sure they fully understand the key points, and any of them you want to raise between now and the rest of your program, just run them back past me. But I'll participate on anything you come up with. But I want blacks to understand how this system works. Supreme Court is the guardian of racism in America and the whole federal system. And more importantly, is that you got what's called a Federalist Society. and that goes and picks the most red-wing racist whites in the country to put into the federal judicial system, and that's where Trump is selecting these people from. He's already appointed 24 federal judges to the federal courts, and they're going to lock down the court system for the next 40 or 50 years, and you're going to never get through it. So if you even get past the federal levels of federal judges, and you won't get to the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court is being stacked too. And again, and I told you, one of the primary responsibility of the Supreme Court is to maintain a structure going all the way down to keep blacks in line, tame, restrained, impoverished, poor, exploited, subordinated, misused. And that ain't gonna change unless you get some wealth and power. That's why I said buy those books. Go to the Powernomics website and get those books. Go to powernomics.com and order those books as fast as you can and get a better understanding of these issues. So you can stand up, and the best way you can beat it is a withdrawal. It's because the Democratic Party is following the line. The Democratic Party cannot beat racism and conservatism with liberalism, talking about transparency and freedom and fairness. It won't cut it. You got to withdraw, create your own political party, Dr. Watkins. Go create a black independent party, pull out the Republican Party, pull out the Democratic Party. Neither one of the parties have ever done anything specifically and solely for black folk. Both parties take black folk for granted. Pull out, create your own black independent party, and pull out and build your own black communities, and get some economic power. And the way you control the Supreme Court and the federal system is go back and build your own communities, point one. And in those communities, create an economy where you produce wealth, power, resources, and privileges, and jobs, opportunities for your own people, and get some surplus capital there. Once you get that capital on the first floor, then you use that capital and wealth to go to the second floor. The second floor is politics. Then you buy every politician, control every politician you can get your hands on in that 5-story building I've laid out in my books. And once you take over the second floor and getting some politicians that you can hold accountable with money, it's politics that controls. Politics is controlled by money and resources, wealth and power. You got 658 multi-white billionaires. They're controlling politics in this country. You build your economy, get your own businesses, get some capital, go to the second floor, control the politicians. And once you get control of the politicians, then you demand those politicians go to the third floor. The third floor is the law enforcement and the court system. That's the way you get back in the court system by controlling the first 2 floors. The economics, which control the second floor, which is politics. Politicians can deal with those on the third floor, which is the court system and the police departments. That's the way you deal with it. But voting ain't worth a damn if you don't have an economy and the money. Then you go to the 4th floor and start controlling media. Right now, you look at the white media trying to figure out how you're being messed over by whether it's Bill Cosby or watching the Supreme Court. Whites control ABC, NBC, anything you call names, CNN, all whites. And then once you get your own media, then you go to the 5th floor, which is the educational system, and then we can start educating black folk to understand these issues. Then you can be a power base in America. I can't hear you.
So you said that? Did you say that there were 4 floors, or that there were a total of 5?
I'm sorry. What was it now?
How many floors were there? Were there 4 or 5?
No, there are 5 floors on it.
Okay, so I got media as the 4th floor. What was the 5th floor? Or was media the 5th floor?
The first floor, you build an economy, and you got to have ground. That's ground. The ground level is community. You got to have turf. But again, remember, this country gave away 2 billion acres of land to whites. You don't own enough land in the country. Acquire land, own your land, hold on your land. And remember that across this country right now, you got a gentrification and privatization tsunami coming to the black community. They're gonna take every ounce of land from you in these urban areas. Hold on to your land. You hold your land. Then what you do, your 5-story building you put on that land, the first floor must be an economy. So then once you get that economy, learn how to sell, produce, and practice group economics, where your money revolves around 8 to 12 times. And once that money revolves around 8 to 12 times, it produces surplus capital. Then you take that surplus capital and go to the second floor. The second floor, Dr. Watkins, is politics. And then don't worry about voting. Voting ain't worth a darn. If you never have to vote again, you go to the second floor and just buy the politicians. If you can't buy them, rent them or buy them and control them. Voting controls nothing. You're outnumbered 10 to 1 in voting. Nobody needs the black vote. Don't listen to these politicians who tell you what the vote matter. It does not matter for black folk. Then once you get the second floor under control, you tell those politicians, I now have bought you and own you. You go to the third floor, and the third floor, you started dealing with these courts. Every level of the court system, including the Supreme Court, will be responsible to the power sources. That's why Trump is picking all these conservative rednecks and put them into the court system. They got money and resources. They're stacking against you. So the third floor is the courts and police, law enforcement. Okay. Then once you get that under control, then you go to the fourth floor, and you go to that's where your medium floor. Your medium floor is the fourth floor. Right now, you got about 12,000 radio stations in the United States. You own very few of any of those. It was something like about 50 of them out of 12,000. You got about 12,000 cable systems in the United States. Blacks don't own any of them. You got about 5,000 daily newspapers in the United States. Blacks don't have one daily newspaper. And you got about 5,000 TV stations. Blacks don't have about one of those in the United States. The fourth floor is communications. You have to be able to communicate with your people to mobilize them, and educate them, and generate the kind of mobility that you need. Then the fifth floor, the last floor, is education. Education is powerless. Education can't do anything. Education do whatever the first floor wants. The economy. Once you build your community, then you decide what kind of education you're gonna lay on your own people. In other words, if stock markets and all that and understanding the economic structure is important, you gotta use that from the fourth floor to the fifth floor, and they need to quit telling black folks that education is your key. Education will do whatever you want it to do. Right now, the education system is designed to make black folk employees and be subordinate to all the other groups. That's why right now I can't even get my textbooks. Instead of why black folks should be raising holy Cain right now, saying, how is it my books are the best-selling books in America for black folk, but you can't get them into the institution, into the schools. You know why, Dr. Boyce? Because your textbook selection committee is controlled by whites in every state. And they are homicidal and not suicidal. And they want you to see, just like the Supreme, they want you to see education through the eyes of white self-interest. If I go to a historical black college, as an example, you got all these historical black colleges. It's 68% of the professors on the historical black colleges, not even blacks. They're whites, Arabs, and Asians, and Hispanics in the black college, historical black colleges. Point one. Point two is that all the bookstores on those black college campus are owned by whites. They determine what textbooks will be available. Point three is that right now that people don't know it, that George Bush put out a public policy in 1996 that says that out of those historical funds for the black colleges and universities, guess what? A white college now is eligible. Any white college gets a 21% black Hispanic population is equal to blacks getting the funds out of historical black colleges. And they even took the United Negro College Fund and diluted that and started calling it the fund. So now you got black kids going to historical black colleges and to the Negro College, what is it called? United Negro College Fund, and they're getting scholarships where blacks can't get scholarships. They're giving them to Asians, Arabs, and Hispanics on historical campuses. I mean, it's all upside down and backwards. I even go to the charter schools, and now the charter schools for blacks even controlled for the book selection process. And so what I'm saying to blacks across the country, learn how to start going into your schools and demanding that these books be put into the public schools, to the charter schools, and the private schools. And in conclusion, I found this out when I was over education for the state of Florida. White folk came up with this whole charter school concept back in the 1970s. I was over education for the state of Florida. They came up with the charter school concept to get away from blacks so they would not have to undergo social integration. There's what we're doing. We'll pull out of the public school system, and we'll build segregated academies and charter schools, and we'll suck the money out of the public school system, and we'll crash it. And that's why in my book, Powernomics, I told you that time, you had $109 billion aligned for black public schools across America. They set up these charter schools to drain that money out and collapse the public school system. And the irony there is that the public school system was originally set up the way it is today in 1868 for black children, but those 5 million blacks who've never been educated were supposed to have those public schools to go to. And they sat there and let the whites drain the money out of it by setting up a private academy, segregated academy, and charter schools. Then they determine what books the kids can read in those schools.
Wow. Okay, so I hope you guys got that. This is from Dr. Claud Anderson. He's probably the only professor you've ever met in your life. Maybe you met me before that, but when I say the only professor you ever met is because you met a lot of teachers in your life, but they didn't have your best interests at heart. Many of y'all went to school like me. I'll tell you, Dr. Anderson, all the years I was in undergraduate, grad school, and working on my PhD, I never had a black professor, not one time. I never had one single African American professor. And I'll tell you what, I know this too. When I interviewed at Howard University for the business school long time ago, and I remember I got interviewed by a Chinese guy who was the dean or the head of the department.
He was Chinese?
Yeah, he was a Chinese guy. So he didn't like the pro-black stuff that I was doing. I just really started digging in. It's about 12, 13 years ago. And I don't think he was comfortable with the pro-black stuff because he felt like it was too radical. I remember going to, I think it was North Carolina Central, and I remember interviewing there because I wanted to teach at an HBCU because I wanted to be around my people. I didn't understand things the way I understand it now. But I remember them telling me, they said, we don't have a single African-American male faculty member in the entire business school. I said, wait, but you're HBCU. You don't have any African-American men teaching in the, what? And they said, no, we don't have a single African-American male. They had an African guy, but that ain't the same thing, and no disrespect to them, but I read then another time I remember going to Kentucky State University. I'm calling the schools out. I'm just gonna call it out, and people can go look it up, verify it all. And I remember sitting down. Now Kentucky State. By this time, I was doing more speaking engagements. They invited me to come in and speak, and I went and met some of the professors, and I met this guy from Italy, who was one of the teachers in the business school, and I think he was from Italy. And I remember listening to this man talk. Now, I don't know if for him, it's like he was talking to another professor, so he felt comfortable saying certain things. But he talked about those students like they were the dirtiest pieces of shit that you've ever seen in your life. He talked about them like they were ignorant, like they were worthless. He said that they probably won't listen because they don't like to study. They're not very smart. And I almost got this feeling that this white guy was teaching at Kentucky State because he couldn't get a better job. It was almost like it was insulting. I was sitting there thinking, does this man know that I'm black? And I think that for him, he didn't think that I would be offended because maybe he thought we're talking professor to professor. But I was thinking, this is tragic, and then a lot of the HBCUs are named after white people. So a lot of the HBCUs just don't do the trick. I think they're fine. I think they should get their funding, but I don't think that's really going to give black people what we need because HBCUs are trade schools, training programs that prepare you to go work for the white supremacist establishment. That's all they are. It's just like going to become a plumber to go work for a big plumbing company or whatever. No disrespect to plumbers. It's fine to be a plumber, but what I see there is there's nothing really being taught, even in HBCUs, that prepares black people to build their own institutions that would detach us from the racism. Like what you just said, this five-point ladder that he's talking about, this pyramid he listed in terms of how we can build true black power. This should be taught to every black person in America. For some of y'all, this is the best education. So some people, Dr. Anderson, the best education they have ever gotten is when they're listening to you and I talk on YouTube. And it should not be that way. It should not be that way. So I'll let you get the last word, Dr. Anderson. I don't want to get going too much. What are you thinking on this?
Well, you're right on target, Dr. Watkins. Even more importantly, is that look at the irony of it, that black folk were denied an education for 360 years during slavery, where they had laws saying that it would cost you $100 and 39 lashes with a whip if you were ever caught teaching a black person to read and write. And even when they went into Jim Crow segregation, blacks got poor quality education on manual arts, and a black person get caught reading in the South sometime with a newspaper coming out of the North, he would be lynched for demonstrating to whites that he could read a magazine or paper. And yet, as soon as slavery ended, guess what? They came up they created these special schools for black folk, the public schools and also the historical black colleges. Now look at the great irony. And now what's happening? That whites came and left that and said, no, we want to continue to control these black folk and determine their destiny or their academic achievement or their skill levels. And so they went into the historical black college under the guise of social integration. And now whites control the during black colleges. First by saying you got to be, the most you historical black colleges can be are just model miniature white schools. Your curriculum must be parallel to and equal to white schools. Just teach white ideology, white philosophy, and white issues and white self-interest. And therefore now, and most of your staff now are non-blacks in historical black colleges. That's one thing. And secondly, now that white colleges are equal to black folk, and they got a 21% Hispanic population, they can drain that money out of those historical black colleges. And further than that is that out of the public schools, they can drain it out by becoming charter schools. And so black folk wonder why in places like Detroit, Michigan, and I get a report last week that says that 50% of the graduates in a major city like Detroit, Michigan, 50% of them, Dr. Watkins, can't even read and write. And that the grade level now is at 5th grade for a black kid coming out of cities in the school system in Detroit, Michigan. That is criminal. And black folk let this go on. And so I wrote my books to try to cover for this. That's why I wrote Black Labor, White Wealth, Powernomics, Two Dirty Little Secrets book, and the Black History Reader. That these black folks should be going to the Powernomics website, ordering these darn books, and learn how to understand these issues so we can come together as a competitive group and start rebuilding our own communities, build our own economy, and use that money from the economy to start practicing wealth building, the kind of things you talk about all the time. Is learn how to play the markets and gain wealth and power. Then use that wealth and power to control the politics by having a black independent party that runs no candidates, but they will compete, saying we will vote for whoever promises the most and delivers to the black community. Get your own media going where you can communicate, and then reform your school system based on the special needs of black children across this nation. That's what they should be focusing on. And it's inexcusable for black leadership, black civil rights leaders, and black politicians that do absolutely nothing except listening to the safe category of blacks. If blacks want to be successful, you got two roads. You can go into entertainment. If you want to entertain whites, you can be successful very easily. If you can dance, sing, tell jokes, play with balls, football, basketball, tennis balls, pretending that you're back in the fields with cotton balls, anything dealing with a ball, you can get over with white folk because they know you're safer than a birth control pill. Or you can take the other road and say, hey, I'm gonna look out for my people. That's gonna be the hard road, and say that racism is a team sport. And you play team not in the fields, but in these schoolhouses, in these businesses, and on the stock market. That's the road they got. They got two choices. But the easiest one is what most of them do. They go grab a ball and start entertaining, and dancing and singing, telling jokes. But I'm telling you, go to the Powernomics website, get those books and start reading them. And they can order them. And right now we got a special package. They can get all 5 of my books for $99 by going to thepowernomics.com and ordering those books. And they got a DVD and 5 books. And that's the best way I can close out telling you that's what they ought to do. Then they can understand the Supreme Court stuff. Supreme Courts are the guardians of racism. Never done anything for black folk. Neither has the political parties ever done anything for black folk. Neither has any president in the United States ever done anything for black folk. We're in a serious dilemma. We are getting ready on being extinct as it was in 1932 for Jews in Germany.
Dr. Anderson, let me ask you this. I got one. Everybody make sure you write that down. Powernomics.com. That's the name of the book, Powernomics. Make sure you go there, buy some books, get some stuff for your family. Every black child in America should read Powernomics and Black Labor, White Wealth by the time they're 12 years old. Every black child in America should know how to start a business by the time they're 12 years old. Raise your children for the future. Don't raise them to be slaves of the past. I want to remind everybody before I ask Dr. Anderson the last question, because I got to ask you this question, man. I want to remind everybody, the 5 steps to his pyramid, write this down, share this with other people, put this on your Facebook page, type it in right after we get done, after you hit the like, share, and subscribe button on the channels. The steps are, number 1, build an economy so you can get that money. Number 2, once you get that money, you got the power. You can buy your politicians. You can buy your politics. You ain't got to worry about just voting. Voting doesn't do much without money behind it. 3, you go into the court. When you control the politics, you can control the court systems and law enforcement. Have your own police departments if you want to. You can influence how the judges do their business. Maybe, pick the judges you want to be reelected. 4, media. Media controls how we see ourselves, how we view ourselves. That's something that we're doing here. We're focused heavily on 1, 4, and 5 in the Black Business School. That's what we teach. We talk heavily about developing a media outlet. That's why every single eyeball on this screen right now, every single voice, every single ear hearing what we're saying is extremely important, because we compare television networks and radio stations to how many people we're able to reach through the internet, through various channels. That's why it's important for you to subscribe at drboycewatkins.net, to subscribe either at drboycetv.com, subscribe somewhere so we can be connected. Number 5, education. We must educate our own children, no question. Y'all remember at the convention, those of you who came to the convention, we talked about the Black Core of 3, educate our own children, create our own jobs, support Black business. That is the mandate for this generation. We teach that to our children and make sure they follow through, and that's how we're going to get our power. Now, Dr. Anderson, let me ask you this question. I was real curious to see what you thought about this. I didn't know if I was being too harsh or not. I don't know if you saw, there are three Black senators, Kamala Harris, Cory Booker, and Tim Scott, and they introduced a bill that makes lynching into a federal hate crime. That was their big shebang. That was the big thing they did for Black folks. They made lynching a federal hate crime. Now, I personally said I don't understand that, because that's not our biggest problem right now. Lynching is not. Even Mitch McConnell said, "Yeah, sure, I'll get behind the bill." I thought there was already a bill. He didn't even care. What do you think about that? I mean, do you feel that this was a worthwhile use of their energy, or do you think this represents, a lack of ability of Black politicians to really get anything meaningful done? I didn't feel like the anti-lynching bill did much of anything in 2018. If it was 1918, that's a different story. But 2018, it's almost like they're just doing something just to make people happy. That was my thought. But can you put it in perspective for me and help me just see this in a certain way?
Well, I see it as majoring in the minors, digging in the minutia, messing with the irrelevant. Because right now, the biggest reason people are castrating and lynching you is not because of your skin color. It's because of your conditions. It's because whites perceive you as being weak and harmless. That's it. You have no power, no recourses. Right now, white hatred for Black folk has not reduced very much in 150 years. On the eve of the Civil War, 98% of all the white people in the country say they were opposed to Blacks being freed from slavery, and they didn't mind castrating and doing anything they wanted to them. Now here we are 150 years later, and research shows me that the amount of hate for Black folk in America has gone down from 98% down to 88 to 90%. And that white folk hate Black folk for a very specific reason, because they feel that they can hate Black folk and castrate and lynch them because they can do it. That's why they do it. Because nobody stops them, because Black folk don't have any power to stop them. You're weak, and white folk hate you for your weakness. And all they want to do is get along with them. If you go back and look, that's why you got to read the Black History Reader. There's a whole section on this, on why white folk harbor hate for Black folk. They hate you because of your weakness and what you signify. They hate you because there's no honor in being a slave. They hate you for allowing them to allow them to enslave you for 460 years and castrate and lynch you, and you do nothing but march and sing "We Shall Overcome Someday." I even had some Asians tell me, Asian writers, and one newspaper in San Francisco says the reason we hate you as an Asian is because you're just weak people, and that you don't have a code of conduct. If somebody offends you and does something to you, to your family that's injurious, or you personally, you're supposed to step up and defend yourself. And in old Europe, they used to call that dueling with swords. In the West, in the United States, they call it a gun shootout in the streets between cowboys. But Black folk have never stood up. And so people will lynch you because they can do it and get away with it. They don't expect the police. The police is also authorized also to brutalize you through what they call a Second Amendment. The first police force in America was set up in South Carolina for the police to monitor Black folk, patrol Black folk, and to punish Black folk for anything they think was unnecessary or was a threatening to white property and white lives.
All right. Well, we are done for the afternoon. I want to make sure everybody knows that I just got an alert that said that Officer Jason Van Dyke was found guilty of second-degree murder for shooting Laquan McDonald. Y'all heard about that shooting a couple years ago. I'm sure Dr. Anderson, I don't know if you heard about that Laquan McDonald shooting in Chicago, when an unarmed Black man was shot 16 times, and the mayor's office tried to cover it up and hide the video because Rahm Emanuel was scared that if Black folks saw the video before the election, they wouldn't vote for him, which is right. They wouldn't have voted for him. And so anyway, the trial just happened. The verdict was announced just a few minutes ago. So I don't know how people feel about that. I'm personally glad to see him found guilty. Did you have any thoughts on the Laquan McDonald situation or any of that, Dr. Anderson?
Well, see, because it's the weakness of black folks. The police are shooting these black folks because they see you as being weak. You're weak and you can't fight back. And you're not going to be able to fight back. And that's see, we don't. In the history, they were called patty rollers. White police are paid to monitor, control, and keep black folk contained. And it's going to keep going. That's why you've never heard in a situation where black policemen have been shooting down whites. How many instances in your lifetime have you ever heard a black policeman shooting whites? It ain't going to happen. See, it's because you respect whites, and the black police officers respect whites because of their power. Blacks are powerless. They're disorganized. They have no resources. They have no alternatives. They're dependent on whites for everything. So consequently, whites feel free to do anything they want to at any time without any repercussions. Because the only thing they feel black folk can do, since they're so dependent on whites, is march and moan, we shall overcome someday.
All right, well, there you go. You guys have it. That's the real truth. Thank you very much, Dr. Anderson. I appreciate it. Yeah, I want to bring you in, and I'm so glad that that you exist and that you're helping us. I know everybody at the Black Business School loves you to death, and they think Powernomics is great. That's like a Bible for them. Everybody, write down Dr. Anderson's URLs for your family. One is harvestinstitute.org. That's where you can make donations to the institute to help them fight these lawsuits on behalf of black folks. If you cared enough to go see the Black Panther and to donate money to Disney, I hope you'll donate the same amount of money to Dr. Anderson, and who's fighting for reparations on your behalf. Also, Powernomics.com. Powernomics.com is the website you can go to buy Dr. Anderson's books. You can buy a bundle pack for your family. So please feel free to check out Powernomics.com. Also, if you want to see some extra books that I recommend that you take a look at for your family, there's also drboycebooks.com as well, where we have Powernomics and everything else and a lot of other stuff. So we have all the educational resources that you need for your kids, and we're getting more. We developed a whole curricula for kids, flashcards, digital programs, everything. And last but not least, whatever platform you're on, take 1 second right now. Hit the thumbs up button, the like button, the share button, subscribe button, the follow button, and all of that, so we can remain connected. And also as a backup, you can connect with us via text, so we can let you know when we go live. I'm gonna bring Dr. Anderson in here every week. Bring your whole family, and you can actually text my name. Just text Boyce to 31996. My name Boyce. Text it to 31996. Somebody type that in so everybody can see it. 31996. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Anderson. It was great to see you again, my friend.
Thank you for everything. And you tell them that the Powernomics 5-story buildings are the only recourse they got if they're going to be able to survive on this earth, okay? And in this nation.
Yes,
all
sir.
Right. Thank you, buddy. Have a good day.
We're going to study that every week. Take care of yourself. All
okay,
right. Now.
I like to call me and stay in contact now.
Oh, of course I will. I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you soon. We'll talk next week. So, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can't get away that quick. All right, Dr. Anderson. Thank you so much, man. Good to see you.
Thank you. You know, I just respect you and love you more than anything I could express to you.
Oh, same here. Same here. Absolutely. All right. Take care of yourself now.
Okay. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. Everybody, I want to give you guys time to kind of come into this conversation. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins from Your Black World and the Black Business School. And as you know, each week we get to talk about Powernomics. And the guy to bring in is the expert among experts, the person who has written many, many books for Black people on Black people's issues, ways to put Black people first, is the one and only Dr. Claud Anderson. How you doing today, Dr. Anderson?
Oh, I'm hanging in there, hanging as tough as I can get.
Yeah, well, you know, check this out. You may not know this, but last night, about 3 o'clock in the morning, I got an urge to cover Powernomics. I was digging into the immigration issue, and I keep all your books. I got all 4 of your books, like literally right here next to my desk, and I figure it's gonna take me the rest of my life to really fully understand everything. So I just read the same stuff over and over and over again. And so last night, at 4 o'clock in the morning, I kid you not, I had almost 1,000 people watching. I think it was several hundred people watching, and we were talking about Powernomics and Black labor, white wealth, particularly the section on immigration. You know, immigration laws, and then what I did was I took a bunch of notes on it and kind of broke it all down. and we literally walked through chapter, what was this chapter? Chapter 5, why blacks cannot emulate ethnic immigrants. And the goal was to try to get a perspective on immigration that is uniquely black. Try to get something that's not tainted, you know, by what the media is saying, but really something that's impacted by the truth. And I actually wanted to actually ask you about this. You know, I know we're going to talk about the 14th Amendment. We can get to that. But, you know, right now there's a lot of controversy about immigration, illegal immigration. There's a big caravan that's coming, you know, up north from Mexico. And there's going to be a confrontation between them and Donald Trump. And black folks are being asked to sort of take a side on this whole debate. And I was curious if you followed any of this that's been happening in the media.
Okay, so what is the question you're raising then?
Well, have you followed any of it in the media in terms of the whole situation with the immigrant caravan and all this other stuff, like the group of people?
Well, I listened to it. I looked to it, Dr. Watkins. I don't pay that much attention to it because I don't have a dog in that fight. See, the only ism I'm into is blackism and owism. And see, this whole immigration question is an insult to black people. See, the immigration laws in this country has never been addressed in from the original intent that went into effect in 1790. Immigration policies are set up to bury black folk in America, to make them an underclass, to make them the foundation of what we call the American dream. So any immigrant can come here and get all the rights, resources, and unearned benefits that blacks are going to be denied. Blacks were denied the right to enjoy any of the fruits of white society based on the 1638 immigration laws out in the state of Maryland. So immigration has always been negative blacks. And the real thing about it is that nobody's ever addressed that issue. Right now, the black folks should say, hey, I'm not in that fight. But if you're going to keep bringing in an unending influx of immigrants into the country, that's going to reduce us down and make us a permanent minority in a society in which the majority will win and rule, and the minorities and lose and suffer. So throughout history, up until the civil rights movement, until the Civil War, blacks made up sometimes 50 to 55% of the population.
Wow. Did you say 50 to 55%?
It varied in the southern states from 50 to 55% of the population. But they started bringing in more immigrants after the Civil War. They brought them in here to bring in whites to make them a management class over black folk. Black folk can be the subservient class. And after the Civil War, the white says, hey, we got all of our land back, Dr. Watkins. You gave us back all the land, even though we were the first terrorists in America, the southern states, which you all now call the red states. That's the same Confederate states that was in existence that started to see the Civil War, that attacked the United States and tried to destroy the country. And so the red states say, hey, now that we fought the Civil War, we lost it, but you all didn't try us and hold us as terrorists and charge us with tyranny. You gave us, you forgave us, gave back all the land in the South. Now we need these black folk again as a labor class. And so let's hold them in abeyance, bring in about 20 to 30 million immigrants into this country to be the management class, and therefore reduce black folks' population down from 50%, started pushing them down. So they'd be a permanent minority. So any whites coming in this country can take advantage of them, or any subgroups of the whites. Asian, Arabs, and Hispanics are subgroups of the white culture. They can come in and dominate black folk and advantage themselves. That's the whole point of immigration, to take advantage of black folk and be a foundation for wealth in this country for everybody but black folk.
Interesting. Well, you know what really stood out to me, Dr. Anderson, was when you, in your book, Black Labor, White Wealth, which people can actually pick up a copy of that at Powernomics.com, you mentioned that around the turn of the century, you were comparing specifically Hispanics to black people. You said that there were about 100,000 Hispanics in the United States, and there were 9 million black people. And that's 90 to 1. I couldn't believe it. I was blown away because that's not the reality that we see now. You know, you said the birth rates remained equal, but yet now we've become kind of a minority within the group of so-called minorities because of these immigration policies. And we're supporting this. Like, we really believe that this is actually beneficial to us. Can you kind of speak to that a little bit?
Yes, I will. And I congratulate you for having such a fine memory and recall ability. You're exactly right. See, at the end of the Civil War, Dr. Watkins, you had approximately about 4 to 5,000 Hispanics. And as a matter of fact, they weren't even called Hispanics at that time. They were called Chicanos and Latinos because they come up from what they call New Spain. Everything south of the border was called New Spain, Mexico. That was all New Spain. And they had brought about 4 million blacks in there to dig in the mines and for jewelry, chrome, gold, and silver, and send it to Spain. So you had about 4,000 blacks, people of Spanish descent, floating around in the Southwest at that time. They were not called Hispanics. They didn't become Hispanics until they found out that in 1975 they're going to displace black folk. And so they changed, and they said we got to pick a label that would not include black folk. We can't use the word Chicano, because they've been married with, they've interbred with Indians and blacks. We can't use the word Latinos because that has blackness in it. So they came up with this whole concept called Hispanics that came into existence starting about 1975. But going back to history to answer your question, that they only had about 4,000 so-called, use the word so-called Hispanics in the United States at that time. But you had 4.5 to 5 million black folk in the United States. And so you have to use your mathematics to determine what percentage of the country was Hispanic at that time, when you had only 4,000 of them and almost 5 million blacks. Now let's jump up from 1860, from the Civil War all the way up to 1900. In 1900, the Hispanic population in here, or what you call the Hispanic population, or Latinos and Chicanos, had moved up to 100,000. You had a 100,000 period in the entire United States. But at that point in time, you had 11 million to 12 million blacks, okay? And so you got 100,000 Hispanics and 11 to 12 million black folk. Now for the next 100 years, they got the same identical birth rate in the country. And so let's move up from 1900, using the same birth rate until 2000. And guess what happened? Is that the Hispanics went had a 55,000% increase in their in their population, where blacks went up 300 to 400%. And so they passed black folk. And so and in the 1975, I told you when they became Hispanics, what they said is this: when they met out in Kansas City and said, one of the first things we're going to do is use the label Hispanic, so we can pull in and everybody together that speaks Spanish any place on this earth, any place in America, because we're going to take these black folk out. And the first thing on their agenda was this: is that they want to surpass black people by the year 2000 and displace black folk in everything, from not only from businesses, from economics, from politics, and from population, and begin to make black folk third-class citizens. Blacks had been second-class citizens up until the year 2000, but by the massive increase in Hispanics, by the year 2000, they made blacks third-class citizens. And now what you got in the United States now, 16, 18 years later, you now got 57 million Hispanics and 44 million blacks. So look at the calculation. They went from 100,000 to 57 million. Okay, and so blacks went from 12,000 up to 44. That means their percentage went up by 300%. Hispanics went over 57,000%.
Wow. Dr. Claud Anderson, that's who I'm speaking with, everybody who's asking about the conversation. We're talking about everything from Donald Trump and racism to the 14th Amendment, but also immigration policy. Some of y'all who were in last night on drboycetv.com, you might have been a part of the conversation we had about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning last night. You can still watch it. If you missed it, go back and watch it. What we did was we did a quick Powernomics lesson that it took about an hour, and we went through chapter 5 in the book, Black Labor, White Wealth, and we were talking about the immigration thing, in terms of what they're telling you in the media. MSNBC, CNN, and Fox all have their perspectives on what's going on, for example, with this caravan, with immigration policy. And I think it's important for Black people to be able to come to the table and say, here is our opinion, and our opinion is unique, it is different, it's disconnected from what everybody else is saying, because it uniquely reflects our interests. Now, I want to ask you this, Dr. Anderson. What do you say to the people, who might come up, and feel that, by speaking on these issues, by talking about the way this influx of people from south of the border has hurt Black people? What do you say to those people who say, oh, that's racist, that's wrong, that's unethical for you to say that, you're being hateful, you're trying to be anti-immigrant? Well, how do you respond to people when they give you that kind of criticism?
First of all, I could be very, very bold and bodacious, just call me ignorant. They don't understand the nature of racism. Anybody that talks about racism and does not apply to strictly between the competitive relationship between blacks and whites, are either stuck on stupid or they're playing games with you. Racism doesn't apply to anybody but Black people and whites. That's what the concept of racism never existed in public political dialogue until the 1500s. It came in at the same time with enslavement of black folk. But now they're playing games with you. They're trying to intellectually misdirect you and give you fake news and fake suggestions and distort and corrupt the concepts of racism. Racism is a competitive relationship between people who are competing for the ownership and the control of land, resources, wealth, and power, and to use it to impede and slow down, Jim Crow, segregate, and enslave another group under what they call a doctrine of unequal exchange that came in the 1500s. That was between blacks and whites. And the race, and so in all these nations, all these subcategories of people now that you all call a race, like the Hispanics, or like the Jews, or like these very religious groups, or the Arabs, those are not races. Those are language groups, they're religious groups, and they're tribal groups. They have nothing to do with racism. Racism is a direct relationship between blacks and whites that started in about 1503, where you find they started out, the race started with 9 European nations, Dr. Watkins, 9 European nations. That was England, France, Germany, Britain, Sweden, Norwegians, everybody jumped in and said, let's use black folks under the doctrine of unequal exchange. We're gonna go to Africa and pick up these blacks for about $20 or $25 a piece and sell them at about a 1,500% profit margin in any place on the earth. Then we're gonna exploit them. And they get nothing out of it except we give them Bible and beads, a red or some flags, some clothes, let them dance and sing. That's it. And we're gonna make money off of them. That began the racism. The race started when those 9 European nations. And now, where are we going to use this? They said, let's get to the Americas. Columbus just discovered North America, Central America, South America. That is land over there that's available. And since capitalism is based on who owns and controls the lands and the resources, let's go get it. So a race started. A race, R-A-C-E, is a contest. A race, it was a horse race, bicycle race, foot race, with any kind of race. A race itself is a contest. And all these countries started getting in and said, who can get to the Americas the quickest and get the most land and bring in the most blacks and make the most wealth off it. And that went on from about the 1500s all the way up until 1860. And by 1860, on the eve of the Civil War, the race ended because all the nations that were participating in that race had now enriched themselves off of black people in this country, in Latin America, and Central America. The race was over. That was ended. And when the race ended, they took that word, Dr. Watkins, R-A-C-E, and they extracted, deleted, cut off the E, and left only a R-A-C. And then they took a suffix called I-S-M. The suffix means maintain the prevailing conditions on something. And they took that I-S-M, Dr. Watkins, and stuck it onto R-A-C. That's where the word racism came from. And all the people that came to this nation and around the world, they've already benefited. All the Hispanics, the Arabs, the Asians, the French, the American Indians, the Jews, everybody's already exploited and benefited blacks in that 360-year period. They're not a race, but the reason they dilute it down is by pretending somehow that they have been victimized, even though they were the enslavers. And they're going to try to replace black folks in image and say, we're just as bad off as those slaves. And we're the offsprings of a slaveholding nation, a slaveholding culture, or a slaveholding group, but we are bad off as blacks. And there's a difference. Black folk are exceptional people. Every group of human beings in gender, in religion, in culture, in sex have exploited, misused, abused, and profited from the exploiting and misuse of black folk.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what, Dr. Anderson, I'm sitting there, I'm clicking around because I'm looking at the different opinions and the different thoughts, that are coming from people. And I see a lot of interesting people in here that I just respect. I see Michi X is in here from Fly Nubian Queen, and she has a very powerful voice, and a lot of people pay attention to what she has to say. And I think that the reason that it's important for people like, the Michi X's and myself and others to hear from you is because, none of us are learning this stuff in school. None of us really learned how all this works, where all this came from. A lot of us get our political civics education from watching MSNBC and all that, and CNN and Fox and whatever you watch. And a lot of it's a lot. A lot of it is shaped. It's a morph reality designed to help certain people achieve a certain objective, where black people have been used as political pawns to help other people achieve various goals, right? So you know, so this is interesting. You know, so what you're saying here is that you know, a lot of it starts off from the doctrine of unequal exchange, and that knowing how that, which was in the 1500s, and that racism, if we're thinking about racism, you think of it as a contest to take care of your own, to get access to resources, to control power. And now it's sort of been, I guess, because of liberal social engineering, they've added that ism, and now you're hearing the word racism usually being used in media in situations that don't involve Black people. Like the last 10 to 12 times I heard the word racism in media in reference to Donald Trump was not him dealing with Black folks, it was him dealing with Hispanics. And anybody that knows anything about Hispanics, they know that all Hispanics are not descendants of slaves. That they're just, you know, a lot of them are just white people who speak Spanish, that they were descendants of slave holders. So you have a situation where the word racism is being used to describe the way Trump feels about other descendants of slaveholders, right? Is that accurate? Did I say that right?
That's it. And you're right on target. And let me jump in 1 second and just help you along. Now, I told you the race ended in 1860. In 1860, why did it end? Because all the resources had been maldistributed. Because of the Constitution, the whole purpose of slavery. Now, watch this now. The whole purpose of slavery was a very specific something to be done. It was intentionally designed to maldistribute almost 100% of all this nation's land, minerals, wealth, resources, privileges, businesses, incomes, and rights and controls of all levels of government into the hands of the dominant white society. That's what the 360 years of slavery was for. That was constitutionally endowed and codified to make sure that it's right. So by 1860, on the eve of the Civil War, everything was over. It had been completed. At that point in time, everything had been maldistributed. Now watch this now. At that point in time, everybody who would come to this country, all those about 30-something million whites who would come to this country to get benefits and get on you and and enjoy the fruits of Black slavery, they had them by 1860. And so what happened? And now you got the European whites and all these other groups. They are 100-foot giants built on the assets they had accumulated. Black people, though, were in a ditch. They didn't own and control anything. You had out of about 250, 67,000 Blacks who were free, they'd accumulate about 1/2 or 1% of anything of value. So you got a half-inch midget and 100-foot white giants. Half-inch midget is black midgets competing against. So at that point, the race was over, and that's why they took the E off of race. Now I told you earlier what ISM meant. It means suffix means maintain the prevailing conditions. If whites are now a mountain and Black folks are a valley, racism means do not let those conditions between those two change in any degree. Racism means maintain the status quo that exists between Blacks and whites, not maintain the conditions that exist between the subcultures of whites and Hispanics, or whites and Arabs, or whites and Asians, or whites and women, or whites and American Indians. It's make sure the conditions between Blacks and whites don't change. That means let no resources change. And so what happened then, you had a guy that came in, Charles Darwin, came in and says about the Darwinism, survival of the fittest and the strongest. And he came up with a whole concept called the survival of the species in 1859, right at the time of the Civil War. He came up with this whole concept of Charles Darwin's survival of the fittest and the strongest. And what he said, Dr. Watkins, is what is the greatest in the scale of acceptability and power and wealth? Is it the mountain or is it the valley and the ditch? Or he said, and he did it with animals, saying, what is the most powerful and the highest in the academic scale of intellectual achievement and humanity and humanism? Is it more important for the elephant, or is it a blade of grass compared to, or an amoeba? Mm-hmm. Which ranks higher in power? And so they got to human. So he came up with this thing wrote these concepts about Darwinism. And so obviously, an elephant is more important in the evolutionary change than an amoeba or a rat or a mouse. And so they did. So at that time, since Blacks own nothing and whites own and control everything, they say, hey, obviously whites are superior to Blacks. If we were not superior to you all, you wouldn't be in the ditch, we wouldn't be on top of the mountain. He excluded the fact that you've been systematically deprived, misused, and abused, okay, through the doctrine of unequal exchange. And so at that point, he said, now, so blacks are inferior and whites are superior. And so at that point in time, the whole concept of racism switched from being economics. It makes sure nothing moves in the black hands. They be opposed to inner reparations. They were opposed to 40 acres and a mule and $100 for black folk. They were, when blacks were set free, they said, we not only won't give you 40 acres and a mule and $100, we're going to turn you loose without any money, any clothes, any land, any businesses, any religion, any education, any animals, any tools, and any weapons, to make sure you can't there will be no, that you cannot defeat racism. You're going to be left with the term they use called root hog or die, which means we're going to leave you off the root hog. That means like a hog digs in the ground to try to find a stump, a root, something to eat. So that's why most of those blacks that were free in the slavery, guess what? A lot of them went off after the end of slavery. They couldn't find, they didn't have any education, didn't have any money, didn't have any businesses. And a lot of them wanted to get back to the plantation. Say, at least on the plantation, we can have some, we can have a ear of corn and some piece of fat back. And so when they said about black folk love slavery, they just want to get back. He said, we can get something, because now the racism says you're not going to get anything. That's why today whites are still opposed to affirmative action, reparations, anything for black folk. That's racism. But see, that does not affect Hispanics. Hispanics can come in here tomorrow and be treated as whites. 70% Hispanics were always whites up until 1970, and they started calling themselves a minority. Arabs were the first enslaved black folk. Now they come in here, and here's the conclusion. I know I'm taking too long to answer this question.
No.
Okay, when all these people come in here now, all the descendants of slaveholders, when they come in, they got 5 advantages over black folk because of racism. Racism has constrained black folks, saying you're gonna never be in amount to anything. We're gonna never allow you to have anything. You'll always be a permanent minority in population, permanent minority in owning and controlling anything. That's why you had 1/2 of 1% of the wealth in 1860. You still have 1/2 of 1%. There's nothing of value in the entire United States or any place in the world where black people can control more than 1/2 of 1%. Even though in the world population, blacks make up 25% of the world population, you still can't get more than 1/2 of 1%. And so you can't compete with that. There's no way that 1/2 going to run over 99 and 1/2. Can't be done. You can play all these games about voting and civil rights and all that stuff, and they've corrupted those concepts. You're not going to make it. And I'll let you get in and finish and respond to that. And I got some other additional information tied to that.
I think it's a great point. I want to hear that additional information. I want to make sure everybody knows I'm talking to Dr. Claud Anderson. He's the author of many books that I keep right by my side: Black Labor, White Wealth, Powernomics, the Black History Reader. And when I say I keep him by my side, I'm not playing. I'm not joking with y'all. And also Dirty Little Secrets. And so I would argue that if you want your kids to get a good education on history, Black history, and how things work in America, have them read those 4 books and have them read them again and again and again and again and again, because reading it once ain't enough. It's like a little bit like, closest thing I think of is like reading the Bible. You can't read the Bible one time and get it all in one reading. You got to read it over and over and keep referencing it so you can understand who the heck you are. And that's more important than anything they'll learn in school. And so if you want to get copies of the books, you can actually go to powernomics.com. That's powernomics.com. Also, Dr. Claud Anderson runs a think tank with his wonderful wife, Joanne, who's also a professor. And the Harvest Institute is one of the few Black think tanks that I know of out here that's really advocating for Black people. They file lawsuits on behalf of Black people for reparations, things like that. These things are expensive. They cost money. So please, find it in your heart to support the Harvest Institute, add it to your budget, just a few dollars a month. Just take all the money that you're giving white folks every month, because I know all y'all giving money to white folks, we all are, and just take maybe 5% of that and put that toward the Harvest Institute to make sure that you're helping yourself at least 5% as much as you're helping white folks, right? Just 5% is, that's all we're asking. Now, if you want to really go far, then maybe it should be equal, 50-50, but that's a hard transition. The addiction to white supremacy is deep. It's hard to break away from the love-hate relationship we have with white folks, but I encourage you to reconsider that abusive relationship and to understand how economically you're being screwed. So the URL is powernomics.com, harvestinstitute.org. other thing I want to ask everybody is if you're watching anywhere, hit the like button, share button, thumbs up button. Also, don't forget that tonight in the Black Business School, we're doing a lecture on how to shift your thinking, shift your schedule, shift your strategy when you go from being an employee, or AKA a corporate slave, to being a free Black man, free Black woman, an entrepreneur, business owner. There's a way you have to shift. We're going to do a lecture on that tonight at 8 o'clock. If you want to know more, visit drboyceseminars.com. That's drboyceseminars.com. So, Dr. Anderson, I want to ask you about something. I'd like to hear also what you said. You said you wanted to add to that discussion. I was looking through what we were talking about last night when I had a few hundred other crazy Negroes like myself on the internet. You know, I'll hop into YouTube at literally 4 o'clock in the morning, and there'll be Black people jumping right in. I just love it. Some of them live as far away as England and China, and for them it's like the middle of the day. So these are my friends, and so one of the things that came up in your book, Black Labor, White Wealth, on page, let me turn this thing off. Sorry about that. My phone is making a noise. There we go. Is a conversation about what it means to be a minority. Kind of this idea that, being a minority, everybody is some type of minority. You mentioned in the book, you said the definition of minority continues to expand and to become more amorphous, meaning people just don't know what it really means. It kind of means anybody that's not a white male, apparently. Today, almost everyone is a minority in some way. Anything that applies to every group has no real meaning for any group. However, the term minority holds major political advantage for those who wish to maintain a status quo. Blacks are further undermined when included in a minority category because none of the other so-called minorities were statutorily deprived by the government of their humanity or their right to enjoy the fruits of their own labor. And also, it seems to me that you've added that that they don't even align with us politically when they come to the country. Most of the Hispanics that come from south of the border, they check the census and they fill out Caucasian. They say, hey, I'm still white. When it matters, when it's good to be white, I'm gonna be white. But when it comes to time to get the benefits and steal the benefits from Black people, I'm gonna be a minority. Can you kind of talk about that in terms of just what we should at least understand about how this system's kind of confusing us and leading us to make bad decisions?
I'll be glad to, but it never ceased to amaze me how easy it is for everybody to trick Black folk, and it's been going on for 460 years or 500 years, and it seems like we can't get it in our heads, and that is so comical that it's really sad. But the concept of minority, see, if you were to go back to the 1970 census. The 1960, up until 1970, the census only had 2 groups in there, and that was between Blacks and whites. That's what the whole civil rights movement about. The civil rights movement, the fight of the 1960s, wasn't over about Hispanics and Arabs, and it was about Blacks and whites all over the country. And so minority, they threw that minority in there after 1969 benign neglect was proclaimed by President Nixon. And they said, and they can say, well, Black folks by 1970, so there's going to be some benefits for Black folk because affirmative action is coming on scenes. I wrote the first affirmative action plan after the United States Constitution. I wrote it for the state of Florida in 1970, 1971. But I wrote that, it wasn't writing for minorities. I was writing it for poor people, not for poor people, but for Black people, not for genders. Because see, really, in reality, white men are a minority. Everybody's a minority. And so they said, what we're going to do, let's use that same scheme that was used in the Constitution, using euphemisms, using very broad and ambiguous terms to extract anything that possibly could go to Black folk. Let's suck it out and spread it out and thin it out so that anybody could benefit down to the neutralized Black folk out. And they started again, and that's why the Freedmen's Bureau was wiped out. Didn't you know that? Because see, the Freedmen's Bureau was put in place in 1860 for Black folk. But guess what? Whites began to suck everything out of it. That's how whites in the South got the land back. Because you see, they're supposed to give Black folk land under 40 acres a mule and $100, but they went around and said, well, the Freedmen's Bureau should be for everybody. And so therefore, those Southern whites, poor whites and rich whites in the South after the Civil War came back in through the Freedmen's Bureau and picked up all the damn land. The money was put in there to be given to Black folk. To help Black folks start a new life, to buy some clothes, to have some food on their table. The whites took all that out. And so they said, well, this is the same scheme that was used in the Constitution. about use broad terms like we the people, all the people, and pretend it somehow includes black folk, and they know it didn't. So every time anything comes up, they come up with some terms, Dr. Watkins, very broad and ambiguous terms, so that everybody could come in and get to the table in the pot to make sure there's nothing left for black folk. That's what racism is based on. That's called the doctrine of unequal exchange, which means if any pot is put on the table, make sure you divide it up and water it down so that black folk will know the difference, so they're not getting anything out of it. And that's why slavery and the legacy of slavery have continued to exist up to the present time. Black folk haven't gotten any benefits. Nobody has addressed the points of slavery. What was the purpose? Nobody's corrected that. And every time something put on the table to help black folk, they broaden it so everybody can get it. That's why right now Hispanics, Arabs, and Asians are going to displace black folk in every job in the United States. They're going to displace you out of politics. They're going to displace you out of businesses. They're going to displace you in education. They're going to displace blacks in all respect by pretending somehow that all people have contributed equally to develop this land, and therefore they're equal to black folk, even though they weren't even in the country for 400 years. They weren't even here. Black folk are the oldest people in the country. Wasn't any Hispanics of any here. Wasn't any Arabs or Asians. Now, why are they now put into an affirmative action program, say, for minorities? Black folk are silly to even use the word, because now minorities mean poor people without anything. And they use that, and people of color, minorities, and diversity. Those are broad terms to maintain racism, which means that let no resources, power, wealth, income, businesses, educational achievement go from white hands to black hands.
Everybody who's watching on Facebook and Instagram, if you want to follow this and see Dr. Anderson face to face, you can actually go to drboycetv.com. So I want to ask you, Dr. Anderson, your book, Black Labor, White Wealth, on page 94, there's a part where you talk about, you hit on something in this page that makes me think about, when I'm hearing members of the Democratic Party and many of their black political operatives or their political servants on television telling black people that we need to get behind the Democratic agenda on immigration. We need to act like that their treatment of illegal immigrants, that somehow affects us. And we need to get behind all of this. And the reason I have an issue with that is that I can't really see the political benefit for black people when we're supporting these immigration policies that have harmed us for so long. And one of the reasons is you actually referenced on page 94, you said ethnic immigrants learn early, and one of the last things they forget is to avoid contact with America's black pariah. Other groups can blend in or assimilate into the dominant culture. Black skin color does not permit them to blend. And then you also, so you point out the fact that when people come here, they've already been told through media, through government policy and everything else, avoid the blacks. You ain't got nothing in common with these people. As long as you stay away from the Negroes, we won't treat you like one. And a lot of them listen to that. So these imaginary political coalitions that we claim to have with people that come from south of the border, they just don't seem to exist. When you see something that's really affecting black people, you don't see major Hispanic organizations really getting behind it the way they really could. And the other point that I wanted to read to, and I'd like to get your thought on this, is that you mentioned this. You said, across this nation, laws were enacted defining who was black. These laws established strict standards for whiteness, declaring that 1/4, 1/16, or even one drop of black blood made a person black. While conversely, no amount of white blood in the human body could dominate a single drop of black blood. So you can have a body full of white blood, but if you got one drop of black blood, then you're black. No other ethnic population in the nation, including those with visibly non-white biological features, have ever been so rigidly defined. The one drop rule was once used as a standard by the US Census, saying that if you have one drop of this poisonous, dirty, nasty, tainted, toxic black blood, then that makes you a nigger. And we do not mess with niggers. Can you speak to that, Dr. Anderson, and tell me what comes to mind as you kind of hear what I just read from your book?
Right. See, and that's out of fear. The greatest fear that this country has in the white society and in the Arab society and in the Hispanic societies and in the gender societies, every society, the greatest fear is black folk. You know why? Because black folk are exceptional people. They're special people. And if I were them, I'll be scared too. Because see, black folk are the oldest people on earth. They're the original people on earth. And that makes them very special. In this country, they were the exceptional people. They were the engines that drove the development not only of economics in this country, but they were black labor created the industrial revolutions, Dr. Watkins, in Europe and throughout Americas. It was always black labor around the world that created all these industrial revolutions. And so consequently, blackness is power. Whether you go into the universe, in the heavens, the most powerful things in the universe are the black holes that are more powerful than the sun. As a matter of fact, the black holes in space are so powerful they can suck the sun into it and destroy it. It's 20 times more stronger and powerful than the sun. Blackness in the universe is strong and powerful. On the earth, the strongest, most powerful thing on this earth is blackness. Whites know that. They know that. And they're scared of that. And all groups are scared of blackness. And so when you come to this earth, we got stuff called black cloth that is so powerful it can make white cloth, make anything disappear. We got the strongest vegetables and fruits are the darkest skinned vegetables. That's a blackness. They're scared of blackness. And the same thing in color. If you're in a color spectrum, you look at a color spectrum, you look at all the colors in a child's color book with a pink, yellow, brown, green, whatever it might be. The most dominant color is blackness. And you see, because all colors come out of black, there's no color in whiteness. That's the dominant. And so blackness can dominate whiteness if they turn it loose, let it free. That's why it must be contained through racism and keep it under control. And that's why nobody can bring it up. And so consequently, if you start talking about blood, that's why they passed laws like in 1924, saying the law says 1 drop of black blood to make you black, because it's that powerful. You can have 2 gallons of red blood in your body, you can call white blood, but 1 drop of black blood will tear it up, beat the hell out of it, wipe it out. That's how powerful it is. So they ain't gonna let you get, blackness is power. But see, the problem though, is that black folk are scared of blackness themselves. That's your problem. Their strongest strength, their power, they're running from it. Instead of running to it, they run from it. And if they're gonna be powerful in this country, all they got to do is to come together and unite around the strongest thing in the country, which is that blackness. And you didn't hear me saying anything about African America. Native black Americans are the strongest thing. And now you say, well, this Native Indians, there ain't no such thing as a Native Indians. What are the Indians in the country? They came in here about 10,000 years after black folk were here already. And they interbred with black folk and create what you call Native Americans, but they're getting all the advantages and benefits. Everybody benefits from blackness except black people. Black folk have enriched every group on earth except their own people. And so that's your problem, is that they're running from blackness because blackness is powerful and whites know it. And they don't want to be, and it's power. And if blacks were ever to come together and practice group economics and group politics, they can dominate this country, even though they are a minority. And they are planned minority. They're the only permanent planned minority, subordinated people. They have no friends. They have no allies. This stuff what the Democratic Party is talking about, that's not going to ally black folk, or do anything for black folk. Blacks have never had any friends and allies. And see, the question in you asked about politics, the question is black folks shouldn't be voting for anybody or any immigrant groups until 2 things. With immigrants, you must say, if you're going to continue to bring in all these immigrants, you must put black people into a protected class. So all these immigrants coming to the country cannot compete with blacks, nor suck things out of black folk, or exploit black folk, or overuse black folk, or displace black folk. And see, if you haven't heard one black sitting on TV who's supposed to have a damn college education, have enough sense to figure that out. They go on TV every damn day and become a imposter, a betrayer of their own people. And by selling them out, trying to carry water for anybody else. You haven't heard one in politics, economics, or the civil rights movement say blackness should be protected. You are the people that built this country. And the greatest insult that adds to injury is for you to pretend that all people coming to this country have contributed equally to the development of this nation. That's a lie. Black people were the people that built the roads, the highways, the bridges, that fought in every war. They're the most patriotic people. But see, nobody speaks up for black folk except the 2 of us. That's Dr. Watkins and Claud Anderson keep telling him, you're going about it wrong. But blacks are special people. I call them exceptional people. And as long as you call them native blacks, not African Americans, this nation owes black folk recognition, appreciation, and reparations.
Everybody, I'm talking to Dr. Claud Anderson. He's the author of the books Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, The Black History Reader, and Dirty Little Secrets. If you want to go take a look at his books for your children, for your family, go to powernomics.com. Also, the harvestinstitute.org, ORG, the Harvest Institute, or it's harvestinstitute.org. That's the URL. Go there if you'd like to find out more about the Harvest Institute. Support. I know I support. You know, I do everything I can to help, but also I need your help in terms of supporting our institutions. The reason some groups have power is because they have strong institutions, and I want that for the Black community. I believe we can have that in a generation if we do things right now. Do me a favor, everybody, please hit the like button, the share button, and the subscribe button. And also, if you want to join us tonight in the seminar I'm going to do online, you can find out more about it at drboyceseminars.com. It's for people that want to quit their jobs or either have and are looking for a way to you know, move forward in terms of thinking like a CEO, thinking like a business owner, as opposed to thinking like an employee. So drboyceseminars.com. And also, if you want to join our League of Intelligent Black People, you can go to intelligentblackpeople.com. So that's a lot of URLs, but somebody can type that in. I'd appreciate it. Now, Dr. Anderson, let me tell you this. This links to a little bit of the Donald Trump conversation, Republican, Democrat. And I don't put you in any sort of box politically, you know, but it's funny. My mama, I just saw my mama. It actually just came in and she's watching the conversation. And I'm not going to tell everybody who she is because I don't want nobody chasing down my mama. But my mother loves you. You know, she likes what you stand for. And let me just say this. My mother's not into, you know, the liberal agenda. You know, she has a big problem with a lot of things that come out of the mouths of the Democratic Party. And I love her and I respect her. You know, in fact, you know, a lot of the Black folks I know, they have what I call old school common sense values. You know, I believe Black people inherently, a lot of times we're very conservative people in certain areas. You know, we're also very smart in terms of knowing when somebody's trying to fool us. The smart ones are very smart. The sheep are you know, tend to follow the crowd. But I want to kind of ask you this. You know, how did Black people, who I believe, when I go to the church, I see conservative people. When I go out into the communities and I'm talking to people, and I'm talking to Black folks who are not the ones that you're going to see on TV. They're just conservative. You know, when I listen to Vicky Dillard at Fly Nubian Queen from the Nation of Islam, very conservative, but very strong pro-Black. How did we get to the point where we decided that as a community, most of us are going to align with, say, the Democrats versus any other party? I'm an independent, but I just found that interesting. A lot of times I used to feel real awkward being around white liberals because they believed a whole lot of stuff that I didn't believe. I would think that some of what they believed was just bullshit, you know, but I was told that this is what I was supposed to do because that's what everybody did. How did that happen? What's the history of that?
Well, the most that came out of the first beginning of that came out about 1935, after the Great Depression had destroyed, it ravaged the country economically and politically. At that point in time, about 1935, the country began, the Great Depression began coming to an end, and they began to start rebuilding the country. At that point in time, Black people had said, well, you know, for the last 20 years, we were into Blackness, but we're going to start rebuilding the country. And rather than being Black, this is what the Black politicians, the Black civil rights leaders, and the Black ministers start saying, let's not be Black anymore. Let's move what we call universality. That's a term they came up with. Universality means let's be for everybody. Pretend that we're not special, we're not Black. And that started about in the late 1930s. And then it really progressed into the 1940s. At that point in time, they wanted to be associated not with having a Black community anymore, a Black business, a Black anything. They were looking for integration. And so when the first thing that jumped up was the baseball teams, because we had about 2 Black baseball leagues that had about 6 teams that nobody could beat our Black baseball players. We had our own basketball teams. We had our own football teams. We had our own Black schools. But they said, well, you know, it's too much Blackness. And so Rick, I can't think of his name now, Branch Rickey said, you know what, you got all these Black baseball teams and we can't beat them. What if we were to practice a doctrine of unequal exchange in his mind because of his conditioning? What if we were to take one Black boy and bring him into the Brooklyn Dodgers, and that when we tell the Black folk, get rid of all your Black baseball teams, we'll take one of your Black players, let him play with us in the Bull Dodgers. You get rid of all those Black players, you got about 500 Black baseball players. Get rid of them, close down those stadiums, get rid of all that equipment and teams, and we'll take one of yours. And they did it. Then they did the same thing in the basketball team. Took all the black, wiped out all the black basketball teams and took the 2 or 3 blacks that played basketball with white teams. Then they did the same thing then they said, oh, how about the schools? They said, well, let's try to see if we can get our schools integrated too. And so I pushed for integration by the late 1940s. But would you hear a Jew say that? A Jew would never say, I'm gonna get rid of Brandeis University so I can go so I can get along with Baptists and Catholics. You never hear Catholics say, I'm gonna get rid of Catholic University and Notre Dame if I can go be with Protestants. Black folk are silly. They always get caught, as I told you. Whites can wave some red cloth and they'll come running and get caught, tricked every time. And so they gave up their own basketball teams, baseball teams, and later on, by the 1950s, started giving up their music. And so all of a sudden, here comes Elvis Presley and everybody else, and Bill Haley in the comments taking over black music. Didn't get blacks anything. They closed down all the black music by using crossover music. And then all the singers and dancers that got now. That's not black music. The rappers, that's not black music. Blacks gave up everything, their businesses, their communities, their history, their culture, their leadership. Everything was given up for a doctrine of unequal exchange. They got nothing in return for it. Integration gave black folk nothing, and they lost everything. And but I'm getting close to one of the other points. Let me jump off on that point, because you asked me something earlier that recurred to my mind. You asked me about the 14th Amendment with Donald Trump, and and about, this is the big thing now about what Donald Trump says he's going to oppose and execute an executive order to declare immigrants coming to this country as non-eligible for citizenship. And see, even though I have no interest in Donald Trump in general, but he was absolutely right. He's right. You know why? Because the 13th Amendment. I'm gonna say this to you, and you hold it as a quote. You put quote signs on the beginning and end it. What the 13th Amendment said was that it stated that all persons. This is in the Freedmen Bureau, and it went into effect. I told you earlier. Okay, it came out of the that was the 13th Amendment, Freedmen Bureau. It says that all persons of African descent born in the United States are hereby declared to be citizens of the United States. Now it says that was the 14th Amendment and naturalization. They can see that is strictly for the slaves that were entitled to have rights in this country. It says African of descent. It did not say anything about Hispanics that are immigrating to America, migrating. It didn't say anything about Arabs or anybody else. It was about black people. And that was the basis of the 14th Amendment. And it says that, and based on that, it says that it is obligated, mandated upon all levels of government to exercise all necessary means, Dr. Watkins, to lift the badges and incidents of slavery off the shoulders of black people. And all these things are put in place, the 13th and 14th Amendment, but they put in their place to correct the Dred Scott decision of 1857, which was about black folk. The Supreme Court that was maintaining as the guardian of racism to make sure that black folk never get anything. In 1857, in the Taney decision, the Supreme Court says that black people and a black man has no rights that a white person is bound to respect in 1857. So these things came in 1860. They were strictly and solely for black folk. But I give whites credit, and the white power structure, they have been systematically excellent in engineering euphemisms, broad ambiguous terms to dilute and water down all the things that would have benefited black folk under the aegis of racism. So they get nothing in return for anything they do. And anything that should go to black folk is watered down and spread to everybody so that black folk get nothing. That's why right now in this country, black folk are on the verge of being eradicated from the face of the earth here and in Africa. Because again, they're using broad terms on them. Minorities, poor folk, diversity, multicultural. And even in 1862, the Attorney General for the United States said that black people can never be people of color. This was a federal Attorney General statement, period. And so why is black folk now talking about we're people of color when a Supreme Court general ruled in 1962 that black people never be treated as color, therefore they're not qualified in the benefits. That's why they could not be in the land rushes to get free land in the United States. They're not entitled to it. That's what racism is. Racism said, let black folk get nothing. That's why they exactly where they were in 1860 on the eve of the Civil War. They're at the bottom, the lowest ranking. That's why in the book, Black Reader, the first thing you read is about the social construct that was put into place by the Constitution. And you look at that in 1789. Look at that document that came out. See that map in there? You see that map in there? Go to the second question. See where black folk are. See where black folk. See that, and shows you in 2012 how black folk rank compared to all ethnic groups or religious groups in this country. And those are not racist. What they've done now, they confuse racism by pretending somehow that racism is equal. That's it. Look at the bottom of that. See who's at the bottom of that.
Oh, black people. Yeah.
Okay. Everybody. What year was that? What year was that put out by the federal government? What year?
2014.
Okay, 214. So how you that after 500 years, you're still on the bottom beneath everybody? That's racism. Racism is controlling and manipulating resources to make sure black folks stay on the bottom. Now you can go vote, and you're voting. Why would you vote for anybody? And I want blacks to vote. I'm not opposed to voting. I'm opposed to black folk voting and not getting anything in return for their vote. I'm not against immigrants. I'm against this nation's immigration policies that keep subordinating, explaining, and let everybody walk all over and use black folk. But again, I'm disappointed because I can't find enough black folk in America. I spent my whole life, all my resources, my energy, my youth, and my intellect writing for black folk, researching and explaining these things to them. Most of them don't even go to buy the damn books, and those that do buy them don't even read them. They simply let people on TV talk, try to pretend that somehow that Hispanics, Arabs, and Asians and other groups are equal to black folk. And rather than saying black folk are special people, they must be put into a protected class, and nobody should be able to compete with them and suck and extract anything out of them anymore.
Well, you know, I'm looking at this chart here, and it's real interesting. I mean, when you go all the way back to 1967, right? And I want everybody to pay attention. This is before, you know, Dr. King in the passage of the Civil Rights Act and everything else, all these so-called advances that we allegedly have. In 1967, the ranking was blacks at the bottom, Hispanics, then non-white Hispanic, right? And then Asians came into the chart around the 80s. I guess that's when they started collecting the data. But black people were at the bottom in 1967, right? Now, you learned in school that things got so much better, that we had all these improvements because of the civil rights marches and this integration thing, right? Well, when you fast forward and you go to 2014, which is just 4 years ago, the ranking is Asians at the top, non-white Hispanic is number 2 at $60,300 a year. Third is Hispanic, $42,500. Last place is blacks at $35,400. In fact, the Asian total is more than double that of blacks. Asians, $74,300. For black people, is $35,400. And remember, Asian people don't really vote that much. You know, their voting participation rate is very, very low. So anybody who would try to argue that voting is critical for us to improve the condition of the community is either misinformed or they're lying to you. Because votes do matter. Votes certainly matter. There's a reason why they try to suppress votes and all that. But the thing is, voting does not matter for black folks in terms of improving our condition based on the way politics is being played right now. Votes matter to the people that you're keeping in power. So there's a reason why the Democrats will always fight harder for your right to vote than they will ever fight for your right to have reparations, right? They will always fight for your right to show up to the polls more than they'll fight for your right to reverse mass incarceration, right? They will always fight harder to get you to vote for them than they will to protect your communities and uplift your community. So, Dr. Anderson, I appreciate that. I think, and I want to tell everybody, this book is called The Black History Reader. And if you've read any Dr. Anderson's books, let me know if you've read the books. They're really good reads. They're not just informative and powerful with unique information that you will not get at any university that I know of in this country or on this planet, but also there's references. I mean, he's got deep appendices of citations and all, very solid scholarly work, but it's eligible for anybody that is literate. Anybody here that knows how to read can read through these books, and your children can read. I had all my kids read your books, Dr. Anderson, and what it does is it just shifts your thinking. It just says, oh my gosh, this is a wake-up call, like a cup of coffee. And so anybody who wants to go check out the books and get a copy for your family, Dr. Anderson has a whole package where you can spend $99 and get all the books plus a DVD. If you go to powernomics.com, that's powernomics.com. I want to challenge everybody. I think we really need to have a Powernomics challenge. Everybody does these internet challenges. In fact, I'm going to start using the hashtag Powernomics challenge. And I want everybody watching to use the hashtag Powernomics challenge. And the Powernomics challenge is this. I want you to get at least a copy of Powernomics. I hope you get all 4 of the books, but if you can't, just get one. Just at least get Powernomics. At least get one, preferably get all of them. And I want you to take a picture of yourself holding your book. I'll be the first one on the hashtag. Take a picture of yourself holding the book, or holding all of them, or sitting with your kids holding the books, with one of your kids reading the books, or whatever it is. And I want you to use that hashtag Powernomics challenge. And I'm going to share that. I'm going to talk about that in my live stream. I'll feature your family. I'll talk about what you're doing, and I'm going to check that hashtag. So Dr. Anderson, I literally just thought of that just now, but I was thinking that this would be perfect because Christmas is coming. And that's also, that's also when all the financial coonery starts to happen. That's when we start going crazy, spending money, giving all our money to white folks to buy nonsense stuff that ain't gonna do nothing for us. And I just want everybody to be encouraged. Look, still buy your kids the toys, buy your kids all the other stuff you're gonna get them, but get them something that's gonna benefit them in this battle that we're in. So the website is powernomics.com. And Dr. Anderson, I'll let you get the last words. You have anything to say, before we bounce out of here?
Yeah, and I thank you for that. As always, you're always encouraging and very supportive of what I've been trying to do, and I always get very positive response from your audience. And I want to tell Black folk is that when you buy those books, before you open up and start reading them, I want you to do one thing that's very important. Put your hand up like this and put to your mouth. Kiss the back of your hand goodbye, because after that, that's pretend you're kissing your butt. Because once you read those books, you'll never be the same again. The lights will go on. You'll be a totally different person. It'll be much harder for whites to trick you, always waving cloth and giving you Bible and beads, saying, "Well, we got a doctrine of unequal exchange if you vote for us." And you say, "I don't care whether it's a black person or a white person running for office. Show me how black folk are going to benefit. I don't care if it's the Democratic Party or Republican Party. You show me how black folk are going to benefit. Don't use these very broad and ambiguous terms anymore. Don't try to cite me to get my response in a system based on quid pro quo. You never give me a damn thing." And that's what our dilemma. And I appreciate you. You're always a conscious black man. And I want you to kick the hell out of all of them that keep showing up on TV. Black person, yeah, we need to do something for the immigrants. Why don't you go do something for the damn blacks that have been here for 500 years, not down in the Texas border? Why don't you do something for them in Chicago and Pittsburgh and St. Louis? All these blacks on the homeless rolls where black folk are carrying 68 times their fair share. For all these black 38% of all the black kids are on the poverty roll. When the unemployment rate for black folk in America nationally is 35%, 48 in Chicago, 48 in Chicago, Detroit, Baltimore, 49% in Pittsburgh, 51% in New York. Why don't you do something for black folk? They always want to find some excuse to carry everybody's water. And consequently, if you see one of these guys on TV, whether it's CNN or NBC, as always, I got black folk carrying everybody else's water. Get you a good brick and get 2 feet away from your TV and throw it at the damn TV. See, I'm sick and tired of black folk being double agents, always selling out their black people, and I can't find one but set up and say, "Hey, black folk are special people. They're entitled to be treated with respect and dignity. They're entitled to be appreciated and recognized and reparated." You got to redistribute some resources back in the hands of black folk, because right now whites own and control everything from New York to San Diego. Whites own and control every damn big building, every mode of transportation, airline, trucks, everything, communications. Blacks own nothing. Please tell them to stand up and start demanding. Don't protest and march and pray, "Oh Lord, help us one day overcome." You start saying demand from anybody, politicians, elected officials, that what they're going to give you before they get your vote, or they come in your neighborhood and put up a business. You want some form of compensation, not symbolism, for it. And I thank you and I love you, and tell your people I'll see them again next week.
All right, my friend. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Claud Anderson, and I'll go ahead and let you go because I know you got to get back to your schedule. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I'll see you soon.
Okay, buddy.
So everybody who's watching this conversation, don't just walk away and say, "Oh, that was great. That was really interesting." I want you to figure out a way you're going to change your life right now. I want you to figure out something that you're going to do individually that's going to shift what your family's trajectory is. Remember, the things that you talk about now in your household are going to affect your family for the next several generations. Many of us have families that have generational curses, where there was something that somebody started in the 1920s and it's still happening in the family now. Well, I want you to find positive habits, positive trends, positive actions in your family that will just be family traditions. And so if you want to know if it sounded like I was really pushing the Powernomics.com and Dr. Claud Anderson's books, is because I am. The $99 that it costs to get the whole package, a lot of us spent that much money going to see the Black Panther. I kid you not. There are a lot of people that went to see the Black Panther. Think about this. You take your girl, your 2 kids, 2-3 kids, whatever, and you buy the $5 popcorn and everything else. By the time you're done, spend $40, $50 getting the tickets and the popcorn and all that, and then you go out to eat dinner after. We spend another $50. That's $100, and that meal is gone. It goes through your body and comes out the other end, and it's over. Whereas, I encourage you to also, in addition to all the fun that you can have, we all have fun, but go eat some knowledge. Go, digest some knowledge. Bite into these books, because this knowledge, once you bring it in, it is so fulfilling. When I read Black Labor, White Wealth, this book has a rip in it. This book literally has a rip in it, because I have torn this sucker up. I've torn this motherfucker up, because I'm literally going through it, taking notes and rereading sections and thinking it through. And it's so rich. It's something where I can read one paragraph and talk about that paragraph for like 30 minutes. It's that impactful. So give that gift to your family. Give them the gift of power. Give them the gift of knowledge. Give them the gift of your vision, and give them that gift for Christmas. Christmas is coming. You're going to spend money anyway. Go to Powernomics.com. Do that Powernomics challenge that I mentioned. I want your help with this. I'm going to do it. I'm going to hashtag it right now, actually. I'm going to do something. I'm going to take a picture, put it on Instagram. My Instagram is The Real Boyce Watkins, and I'm going to put Powernomics challenge. So everybody use that hashtag, and I'm going to check it regularly. And what I'll do is I will grab your images, I'll grab your stuff, and I'll reshare it. I'll put it up on my IG. Whatever it is I can do to be helpful. Like if you want to rep your business or something like that, I'll do that. Whatever I can do for you, I want to do it, because I want to see all of us win. And I believe that we can win if we do it right. So last but not least, don't forget that number one, hit the like button, the share button, subscribe button. If you're on YouTube, take 1 second, please hit that thumbs up button. If you want to be connected via text, where I can text you when I go live, just know sometimes I might text you real early in the morning or real late at night, because sometimes I go live at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. We went live at 3 a.m. last night and had a Powernomics conversation at 3 a.m. because I was up. I'm still on Chinese time, my brain is, and we were literally talking Powernomics. Hundreds of us were talking Powernomics at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And that's how I think passionate we have to be about winning. I believe that passion, when you are passionate about picking up the knowledge, having the conversations, moving forward, outworking the next man, out hustling your competitors, being one step ahead, playing chess instead of checkers, and going out here kicking ass and taking names. Can't no white man fuck with you. Excuse my French. Nobody can mess with you if you own your stuff. And I really believe that. So that's why I act half crazy about this, because I really believe it's going to take a little bit of insanity mixed with black man magic, black woman magic, black girl magic, black boy magic, for us to overcome this, what we're kind of dealing with. You have to be spiritually strong. You have to be optimistic. You have to be focused as hell. You have to be unified. You have to have a plan. You got to think it through. You have to obsess. You have to go hard. And that becomes your shield. That's my shield when it comes to how I deal with anybody. And that's why nobody, the people that might criticize or come and try to attack what we're doing, I literally can't. It literally bounces off. It's like a plastic arrow that bounces off a force field made out of steel, because I'm always churning mentally on how we can move forward as a community. So that's what we do. That's what it is. I hope you guys will be a part of it. And don't forget that tonight we're going to do that lecture on how to go from thinking like an employee to thinking like a boss or a business owner. And I want to say sorry to my friends on Instagram. The phone just fell over. But if you want to know more about that seminar, you want to be a part of it, it's going to be great. Every seminar we do is amazing. Just ask anybody who's been there. Go to drboyceseminars.com. That's drboyceseminars.com. That's tonight, 11/1, November 1st. At 8 p.m. Eastern. So if you're watching the recording, you can go watch it a little bit later. You can get it out of our Black Entrepreneurship Program, but we're going to do that tonight. It's going to be great. So I'll see you guys soon. Have a great day, and it was fun, and take care. Be good. you guys know me. I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins from the Black Business School and Your Black World. And each week, you know, we in the Black Business School, we have Powernomics conversations with Dr. Claud Anderson, the one and only. Dr. Anderson is the founder of the Harvest Institute. He also runs it with his wonderful wife, Joanne. And also, he is the author of the books Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, Dirty Little Secrets, and the Black History Reader. So first of all, Dr. Anderson, I didn't mean, you and I were having such a great conversation before everything started, and I had to jump in. I was like, okay, you're giving me all the good stuff. I want everybody to get the good stuff because you had a lot of good stuff to say about, you know, Donald Trump and everything else. You know, first, before we really dig into that, I want to just ask you real quick. You know, have you been keeping up? I know you live in D.C. and that's a political town and everything else, but have you really sort of been following everything that's been going on with Trump and politics and the, you know, this summit he's had with Kim Jong-un and all that stuff? Have you watched any of that?
Yes, well, I sort of tangentially watch it, but the great irony, Dr. Watkins, is black folk are being misled and bamboozled. They don't understand what's really going on. They're not conscious of what's going on, and they're taking Trump to be a fool. Trump is doing something that's very divisive and extremely dangerous, and he's very effective in it. And but he's using a technique he's using magic called misdirection, which means raise your right hand and wave your right hand if you don't want people to see your left hand. And right now, Donald Trump is intentionally, and using tweets and everything else, telling people, show people that, well, I'm not that confident, I'm no threat. He's the most dangerous man on the earth right now, and particularly in the United States. What he's doing is that he's using old techniques they use in brainwashing in the communist camps, 50 years ago, 70 years ago to be more specific. And see, in Korean War, we had the same triad that he's dealing with right now, which is China, which was communist, Russia, which was communist, and North Korea was communist. But they no longer call them communists anymore. But that's the triad. That's the group that's right now that's working with people are falling for it, believing that somehow he's a comical fool, he's a buffoon. He's not a buffoon. He's very, very effective and very dangerous. And what he's doing, he's using what we call brainwashing in the service. As I said, in the Marine Corps, in North Korea, in North China, we had over 7,000 POWs in those camps that had been captured in POW camps that were subjected to 3 years of brainwashing. And the brainwashing techniques is nothing but, most people think brainwashed is something like driving bamboo splinters between the knuckles, attaching battery cables to men's testicles, doing all this kind of stuff. That's not what brainwashing is. Brainwashing is a very sophisticated form of re-educating and reorienting people in a way that it creates a very specific achievements. And some of those achievements are, with Donald Trump, for example, the first thing is everything is to be divisive. Everything he's going to do is going to be extremely divisive. Divisive inside the White House, outside the White House, at every level of government, in every department, EPA, Education, Department of Justice, FBI. He's gonna make sure everybody is at each other's throat. And in the Marine Corps, when it happens, they have broke down what we call a code of conduct, where people are taught and trained to work as a team. That's the first thing he's doing to the society. The society is not aware of it. The second thing he's doing is that he's legalizing and legitimizing one of our basic values, which is corruption, because and corruption and immorality. That's why he can say, hey, everybody around him going to have a very deep seat involvement in various forms of corruption and immorality. Almost every one of them, they're going to find out they've had all kinds of relationships. That's how they're going to be hired on that basis to make sure that the whole values of society, from the religious perspective or a moral perspective, is diminished down. He's going to redistribute all the resources to the higher level, to the well-off group in this country. He's doing that through his tax reforms. And we're saying that the rich is going to get richer, and the inequality between the groups are going to widen. He's going to do that. All these things, and I go through a whole bunch of things he's working. The same identical things. I'm not going to stretch your imagination anymore. Same things that happened in Korea. Same thing. We broke down. And what happened as a result of it is after the 7,000 prisoners we had that were captured, American prisoners.
Oh, it looks like Dr. Anderson froze. Can you hear me, Dr. Anderson?
Huh?
You froze for a second, but keep going. I couldn't hear you.
Okay, we had 7,000 POWs. They were all interned for 3 years, and the communists were so effective in this. The same thing Donald Trump is using, the same techniques. These techniques are what we call industrial management techniques, and and social psychological problem solving, and sometimes they call it social physiological inducement on people. All those things are working very effectively in our society. They're going to tear down your media. Your media can be totally dysfunctional. Your newspapers and the rest of they have no means of communicating, and they can follow the philosophy says if you can't beat them, confuse them, don't join them, and everybody's going to wind up totally confused. And I got a whole bunch of things like redistributing the wealth, attacking all your basic institutions, institutionalizing new forms of morality. That's why he's going to, people say, why don't he turn over his tax return? He's not going to do that. He's going to legitimize corruption. And they said, well, we're going to get him on collusion. The biggest thing to get him on is emolument, which means his family and his friends are doing everything they can for graft and corruption around the world. They're totally restructuring the society. And everybody's looking at him as he's some kind of a buffoon. And he's not. He's very crafty. He's doing a fantastic job and very effective. But for black folk, my mother used to tell me, if you ever get a fool, put a string on him and take him and make him and let him pull you around and get some advantages for you. But Donald Trump is a fool. Black folks should be trying to lock in on him and trying to get some resources out of him while they can. I don't know how they do it, but they better should be doing it. Otherwise, black folk are going to be in a serious trouble. They're at the bottom of the pile, and trouble is coming. Donald Trump is a Manchurian candidate of the first order. That's why he's so aligned, and while he's trying his best to be closely affiliated, identified with those three elements we had in Korea: the Russians, communists, the Chinese, and North Korea.
So Dr. Anderson, you called Donald Trump the Manchurian candidate. Now, when I think about the Manchurian candidate, I think about that movie that I think Denzel Washington was in it. And basically it's this candidate that was, what I saw in the Manchurian candidate was a person that really wasn't, really a real person. Like he kind of was representing somebody else's interests. They kind of been programmed to follow a specific agenda to kind of, pursue a certain objective, using the country's resources, it's some sinister objective. Do you think that Trump is what makes you call Trump a Manchurian candidate? What is it that defines a Manchurian candidate for you?
Because he's gonna pretend he's pushing American interests when he's gonna push the interests of Russia. Putin, he's gonna push Russia's interests. He's gonna push North Korea with this guy hung, whatever his interests are. He's gonna push China's interests, and then he's gonna put it under the guise of globalization, trying to strengthen American society, or he's gonna try to impose tariffs, but not on those countries, but on his allies. He's going to divide the United States from all of his allies and make them weaker. They can divide them from most of the organizations, international organizations we've had. I can't think of all of them right now offhand. Military organizations. They're going to be one might be the G7 or something like that. There's 4 or 5 others. He's going to splinter those groups all the way up, and at the same time, he's going to splinter them. He's going to closely align himself with those foreign enemies and elements. The same thing happened in Korea. I just sit back and laugh because my responsibility in the Marine Corps, my responsibility was to be a safety and survival engineer for my squadron. And I watched the social philological manipulation of people in those camps. We had a de-brainwashing center in Barbers Point, Hawaii. And they're going to go at, and he's using all the techniques that are typically taught in master's degree program and doctorate degree program in psychology and various big major universities across America. And in Korea, most of those agents in North Korea, the North Koreans and also the Chinese, they got their degrees in the United States in social sciences and psychological sciences before they set up their system of brainwashing and create people to be Manchurian candidates. And after the war was ended, that's why 1/3 of all our prisoners, after we were free, after the war ended, never came back to the United States, became turncoats. And most of them were subjected and they had no interest in returning to the United States. And then during the course of that encampment, under the Manchurian candidate practices and treatment and brainwashing, that not one prisoner out of 7,000 we had, not one prisoner ever escaped. They were so disoriented and so brainwashed and reoriented to the fact that not one escaped or through an organized escape in Korea or in China. And and most of those camps did not have any guards, didn't have fences, didn't have dogs, didn't have machine guns on the fences. They just couldn't do it because they got so confused. You watch the American society right now and watch how people become increasingly confused, not knowing which way is up, which way is down. Watch black folk. Black folk right now are null and void. You don't see any action on behalf of black folk. Between racism in the society and the new things that Donald Trump put into effect, you got no black leadership. Blacks are an abandoned, obsolete labor class. They have no goal, have no agenda. They have no representation. They have no corporations. Their basic institutions was destroyed in doing slavery up to now, just like they were destroyed in brainwashing in Korea. We don't have any institutions. Our institutions are all into minorities, poor folk, people of color, and political correctness. We got problems. That's why we're going to suffer first. Then the broader society is going to suffer right behind Black folk. And it's the same thing I laughed about overseas in the 1950s. I see the same identical thing happen with Donald Trump. Everybody thinks he's a fool and a buffoon. He's a very crafty man. He's very dangerous for the society in general.
All right, everybody. I'm talking to Dr. Claud Anderson. He's the author of the books Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, The Black History Reader, and also Dirty Little Secrets. His website is harvestinstitute.org. That's harvestinstitute.org. He actually runs a think tank, and he also is actually pursuing lawsuits on behalf of people of color. I hope you guys will consider going there to make a donation. Also, if you're watching here, make sure that you hit the like button, the share button, subscribe button. Share this conversation with other people on your channel. We're promoting intelligent Black talk, intelligent Black conversations. We're not here for buffoonery and coonery and silliness. We're here for elevated discussions. And there's no better man to help lead that than Dr. Claud Anderson. So Dr. Anderson, I want to ask you about this. So recently, one of the things that people have said with Trump is that they've looked at his pardons. He's really been trying hard to pardon, Black folks. He pardoned a Black woman that was denied by President Obama, a woman who gotten 20 or 30 years in prison or life sentence for some drug conviction that she should have never been convicted on. He also pardoned the late Jack Johnson, little things like that. And there have been people who've said, this is nothing, this is just symbolic, this doesn't mean anything. In fact, there's actually been people who have suggested to him, his advisors have suggested to him that he pardoned even Marcus Garvey. And so people say, oh, this is just symbolic. This is just an appeal to get Black voters. This doesn't mean anything. But, I think the challenge for me was that a lot of what Obama did was symbolic. A lot of what Obama, did for Black folks was the same kind of symbolism. It just came from a different person. So if symbolism is bullshit, then it's always bullshit. The bullshit doesn't turn into chocolate cake just because it's being delivered by somebody else. So I'm not saying that it's a great thing that he's doing all these things, but I'd be curious if it is the case that Trump is just trying to appeal to Black voters. Like for example, Trump could say, look, Black unemployment is lower under my regime than it ever was under Obama. Well, the data seems to support that, right? So what does this say? Does this make a case for some of those Black folks who say, you know what, I didn't like Obama, I don't really like Trump, but at least I got a job, and I'm okay with that. What do you think about that?
I think all that stuff is so comical. I wouldn't have to watch Saturday Night Live watching what goes on in politics. And every time, the easiest people to trick in the world, I hate to say this because I love them, is Black folk. They go for the okie doke every damn time. Who cares if he pardons Jack Johnson back from the early 1910 for what he called violation of the Slave Act because he pardon, all that's BS, because that doesn't put one biscuit on Black folks' table in this country. It does not address the major issues. The major issues in the society is Black folk have control and ownership of practically nothing. They're an abandoned, obsolete labor class. They are the official underclass in America. And an underclass, Dr. Watkins, means those individuals who by the mere social economic conditions are predestined to live for the rest of their lives as either beggars or criminals. And people say, well, they're racist. I keep telling them, racism doesn't, we're going to solve race, you can't resolve it unless you go back to the original core, the roots of racism. Roots of racism is the maldistribution of 100% of all this nation's wealth, power, resource, land, privileges, and controls of all levels of government. And tell your listeners as soon as, even if I had the magical ability to say abracadabra and every white racist in America would disappear. There would be no more white racism in America. There would be no white racists. There would not be one white person who could be truly classified as a racist. So what? That doesn't help Black folk. You know why? It doesn't redistribute any resources back in their hands. It does not change their conditions. It doesn't change nothing by white races never existed. If I got rid of the Ku Klux Klan and the Knights of the White Camellia, the Minutemen, if I got rid of all those radical militant groups, it does not help black folk unless you go back to the core. The purpose of slavery, which was the maldistribute. You got to put resources in the hands of black folk. Black folk own and control 1/2 or 1% of everything that's valuable and important with power attached to it. But on the other hand, they're bearing 6 to 7 times their fair share of everything that's bad. They're leading the nation. They're number one. They're number one in poverty. They're number one in incarceration. They're number one in the victims of homicides. They're number one in the fact that people can't get mortgages. They're number one in those who don't have no business list. They're number one in receiving in the most hated group in America, FBI reports. There's 6 to 7% of all hate crimes are committed against black folk. They're number one in everything you can think of as bad. So what are black folk? Why are they worried about who Donald Trump pardons? How does that help black folk? That's symbolic, that's ceremonial, it's insignificant, it's irrelevant, it's a wheel spinning activity. And again, Donald Trump has bamboozled and misdirected and redirected black folks' attention. Are you there?
Yeah, sorry about that. Well, what I would say is that I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I mean, I don't really care a whole lot about pardoning people that are dead. That doesn't do anything for me. I was just thinking about the fact that if Obama were to have done the same thing, I know a lot of Negroes who'd be celebrating and dancing in the street, right? And then when Trump does it, it's like, oh, well, that's just symbolism. Again, if it's bullshit, it's always bullshit. Bullshit does not become chocolate cake just because somebody else is serving it to you. It's always BS. It's always worthless. It's always meaningless. So I agree with you. And I think that was a great point you just made. And I asked that question literally to lay that point on the table. I think that we need substance, no matter who the politician is. So, I think, let me ask you this. There are a lot of people who say, that no black person should even talk to Trump, that nobody should even, if he invites you to have a meeting at the White House, you should say no, do not talk to this guy. Don't even entertain the idea of a meeting. I don't agree with that. I think you should listen in case he happens to need some votes and he wants to do something substantive. If he asked to meet with Dr. Claud Anderson, I would support that meeting because I know you're not going to ask for something symbolic. You would ask for something real. And if he delivered you something real, then I would trust that there was a benefit to both parties for this. If Donald Trump reached out to you today, Dr. Anderson, and said, because I know Obama wasn't going to meet with you. I know Obama didn't want to talk to people like you. His administration did not want to talk to black people who really wanted to do something for black people. He met with Al Sharpton on economic policy about 40, 50 times. And Al Sharpton ain't never ever had no degree in economics. He didn't write Powernomics or nothing about cooperative economics or wealth building. You do. If Trump wanted to meet with you, Dr. Anderson, would you take that meeting, and why would you take that meeting, and what would happen in that conversation?
Well, the biggest thing, you have to do it in such a way where it's clinically non-infectious, where all of a sudden you don't come about being perceived as being a clown or a Sambo or an Uncle Tom or someone who's seeking meritorious manumission from the white society in general and from Donald Trump in particular. But I had people from out of Houston, some black Republicans out of Houston. I had black Republicans across the United States, out of Ohio, and even in Chicago, saying, Dr. Anderson, would you speak to Trump? I said, I'll speak to him under my terms. And I got a whole list of things I want him to do, but not one is symbolic and ceremonious. Are there things I said I would talk to them and say, here are the things I want for black folk, tangible things. I don't ever want black folk to pursue anything when you got a major structural problem where they own and control nothing, that they're still bearing the legacies of slavery and Jim Crow segregation. I said, the first thing I'll say, I want you to pursue and classify blacks as an exceptional group of people in this country and put them into a protected class. Go back, I want you to put them back just like like they were in 1866 in a protected class, and just like you put American Indians into a protected class and been giving them benefits now for 150 years, just like you got white women in a protected class. I want black folk classified in a protected class which means they should be able to go into businesses and go into different things and not have to compete with other groups. Just like we got the Yazoo up in Japan, where they have a leather industry. They are protected, so nobody can compete with them with leather in Japan. I want black folk to be in a protected class where they can get resources. Secondly, I want them to go back and put some form of reparations involved. Right now, I know 98% of white folks were against blacks being freed from slavery in the Civil War, and today opposed to blacks getting reparations. But the only way you can correct racism in this country is by putting some resources into the hands of black folk, and do that on a non-competitive basis. And when you find some blacks that I don't want anything, then you shut your mouth. If you don't want anything for reparations, you keep your mouth shut and go sit your ass down. That's what but black folk cannot compete with only 1/2 of 1% making up 13% of the population. Well, they don't own anything of importance. And quit telling black folk about going out. Black folk don't need jobs, they need wealth. Because why is that? Because you see, whites got 99% of all the wealth, 87% of it is frozen. That 87% of all the income that a white person in a white society gets every year is unearned income. And you want to put blacks over into a category where they're looking for a job where they can only get money by performing, called earned income. No, I want black folk. I want black folk to be put into a category of receiving unearned income. I want black folks to also I want you to go back and stop the busing in this country, and go back and rebuild these black communities in this country, and put up magnet schools in all these damn black communities, and put the best technology, the best teachers, best materials in those schools, and at least 2 magnet schools in every black community, and make those schools so attractive that whites and other groups are trying to get to move into the black community to get in those black schools, rather than busing 75% of the black kids out of those communities into white schools, by keep preaching that somehow a black child can't learn unless he's sitting next to a white child. That is insulting and it's ridiculous. I want them also to be able to go back and look at I want to go back and retrieve that $57 million that was stolen out of Freedmen banks. Back in between doing Reconstruction from 1865 to 1875. That's billions of dollars. I want them to fulfill the 1866 Indian Treaty that Obama refused to. They owe black folk billions of dollars in that. I got a whole list of things that I would like for Trump to do, but all of them are tangible, measurable. No symbolism. I don't give a damn about whether or not he names a Martin Luther King Boulevard or Rosa Parks Street, or put up basketball courts on a black neighborhood. I want tangible. Give black folk the money. That's the only way you get rid of white supremacy. You get away with white supremacy by redistributing some of those resources back into the hands of black folk, where they can be a competitive group. I can give you a whole list of things we had time, but that's just a few.
Well, let me ask you this, Dr. Anderson, and everybody who's watching, make sure you hit the like button, the share button, subscribe button, all that stuff before you go. Please take a second and do that right now. Also, make sure you join theblackbusinessschool.com. It's a great place to educate your whole family on wealth and everything else. We have a lot of great faculty, attorneys, PhDs, black folks that can really teach you and teach you at a fraction of what you probably paid to go to a white university. Now, Dr. Anderson, I want to ask you this.
I'm sorry, you cut off.
Oh, sorry.
Repeat it again, you cut off.
Well, I want to ask you this question. So during the Obama presidency, you had 8 years of a black president. Your Powernomics principles are accepted all around the world. Everybody, that I know, at least gives legitimacy to the ideas in your books. Most people love what you're saying. Most black people like what you're saying. Well, during the Obama presidency, did you approach Obama with some of your ideas? Did you approach the administration? Did you approach them with the 1866 Indian Treaty and explain what was going on with that, why black folks owe billions of dollars? Like, did you have any communication with them whatsoever? And if you did, what happened?
Thank you, Lordy. You just asked a $1 million question. Yes, I put out one of the Harvard Institute's newsletters. I wrote a 19-page document, a newsletter that was addressed straight to Obama's. It was taken into the White House. It was UPS to it. It was emailed to him and delivered by postal service. It says, here are the things you need to do for black folk in America. Since black folk have prayed for centuries to have a black warrior raise up from the bowels and the bellies of our society, and be able to know black folks suffering and be able to fight their battles. And if you're not a new black president, this was in 2010, and go to the harvestinstitute.org website and pull up the newsletter on that was sent to Obama. And in that thing will tell them things like, the first thing you need to do is go back and rebuild these black communities, point one. Rebuild these black communities, point one. And then put on your staff a czar, a person who will be specifically responsible for carrying out mandates affecting black folk across this country. Got to be his sole responsibility to oversee that and make sure it is accomplished. 2 or 3, in every way you've got, since 70% of all black people in America live in and around about 10 major urban areas. Go into those 10 major urban areas where black folk reside before they become gentrified and privatized. This was back in 10, now they're almost too late now. Go in there and in there, establish that set of redevelopment banks. Put money into redevelopment banks, not directly into black folks, but put it in redevelopment banks where black folk can come in there and borrow low interest, long-term loans on a revolving loan fund with a maximum of 1.5% interest. And so they can do it, so they can build businesses and borrow money and go borrow money from banks. And that money would be subordinatable to any bank money. To set up a special program that and move it and transfer all the businesses out of this country to third world nations, and started doing offshore banking in Panama and the Caribbean and in Singapore. Set up special programs so that money, so that you bring that money back to this country, and the interest you pay would go into those special revolving loan fund banks in those major urban areas to build industries and business for black folk. Another point, tell them also, and once in a protected class, that you set up special programs to build industries that were relocated, bring them back to the United States. Before the civil rights, when we had over 200 down to nothing, most of those industries went to Korea, South Korea, China, Formosa, and bring back industries where black folk can learn how to produce, produce jobs rather than look for jobs. Black folk start practicing group economics around their own industries, their own businesses. Teach them how to dominate. I went through all this stuff. Dominate in whether they dominate in population and consumer patterns, dominate with businesses. And lastly, set up special programs I can't think what I call the program now. Where all these black kids that are graduating from college can't find jobs, set up something almost like the teacher, like what's the thing with the Corps they had back in a program back in the 60s. Why not teacher Corps, but we set up special program for black kids who can get jobs. And it's almost like a disaster corps kind of thing, where they can get jobs, making decent money, working with huh?
You mean Job Corps?
No, it's like Job Corps, similar to Job Corps, but it looks almost like a disaster. We always got forest fires, we got floods all over the country, we got all kind of problems in the country. Hire those black kids and train them to be able to go around the country and have jobs. And I had a whole bunch of things in the program. Sent it to him. Guess what? He didn't respond. But I had 3 newspapers that called and asked me about it. One newspaper out of San Diego, California, one out of Grand Rapids, Michigan, and one out of Colorado says, we saw this. Why didn't Obama do something for black folk? Why didn't he help his own people? But he felt, and he had received meritorious manumission and says that I'm not going to go that route. I'm not going to do it. And so he said, because I represent all the people. And common sense, if you represent all the people, black folk are some of all the people. Why didn't you represent them? But even more importantly, is that you violate the Constitution. Obama's supposed to be teaching constitutional law up at Harvard. In the Constitution, he knew that the 13th and 14th Amendment and Equal Protection Clause were put into the 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment and the Civil Rights Law specifically and solely for black folk. And that means, and they should not be equated with other groups. And then the other groups should not be using those. All other people got their equal protection under the 5th Amendment. But unfortunately, that Obama did nothing, and so he didn't put one biscuit on a black person's table because he used this whole broad terms, minorities, poor folk, people of color, which says nothing but the old thing called trickle down. I'm not going to give anything to black folk. I'm going to give it to everybody else, and if anything's left of a trickle down, black folk can get something.
Yeah, well, you know, I actually refer to that, what you talk about. I always call it trickle down liberalism, because it's just like trickle down economics that Reagan used, where, yeah, as you mentioned, you give something to the top and you assume it's going to trickle down. Obama's Ronald Reagan moment was when they asked him about black unemployment, and he said, "The rising tide will lift all boats." Meaning that if we elevate the whole economy, then all the boats are going to lift, the black people's votes and all that. That was his way of, that was when he transformed into Ronald Reagan in my mind, because you try to tell me that if you take care of all these white folks, that they're going to come take care of us, and that's just not the case. And the reason I asked you that question, Dr. Anderson, is because there were a lot of people who basically said that Obama didn't do anything for black people because black people didn't ask for anything. No, he didn't ignore black people because black people were not asking for anything. Black people were ignored because they didn't listen to the black people who were asking for something. Y'all, I remember every week I would go, even Reverend Jesse Jackson, to his credit, always argued that there should be a Marshall Plan, that there should be a Marshall Plan for all the urban cities. He said that every single week on his show, but they never had Jesse Jackson to the White House. They had Al Sharpton to the White House about 50 times. You wrote that letter, and I want everybody to read this letter. I'm gonna show everybody this letter. We're gonna talk about this letter later in the Black Business School to kind of break this down. But you wrote this letter and you laid out clear policy recommendations. You understand economics. Al Sharpton does not. So why would you not be invited to the White House? Why would they ignore you, ignore other people who have similar ideas or other good ideas, Julianne Malveaux and others, and pay attention to the Negroes who were going to foot shuffle and get along? So my position is, I don't really care what Donald Trump is doing. If he's trying to trick black voters into voting for him, well, too bad. Obama should have did more. If he's using symbolism to get black folks to support him, well, too bad. Obama should have done something real, and then maybe we know the difference between something real and something symbolic. Because you can't sit here and say that 40 million people were silent about what they wanted. That is an insult to black people when anybody suggests that black people we didn't know what we wanted. That means you're saying that we ain't nothing but a group of 40 million idiots, that we are all so retarded that we can't all see, that we ain't got no scholars, we ain't got no lawyers, we ain't got no business people, we don't have no intellectuals, we don't have no leaders, nobody who can sit down and write a goddamn policy. Seriously, get out of here with that. So when I would hear that from the administration or from people defending the nonsense that came out of that administration, I just looked at them and said, you sound like you couldn't be more insulting to black people than if you worked for the Ku Klux Klan. You sound like a Klansman right now when you literally want to try to convince me that 40 million black people couldn't even sit down and figure out what we wanted, and that's why we were never invited to the table. Get out of here with that nonsense. So I'm not really happy with Trump. I don't really care about Trump that much. I agree with you. Everything you said about him being dangerous. He's a crook. He's a dirtbag. But it's not like I'm looking at the previous 8 years and feeling like that was a wonderful time for black people either. It wasn't. It was just all it was. And everybody listening, pay attention to me when I tell you this. This is what the Obama administration was to black people. It was 8 years of feel-good moments. It was nothing more than a political version of opium for the masses. It made you feel good to be able to see a black man in the White House, and it made me feel good too, but it gave you no substance whatsoever. No progress was made. Every bad black neighborhood that existed in 2007 is still the same neighborhood right now. So we have to learn the difference between substance and flash. I'm done talking, Dr. Anderson. I'm going to be quiet. I want to ask you a question about this. So let's talk about solutions. Go ahead.
May I respond to what you just said for a second?
Please
because
do.
You're right on target. I agree with you 100%, Dr. Watkins. But see, and about the demanding something. But to be truthful with you, see, it wasn't even necessary for black folks to even demand. You know why? Because on the whole point of politics is called quid pro quo. Something for something. One hand washes the other, and you scratch my back, I scratch yours. Obama knew when black folk gave him 98% of their vote twice. Now, that was twice as much vote from the blacks than any other group in the country. He had an obligation. Black folks should to do something for black folks. Black folks should, even though black folks must demand, But even if they didn't demand, he had an obligation to do something for black folk. But he refused to do it because talking about he represents all the people. And people ask him, well, why don't you do something for black folk? He said, well, why should I do anything for black folk? Uh, 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 because they are the people that have been crippled, and that's the law. The law is mandates that no group should be put higher in an order of precedence than black folk. That's what those laws were put in place for in the Constitution, in the second Constitution, which was the 14th Amendment, and those civil rights laws. They violate those laws. It says, and those laws say very specifically. And what I'm gonna do for a second, let me take 1 second, and let me see if I can find something here to tell you, where it says very specifically what. Just for your group. Let me. I'm gonna look and see if I got some years. I want to give you the actual. And most importantly, mandated. Here's what blacks have the same rights as whites. Okay, that's what the Emancipation Proclamation was about. And it said that blacks must have the same rights as whites. And if whites are getting everything and getting all the benefits, then why are blacks getting them? Why are you giving them to the Arabs, Asians, Hispanics, and you're not giving them to blacks? You violated that. Let's go down to the Civil Rights Law of 1866, where it said where they were supposedly correcting the Dred Scott. When they passed the Civil Rights Act, it says blacks, listen to this, Dr. Watkins, blacks shall have the full and equal benefits of all laws and proceedings as enjoyed by white citizens, and that the government is mandated to lift the badges and incidents of slavery off the backs of black folk. Did you hear what I said? Could you hear me?
Yes, I sure could.
Dr. Watkins.
Yes.
Okay, okay, then it says that it is mandated that blacks should have the full and equal benefit. These are the intent of all those laws. This is the intent in the write-up for the laws, that blacks should have the full and equal benefit of all laws and proceedings as if it's joined by white citizens, and that government has a mandate to lift the badges and incidents of slavery off the shoulders of black folk. Then if you become the president, black folk right now are carrying 6 to 7 times their burdens from the legacies of slavery, and nothing has been done for them in 500 years. Why didn't you do something? Why didn't you lift those burdens? If you didn't, you violated the law. Let's go down to another one. Let's look at the 14th Amendment. It says in the 14th Amendment that black slaves are, it says that black folks must be treated in all manners, that white folk are treated under similar conditions. And yet, here we are, and let's take the Indians. Obama called 562 white Indians to the White House every year he was in office, except for the first 6 years, and gave them $3.5 billion. So white Indians, but then they invite one person even benefits and be treated in all manners as all people. Every black politician, every white politician knows those. They know the 14th Amendment, they know the 13th Amendment, they know the 15th Amendment, they know the civil rights law, but none of them ever abide by the laws. And talking about we are a nation of laws, get off your ass and do something for black folk. They won't do it. And because in this society, blacks are a third rail. Nobody wants to be touched doing anything for black folk, because they know that in this country right now that black folk are still a hated and despised group. They know that almost 90% of all whites still hate and despise black folk, and 63 to 64% of all the immigrants don't want to be around black folk. That's your issue, and black folk must start demanding what they need. But once they put a person in office or support a political party, they shouldn't have to beg that political party, that person, to do something for them. That person must ascribe to the mandates of politics. Give equal benefits back to black folk. Quid pro quo, something for something. I put you in office, you owe me, deliver to me. Don't deliver in the symbolism and ceremonial stuff. Deliver benefits that I can count. Tell your students and my people, don't accept anything that they can't count and can't take to the bank. They can't take to the bank, tell them you don't want it. You want land, resources, and privileges and rights. And now and rights, those that deals with assets. Privileges come from possessing something. Rights only come from power, from resources.
All right. Everybody who's listening, I'm talking to Dr. Claud Anderson. Dr. Anderson is the founder of the Harvest Institute. The URL for the Harvest Institute is harvestinstitute.org. That's harvestinstitute.org. I hope you guys will go over there and make a donation to help with the lawsuits. He's been filing lawsuits for reparations. Only person out here really doing that. So I hope you'll support that. Also, he's written books, Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, The Black History Reader, and Dirty Little Secrets. These are the books that I want your children to read before they read anything else. I don't think they should be reading books by European historians or old English literature and all this other stuff they're telling them in school before they read books like Powernomics. So make sure that you do that. In fact, this week, Dr. Anderson, I went down to Freedom Home Academy International, which is a school down here in Chicago. It's a beautiful charter school, African Center School. It's got a lot of Black kids in there that were really doing Black history. And it was really fascinating to see this in terms of, you mentioned earlier, you said that there's a lot of people who believe that a Black child can't learn unless they're next to a white child, that putting your kids in these white schools is going to be better for them because they get access to the resources and the best teachers and all this other stuff. And I'm gonna tell you, when I went to Freedom Home Academy International, I've never seen children that smart in my life. They had 5-year-olds that were on the stage, and they would throw out a word, and they had to define the word like that instantly. So they would say, they would say, "What is colonialism?" And the little kid would say, "Colonialism is a system by which a group of people go to another country to extract resources and to exploit them for political and economic gain." Right? Then they say, "So what is an adjective?" And they would define an adjective is a part of a sentence that da 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 da. And these were 5-year-old children. These were 5-year-old kids. I ain't never seen 5-year-olds do that in my life. And I think that it almost seems to me that a lot of the reason that we fall for the stupid tricks is because society keeps us as stupid people, and it starts with the way we're, what we're exposed to in school. We got a lot of our kids graduating from public schools can't even read, spent more time fighting at school than they spent learning, spent more time worried about how they were dressed and relative to how much they were actually learning in terms of math and English and everything else. And ultimately, I think that part of the reason that we fall for the stupid tricks in politics is because from the very beginning, we were never taught in school to love ourselves. We were always taught to find a way to fit in, find a way to be accepted, find a way to not get kicked out. Also, we were never taught to really empower ourselves, to really fight for something, to really believe that we are worthy of fighting for something. And so when I saw these little children, that literally knew 5-year-olds that knew definitions of terminology that I know 30-year-olds who don't know this stuff. They asked them, what is capitalism? The 5-year-old could define capitalism like that. Most 30-year-olds can't define capitalism like that. To me, children like that are not the ones who are gonna grow up and fall for something stupid. They're not gonna, care if the president can do the electric slide and eats barbecue chicken and sings Al Green songs. They're gonna sit down and they're gonna read books like Powernomics, and they're gonna show up and demand something. Do you think that that's sort of what we need is sort of a direct overhaul in terms of how our children are even raised in this country, in terms of getting away from these systems that are designed to keep us blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid, and actually create infrastructure and institutions that build children in the image that we need them to be?
Well, first, you're on track. And see, the great sadness is that why would anybody with with more than a third grade education would say the solution for my children is to socially integrate them and bust them into white schools so they can sit beside white children. Now here are black folk, black people that were denied a right to an education for 360 years under slavery. Whites enacted laws that said that if I catch a white person teaching a black person to read and write, it'll cost them $100 and 39 lashes with a whip to teach a black person how to read and write. And that was during slavery. And even during slavery, when those black people came out of slavery, that 96% then, because of imposed ignorance was imposed on them, spread on them, painted on them, and so 96% of black folk could not read and write in 1866. But in a 30-year time period between 1866 and 1896, those black folk came together and pooled their money. They started selling water, wood, coal, ice, flowers, anything to raise enough money to build their own school systems. And they built their own school systems. And in that 30-year time period between 1866 and 1896, they worked and by themselves, they set a world's record of academic achievement that has never been broken. You hear people boasting about how bright, how smart Jewish kids are and how Asian kids are. They cannot break that record. That in that 30-year time period between 1866 and 1896, Black folk reduced their illiteracy rate by 50% in 30 years. No group can ever boast that. They can beat that by saying they came out of slavery in a 30-year time period, cut their illiteracy rate in half. Cut the illiteracy rate in half in 30 years by themselves. At the same time, they were cutting their illiteracy rate in half in that 30-year time period. Whites were coming into this country where 96% of them could not read and write. 96% of all immigrants coming from Europe could not read and write when they got here. They could not think above probably the 3rd or 4th grade level. But yet they went into the management system and they got all the rights and privileges and got the jobs and business and industries. And Black folk got nothing out of it. So Black folk, now here Black folk come in the 1950s and then get social integration. What do? They turn around and ask the same people who denied their children education or gave them a marginal education for 400 some years to educate their people. Why are they going to? If I was white, why would I want to educate your children to compete with my children? See, Black folk got to go back and rebuild their own darn communities, hold their own people accountable. We got enough Black educators in this country and put their feet to the fire and said, no, don't let any kid graduate from high school unless he's got a scheme in his head or a skill in his body to be able to do what he needs to do to earn a living and earn respect and dignity in our society. That must be imposed. And start these kids in elementary school thinking about business and business acumen. And don't let them graduate from high school again without the skills. Teach trade skills in high school, and set up more trade schools across this country for Black folk, and send more to junior college rather than senior colleges. I got all these Blacks graduating from school now with master's degrees, Dr. Watkins, and they don't master a damn thing because I got them working in McDonald's and Burger King's, with a doctor's degree, a master's degree, because they don't have any businesses in the Black community. The whole thing is upside down and backwards. Black folk must be responsible for educating their own children and don't depend on whites to educate their children to be competitive. Don't be against anybody else. And I don't want Blacks to be against whites because all whites are not bad. I don't want to be against immigrants. I want to be against the immigration policies. And I wanted Obama to have created a Marshall Plan in this country. Back to your earlier point. He should have induced a Marshall Plan to redevelop this, not only every urban city where Black folk live, but to be eliminate bring new resources, wealth, and power into the hands of Black folk. That's the only way you can ever reduce and eradicate racism. You cannot eliminate racism, whether it's in education, employment, or in business, or in politics, unless you redistribute some resources into the hands of the Black folk. Otherwise, you're wasting your time and playing games. That's why nothing has changed in 500 years in race matters in this country, because nobody wants to redistribute the resources so that Black folk can be a competitive and self-sufficient and independent people, Dr. Watkins.
Well, I think you said enough right there, and I appreciate that. I mean, I think that it's I'm real big on this idea that we need to have our own systems. I think that we need children that learn how to create systems and manage systems, develop systems, create structure. So that means building companies, building educational systems, developing codes of conduct, developing our own ceremonious, ritual-based kinds of processes that allow us to validate each other and validate ourselves. I think that when I went to visit, lately I've been real interested in schools that are run by Black people, independent schools, and I've seen some of the best schools around. And one of the things that I know for sure is that if we were to support the building of these schools the same way we support a new movie that comes out, when Disney puts out like a Black Panther type of movie, we could have our own school system in about 2 weeks. It wouldn't take that long to fund a new school system. So I think that, to Black people that are listening, that's why I encourage you to lead your children, lead them to be able to develop systems and not just find a way to fit into somebody else's system, because these systems really weren't built for you. So Dr. Anderson, I'll let you get the last word on this. So in terms of just finishing off with the politics conversation and stuff like that, you've talked about the importance of developing other forms of institutions like think tanks and political action groups to achieve what you discuss in Powernomics as vertical integration of politics. Vertical integration of politics. So can you kind of speak to that a little bit in terms of what we want to think about? I don't want to just complain about Trump or complain about Obama. I think it's better to make sure we end with concrete action steps that we could take that will empower us in future elections.
Let me try to see if I can symbolize it for you. The thing that we need in politics is a very simple thing. In your mind right now, picture in your mind a triangle. You know what a triangle is, right in your mind, okay? Picture a triangle, and in that triangle, draw a line about halfway, almost near the center, all the way from one side to the other. And then you go up about a few inches from that and draw another line across. That'll give you 3 levels. And then with the biggest block of that triangle at the bottom, the base of the triangle. And what that should be, if black going to be a power group in this country, that group should be the masses of black folk. These are the community activists. These are the people these are your workers, your bees, who are going to carry out the programs that you need. You need, just like, and white folk got this down pat. See, and in their society, they would call those the Ku Klux Klan, the Liberty Party, all these different organizations they got, you see around the country. In every neighborhood that's running out, that's carrying the water for the race, the activists. Then above that, if you're going to get power, you go above that, and the next level up, you have to, that's where you put in your think tanks. You have to bring together the best black minds in the country and put them at the next level up, over that big blast mace, that baseline of black activists. Put a group over that for think tanks that focus solely on correcting the major core problems in America. That's political and economics, social economics, and let them develop strategies, techniques, roadmaps, cookbook, recipes. And the next level up. Then you go up one more level up to the peak of that triangle. You know what's up there? You got to have a money class. You got to have people with money. And when you get that people up there, that means your black overclass, they had money. Then what you do when you get that structure, the people at the peak got the money. They then put the money into place to set up those think tanks. They fund them. That's like the Cox brothers, all these white, rich billionaire whites. They sitting at that peak of that triangle. They're putting money. They're donated into nonprofit institutes, think tanks every day. Over in the United States, we got over 5,000 white think tanks that's sitting in the center, and they're being subsidized by white corporations, white billionaires. We got about 568 white multi-billionaires in America. They are funding those groups in the center by giving them money so they can plan, strategize, come up with cookbooks, recipes, and go on television and radio shows to promote their issues, their concerns, and to maintain the status quo on race matters. That's in the center. And then once you get those people in the center funded, the think tanks and corporations, they can then work with the people in the lower level, and that big masses of community activists, and carry out those plans and strategies. That is what you call, that's what you call a social economic power structure. You got to have 3 levels. Big level with the community activists, people who are willing to do the work, can do it, and are readily available. You go above that and develop the intellectual level that can develop the strategies, the techniques, and cookbooks. And above that, you got to have a financing source. But if you can't get those 3 together, you can't do it. It cannot be done in theory or practice without those 3 elements.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Anderson. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I think that, we could talk all day about how things are being done incorrectly, but I think at the end of the day, we always have to make sure we figure out how to do things right. So Dr. Anderson, I guess, let me know if I missed anything, but I want everybody to know that you can actually follow Dr. Anderson's research at his think tank, the Harvest Institute, and actually make a donation, especially given that these lawsuits are expensive. So I hope you'll support. The website is harvestinstitute.org. That's harvestinstitute.org. His books, Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, The Black History Reader, and Dirty Little Secrets. They can be purchased all over the place. Say it again.
Yeah, and I said in the Black History Reader, 101 questions that they never thought to ask. go back and also remind them, would you, Dr. Watkins, that they really want to find out about Obama, that letter. Tell them to go to the harvestinstitute.org and look at the articles and pull down. There's a 19-page article about things he should do for black folk. He didn't do one of them. But here's the great irony in conclusion. You know what? Most of the points that Trump campaigned on, guess where he got them from? He got them out of that newsletter. I'm telling you, go back to the newsletter. And I think it was 2010. I think it's October 2010 or October 2011. Go to the harvestinstitute.org, pull down that newsletter, and look at the points on there, and go look at what Trump's been campaigning on. Everything in there that Trump campaigned on all the way through his year, through 2016 and in 2017, he based it on extracting it out of that newsletter. You asked me once. You asked me what would I do. What I would do is Trump already copycatted most of it. He copycatted everything about globalization and redevelopment, all these different things, about doing reciprocity when you go into a country demanding that you get equal funding. I said, don't go invade a country unless you can extract out enough money and resources to bring it back to this country to subsidize redevelopment banks in black communities. And also that when tourists, when immigrants come to this country, to enact laws, black history laws, that every education programs where every immigrant must learn something about black folks' achievement and investments, and then this country's indebtedness to black folk before they can get citizenship in this country. All that's it's in September, October of 2010. Go look at that and tell all your black listeners and ask, why didn't Obama do any of those things? Even when the newspapers ask, why won't he do it?
Well, I'll let everybody know. I want everybody to know that if you can't find the letter on the Harvest Institute, or you can't find it online, it's also on our social media platform, blaggenuf.com, BLAGGENUF, BLAGGENUF. Make sure you join blaggenuf.com. That's where we have real conversations. There is no censorship from Facebook. Facebook's not watching what we say. They're not going to be able to stop what we say. So go to blaggenuf.com, BLAGGENUF.com. And you can take a look at the letter. I just put the letter, a big chunk of it, on my page on Black Enough. The other thing, what I did was I put some of it on my page, and the rest is also connected to the original letter of the Harvest Institute. So everybody go take a look at that. And the reason it's important to do that is for a couple things. One is to remind people, black people ain't stupid. Our leaders, our scientists are like Dr. Anderson, our scholars are as smart as the scholars that get invited to the White House. But what happens is that the people that get invited to the White House are the ones who are willing to play ball. If you were black, whether it's during the Obama presidency or the Trump presidency, if you're black and you're being invited to the White House, it's usually because you ain't gonna ask for nothing. It was usually because you were gonna roll over and carry water for whatever BS the administration wanted to push. So you want to read this letter, number one, to know black people ain't stupid. We were asking for something. Don't ever let anybody tell you that the reason black folks didn't get done is because they didn't ask for nothing. We had people asking for things on a regular basis, and they were not listening. Me and Russell Simmons had to bang the door down to get them to listen to our letter on incarceration. We had to damn near threaten them with 100 celebrity signatures on their list before they even listened to us. Dr. Anderson wrote his letter. So that's the first reason you should read it. Second reason you should read it is because you want to understand what's going on right now. Trump and his people, they're not trying to appeal to every black person. They're not trying to necessarily win votes from black people who love the Democrats no matter what, who will always carry water for the Democrats. They're trying to talk to the black people who are disgruntled. They're talking to the black people who want support, who want economic independence, who are tired of being left out. They're talking to the ones who say, look, we don't really want to beg for jobs. We want to start businesses. They're talking to the black folks who are like, look, I just want to do well by my family, educate my kids, live in a good neighborhood, and build something, leave a legacy for my children. That's who they're appealing to. And what's unfortunate for the Democrats is that it's actually working for some of those people because they saw right through the nonsense. So go read that letter and debate it, talk about it. We need to have those conversations. And maybe next time when the Democrats or the Republicans step up and ask for your vote, I don't care who you vote for. I don't care if you vote for a third party. I don't care what you do with your vote. That's your decision. But what I do care about is that you think it through and you make sure that they represent the interests of you, your family, and your community before you give anybody your support, Democrats included. So, Dr. Anderson, thank you very much for your time. It was great to speak to you, my friend.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I sure can. Can you hear me?
Okay, I think it was okay. And tell me when they read that newsletter, remember that went out in 2010 to Obama with the Democrats. He did absolutely nothing. Democrats did nothing. And that same newsletter was picked up because it was sent to Donald Trump's headquarters when he first started indicating he's going to run. And as a Republican and a white, he did nothing. Never in the history of this nation has either the Democratic Party or the Republican Party ever done anything significant for black folk in 460 years. And but if they read that letter, that newsletter, they can compare between something going to Obama and Donald Trump picking it up and using it to run and become the president of the United States. By every point that's in that newsletter, that's where Trump got it from. So if you'd ask me what I would have, some of the things I would have demanded of Trump is in that newsletter. But he didn't call me back just like Obama didn't.
Well,
but I love you all. Take care.
Yeah, you too, Dr. Anderson. Thank you very much, my friend. And thank you, thank you all for hanging out with us. Make sure you go support Dr. Anderson, harvestinstitute.org. Introduce your children to this scholar. This is the greatest scholar of our generation. You know, this is a guy that is absolutely without question, you know, the leader that's going to be most impactful, I think, in terms of the ideas that he shares that are beneficial long-term for black people, or at least he's right there in the top 2 or 3. I don't include myself. I got another 30, 40 years before I work to get to that status. But what I will say to you is that these are the people that really care about you. These are the people that are really fighting for you. And so a lot of times what happens is that because our self-esteem is low, we have people that will love somebody that doesn't love them back, just because that person is shiny, cool, and rich and famous and powerful. Well, you can't do that. It's just like love, just like in a relationship. Some people want to date somebody just because that's the prettiest girl in the school. Well, if the prettiest girl in the school treats you like trash, you need to go leave her and get with a girl that actually loves you back. You deserve love too. You deserve support too. And what I saw with the Democratic Party, and I'm just being 100% honest here, I know people get mad at me about it because I'm not going along with the bandwagon. I'm not saying the bullshit that you're hearing on TV. I'm not following along with the crowd. I'm saying what comes to my heart and what I actually see. And what I saw, and I saw a lot that a lot of people don't get to see, because I sat right next to a lot of very important people as they had these conversations. I saw the wool being pulled over black folks' eyes and this underlying assumption that black people are too stupid, they are too ignorant, too backwards, and too distracted to really actually fight for anything meaningful. They literally felt like if you just give black folks a bucket of chicken and some watermelon and a pool party, they're going to be happy as a lark, and then the grown folks can go in the other room and split up the real money. So ultimately, you got to stop doing this. You got to stop being political whores. We act like political whores because we get used up and don't nobody give us nothing in return except for 2 nickels on the desk, and we thanking them for those 2 nickels. You need people that actually are going to fight for something real. Ain't none of these sons of bitches going to get my vote unless you bring in something real. So Democrats, if you're listening, if you want my attention on anything you do, use the word reparations on a regular basis. If you're not using the words like that, then you don't exist to me. Same thing with the Republicans. I don't care. I don't hold it against them that they have certain policies that some people don't agree with or whatever. But it's like, look, you know, it's wide open for you. Come with something substantive and you'll probably get a few black votes. And I'm not going to get mad at those people who say I'm tired of this nonsense. So anyway, that's it. That's the reality. That's what it is. I wanted Dr. Anderson to address this because he was, as you know, he was once the assistant secretary of commerce or something like that. So he knows the political game very well. He knows the economic game very well. He knows military strategy very well. He's a scholar. He's a great man. He's a great guy, and I just respect him a lot. So anyway, last thing I'm gonna say before I go is make sure you hit the like button, share button, subscribe button. Hit all those buttons. The thumbs up button if you're on YouTube. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Also, make sure you join us at blackenough.com. That's our social media platform we just created for black people that want to be free. So go to blackenough, BLAGGENUF.com. Doesn't mean you have to be black to be there, but just know this was created for black people. So the same way we go into your institutions and we're not necessarily as comfortable as we want to be, well, you can come into our institution, but you may not always be comfortable because we're going to keep it 100 all the time. So feel free to join the conversation of Black Enough. That's where it's going to continue. I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm out of here. Last but not least, I want to remind you of this. If you haven't signed your children up for Black Black Millionaires of Tomorrow, our digital program that we have for children on wealth building. It's an awesome program. We teach real estate, we teach stocks and bonds, we teach investing 101, we teach them all about money. There are self-study exams, downloadable PowerPoints, animated videos that our team spent hundreds of hours developing, and it's very, very good. And we have the only university in the world for Black children that I know of, and you're invited to join. You can go to blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. I'm out of here, guys. Have a good day, and I'll see you soon. Peace. On everybody, I'm gonna give you guys a second to kind of come into the conversation. We're doing our daily podcast today, and I'm glad you guys are here. As you know, here at Intellectual Chocolate, we try to keep it Black and keep it really intelligent. And as we do each week, I have the wonderful opportunity of speaking with a person who's not replicated or equaled anywhere on this planet, the one and only Dr. Claud Anderson. And so before I begin, I want to ask Dr. Anderson, how you doing today, sir?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you doing, buddy?
Doing very well, very well. I'm always happy to have you, always happy to talk to you, and I have a lot of respect for you. And so
that's why I like to welcome you back to the country now, back to this country.
Well, I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be back. You know, your ears were probably burning because I was talking about Powernomics and you the whole week. The whole time I was in China, I kept talking about, you know, Chinese Powernomics and how a lot of the principles that are in your book, you know, Powernomics, which I keep, you know, I literally keep this with me everywhere I go, that they practice a lot of these principles in China. I noticed them in action when I was there in terms of how they manage their money, manage their economy. What do you think about that? I mean, do you think that there's something unique about the Chinese economy that's consistent with what you teach in Powernomics?
No, and I'm very proud that they are doing that. As a matter of fact, as I indicated to you in a previous session, that according to Daily Motions out of Nice, France, that they call to track things around the world in terms of social media, and they gave it, and the attorneys notified us that they found over 250,000 sites where they were using a lot of my principles around the world. So I was amazed at that, and I'm flattered. And but it makes common sense because in all my years in education, business, and politics, I tried to pick the best elements that all other groups use to elevate themselves in the country and in the world. And then all that's incorporated into the Powernomics principles, which learn how to come together, pool your resources, and go first for economics. But unfortunately, our people have been enculturated and socially conditioned to do just the opposite, where rather than going from the bottom up, they've been taught to jump all the way up to the top floor and try to come down. So you hear people always telling Black folk, well, what you need to do is get more education. But see, everything starts at the bottom with a community, then it goes to economics, then the politics, then to the law enforcement system, then to communications, Dr. Watkins, and then to education at the fifth floor. But everybody always, but see the way they dilute Blacks and put out was fake news on Black folk by telling Black folk they can be competitive and they can compete and be successful by jumping from the ground all the way to the fifth floor in a 5-story building. That is asinine, it's silly, but they'll do that. And the others will say, well, doctor, that's what we should do. Let's go to the second floor. Let's practice politics before we get any money. And that's why most of these Blacks always wind up going to jail. Because see, white folks get economics in place first. All groups, Chinese, any group in the world, they try to get economics in place before they try to mess around with politics. And that's why yesterday on the show, a person called me and said, Dr. Anderson, you're on the radio, but tell us this, that out in California, south of Los Angeles, they got a Vietnamese town out there now. Got something like about 15 Vietnamese running for public office. They're competing with people now. They've only been in the country 30 years. And I said, that's right. I said, because all those immigrant groups are going to start competing with Black folk and go into politics after they get an economic base, whether they're Chinese, Japanese, anybody. See, Japan, Dr. Watkins, after World War II, the Japanese were totally decimated, impoverished, because almost all their industries got wiped out. They had nothing. They were a dependent nation after World War II. But in 20 years, between 1945 and 1965, they went from a dependent, powerless, poor, poverty-stricken nation. They became a superpower on the earth. You know why? They started practicing those same Powernomics principles that you started talking about. They set up a system called Kairitsu, which means have a closed circles for economic development and use it. The Chinese do the same thing. Buy from your own people. And therefore, they put up barriers to stop Americans from selling any products into Japan and into China. When we went up trade missions to China back in the 1960s, they weren't going to let you into their country trying to penetrate their system. They would put up all kind of barriers and restriction. In Japan, they had a system like what they call a good housekeeping rule before you could sell anything in Japan. They shut Americans out. Chinese going to shut you out. And once they get enough wealth and power, they're going to come to your country and start taking and dominating your industry. And they're going to practice Powernomics principles in Japan, China, and around the world. You're right on target.
Well, you know, and by the way, everybody, I'm talking to Dr. Claud Anderson, and we're discussing. We're going to get to actually blackface a little bit. I want to ask him about the history of blackface, especially since everybody was talking about the incident with Megyn Kelly. But since we're kind of on that, you know, this is really interesting, right? I think that, you know, when I'm looking around and I'm just sort of paying attention to what Black folks get passionate about, what we're really into. Sometimes I wonder, you know, collectively, in terms of 40 million people, are we mature enough intellectually to even begin to, as an aggregate, do what's necessary for Powernomics? You know, I know it's a lot easier to get Black folks' attention, you know, if I'm a rapper or something silly or scandalous or some social issue, or to get excited about some politician, than it is to get them to really talk about what you're talking about. Because what you're basically saying is that nothing really happens if the economics ain't right, that you can't jump and go into politics without the economics. You know, you can't jump into media without the economics. You can't jump into education without the economics. The economics must be the foundation of the 5-story building. The economics first, then you control the politics with the economics, and then which allows you to control the judiciary and police force and all that stuff, and then media, and then education. Whereas we're kind of thinking, okay, we're going to go all out here and we're all going to just go vote for somebody, and that person's going to take good care of us. When, as you mentioned, because you skipped a step, because you skipped several steps, you then become the target. You find that when you get somebody that's really trying to authentically lead the Black community, they're under federal investigation. As you said, they're going to jail. They can't get reelected because they don't have enough money because you didn't handle the economics. Is that kind of what you're saying?
That's exactly right. And see, and if you skip those levels that you just talked about, if you try to jump over the economics and go to those any other levels, you'll never be any more nor any less than what the dominant white society wants you to be. You're going to be a caricature. You have no power, no wealth, and that's exactly what they want you to be. Exactly how they perceive you, and they want, and the behavior patterns they want to impose on you. You mentioned a few minutes ago about blackface. You fit into that stereotype. That's what they want you to do, because they know there's no power in wealth. I mean, there's no power without wealth. The greatest power in this nation on earth is wealth power. So what whites have always done consistently, it makes sure Black folk do not get any wealth power. That's why even during the Black Civil Rights Movement in the 1960s, when Blacks started, the Jews that were siding with Blacks, it started in about 1915 and sided with Blacks on social issues up until the Civil Rights Movement in the 1960s. But about the 1960s, Dr. Watkins, Black folks, a few Blacks in the country say, hey, we don't want just social integration. Why can't we have some economic integration? You know what the Jews said? No, you touch economics and try to get into that, we'll walk away from you. And they abandoned Black folk because nobody's gonna let Black folk get into wealth, because they know with wealth you can become independent, you can be competitive, and they don't want you to be economically independent and competitive with them.
Oh, Dr. Anderson, you back?
Yeah,
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I lost you for 1 second, and I want everybody to know, if this ever happens and he goes out or I go out, just stay right there. We're gonna come right back. It's just usually a Wi-Fi thing. It could be on my end. But Dr. Anderson, let me ask you this. You know, in terms of
before you leave, Dr. Watkins, did you miss what I just said? Were we off?
Repeat the last part, and I'll tell you if I caught it or not.
We were talking about again about how that our structure does not want Blacks to have any wealth and power. And I talked about how the Jews and everybody abandoned Black folk, became neoconservatives in the 1960s when Blacks started talking about getting wealth and power. They're not going to let you get to that.
That part I did not catch. Go ahead, please repeat that. I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, see, because starting about the early 1950s, when the Jews began to pour into this country, and they came in and began to get some support in this country because there were such anti-Jewish feelings in this country. They figured they identified with black folk, and they cut a deal with the black folk, particularly with our civil rights organizations like the Urban League, NAACP. And what the Jews say is that, I tell you what, if you help us in combat racial discrimination against Jews, we'll side with you black folk to help you. What do you want? Blacks, so we want social, we want to get along. So consequently, the Jews and said, fine, we'll support you in your effort to get social integration if you give us access to your communities. And so Jews started going into all the black communities, started setting up businesses, butcher shops, bakeries, everything you can think of, Jews, furniture stores, black, and they were selling everything, grocery stores in black neighborhoods, because blacks gave them access to the black community in return for Jewish support on social issues. That stayed true up until about the 1960s. In the 1960s, a few blacks, when the black civil rights movement started, and Martin Luther King and most of the civil rights leaders began pushing for social integration, and a few blacks who had with consciousness and had some sense that could see further down the road say, wait a minute, social is not our problem. Our problem is we never own and control anything. Why don't we start demanding some economic integration? And the Jews said, if you start pursuing that, we're going to shut you out. So by the late 1960s, Jews said, well, if you blacks keep trying to get economic reparations or economic integration, we're going to abandon you. And so they abandoned blacks in the late 1960s and left. And that's why this whole thing started talking about about anti-discrimination and these the Davis lawsuit saying about racism, where Jews are being shut out. So Jews walked away from black folk and abandoned them because black folks started talking about economics. Anytime you talk about economics, the whites are going to walk away from it, because the primary purpose, Dr. Watkins, I don't mean to make this too long, the primary purpose of slavery was to maldistribute everything that has a value and importance away from black folk. Land, business, income, minerals, rights, privileges, controls of all levels of government was shut away from black folk to make sure black folk don't, as long as you keep black folk totally dependent economically. That's why today black folk are an official underclass. That's why the first issue raised in the Black History Reader, and you saw that, is that according to the 2016 showed that black folk are a permanent underclass in America. You're the lowest level in a ranking order of economics. You only control nothing. You only control less 1/2 or 1% of everything in value. And that's the primary issue. They do not want blacks to get economics. So what they do to keep you at that low level is to skip that first floor in that vertical 5-floor building and say, let's pretend that the economics is not important. Let's go and talk about get in politics and stress the importance of voting. Somehow to say that voting will change your condition if you just vote. Anybody got in the sense that voting is so important? Why is it that right now blacks give 98% of their vote to somebody and nothing ever changes? Nobody cares about the black vote. The whites keep you a permanent minority in a society where the majority will win and the minority will lose. So you're the only permanent loser in the society. They're not going to get any wealth and power. And they said, well, vote is important and it's not important. And they didn't need the black vote during slavery and during Jim Crow segregation. Why would the black vote become important now? They said, well, get some education. If education is important, why did they deny you an education for 360 years? All the things that false news, fake news, distraction, they put blacks in the wrong category to keep them away from economics, which is the first floor, what you talk about all the time. Getting some wealth and power, get wealth power, then you can get out of your ditch.
Hey everybody, I'm talking to Dr. Claud Anderson, author of the book Powernomics. I encourage everybody to get a copy of this book. Have your children read this book before they are 10 years old. My children, I gave them copies of this book as well. You can actually get a copy at powernomics.com. Also, he runs the Harvest Institute, which is one of the few think tanks out here in the world that focuses just on African-American people. You really want to take a look at harvestinstitute.org. I hope you will consider supporting harvestinstitute.org. I'm not just asking you to do it. I do this myself because this is one of the few places I believe in. Dr. Anderson, I want to ask you this question. Right now we have the midterm elections coming up, and just like clockwork, just like the sun rising at, at a certain time in the morning, as consistently as the day is long, the Democratic Party is now showing up, running radio ads in black communities. They got, all their favorite Negroes on TV, telling black people to go, rock the vote. They got Barack Obama out there, telling black folks about the importance of voting in the next election. And I will say personally, I have taken a position where I've said I'm not supporting the Democratic or the Republican Party. I am independent. I'm not affiliated with either one. And also, I encourage black folks to do what's best for their families. You should not do what they're telling you to do. Do what's best for you. I have gotten a lot of pushback. I have people every day that tell me, "Oh, I don't like you. You're hurting black people. You're telling them not to vote." And I tell them, "No, I never told black people not to vote. I told them to make their own decision. You don't like me because because you don't want them to make their own decision. You want them to make your decision." And I said, I challenge you to show me examples where black people have benefited from electing any of these officials. I say, go read Powernomics, go read Black Labor, White Wealth. You have provide data, and I'd love for you to actually recite this. You provide data that shows that having black elected officials has done nothing for black people, that we will get all these officials elected and then end up moving backwards. And I was wondering, Dr. Anderson, if you could recite just anything that comes on the top of your head as a political expert yourself. I mean, you were deep in politics. Tell me where what happened with black folks when we started getting black people elected, mayor's office, Congress, and all this stuff. Tell me about that.
Well, first, let me respond to the comment you made a few minutes ago when they were talking about Dr. Watkins telling them how to vote. See, it shouldn't be Dr. Watkins to tell them how to vote. You know what should tell them how to vote? Dictate how they should vote? It's the definition of politics. That should tell them what to vote. See, I asked, how many blacks know what the definition of politics is? When it came into existence? What's the origin of it? It didn't come into existence until after slavery. Official slavery started, became an international process around the world. In the early 1500s, about 1503, everybody was getting into the slavery bandwagon. And that's where the whole race started. That's where the word race came from, racism came from. You didn't have any racism on earth. Never in the history of mankind did you have any racism on earth. People don't know that. They always talk about, well, we always had racism, we always had slavery. That's a lie. You didn't have it. What you had was you had tribes and religious groups and sovereign groups. That was it. You didn't have any racism. Racism had come into existence since about 1488 when Pope Innocent says use blacks as slaves. And then that transferred over and translated over into later on to a race, a contest when everybody wanted to own slaves. But at that point in time, they said we're gonna come up with capitalism, getting wealth and power, and using that to enrich ourselves by owning the tools, the land, and the resource, and using other people's labor. That's the nature of racism. Then once they started that, they said once we get an economic base, Dr. Watkins, how do we protect the resource and the wealth and power we get? And so about 10 years later, they come up with a concept called politics. It came into existence in about 15, some that general time frame. The day's politics came into existence then. It says, what's the purpose of politics? First person of politics is called quid pro quo, something for something. You protect me, protect my business, my land, everything else, and you owe me if I do it. So politics is a protective measure for business. You don't need politics if you're in heaven, because then you get justice up there by God or by some omnipotent being. So these black folk just amaze me. Let people trick them all the time. You don't need any politics in heaven. You only put in politics to get some justice, to get benefits. The primary purpose of politics is to get benefits. Don't listen to these civil rights leaders and these judo monkey time flip black who set up in the bathroom and come up with a concept about what you should do in politics. The primary purpose of politics is to decide who's going to get what benefits. And those benefits will be used first and foremost to protect those who got wealth and power. And that's what it came into existence for. It didn't come into existence to help you because you're poor or deprived or because you're a minority. It came in to protect those who got wealth and power. And that's why right now in this nation, the people that own and control politics are the wealthy class. And we got almost 600 multi-white billionaires, not millionaires, billionaires. That's who controls politics, is wealth. And you ever notice when they have a major catastrophe like a hurricane like Katrina down in New Orleans, and you got black folks sitting out there lying out in the sun, Dr. Watkins, in the streets for a whole week with no food, no clothing, no medicines, nothing, no comforts, nothing, suffering in Katrina. And all of a sudden, what do they send in there? Do they send doctors and food trucks in there? No, what they're gonna send? They send the military police in there. Just like that's what the Second Amendment of the Constitution was. The Second Amendment of the Constitution was to protect what whites had gotten out of slavery. They do the same thing in Katrina 10 years ago. They send the police in there. We're going to go in there and stop blacks from rioting and looting. That's what we're going to send it. If you have a major riot, what they're going to do? They're going to send in the military and the militia to what? To protect the businesses. See, so politics is a process designed to protect those who got wealth and power. Now, black folk don't understand it and never obviously don't understand it. And you just say, now let's take that to the present day. Now, right now, for instance, you got everybody going to go out and vote next week. And guess what they're going to vote for? They're going to vote on political alignment. Most of these blacks don't, and they say, well, the blacks, y'all should vote to support the Democratic Party, what they're telling you. They don't even understand that the group that enslaved them for 360 years were the Democrats. That's what enslaved them for 360 years, the Democrats. and a few liberal Republicans came in after the Civil War for 10 years. For 10 years, Dr. Watkins, they called it Reconstruction. They say, let's reconstruct some of the stuff we've been doing to black folk. We've had them in the basement now, in the toilet for 10 years. That they should need to be brought out. So let's propose a second constitution, the 13th, 14th, and the 15th Amendment, and some civil rights laws, strictly and solely for black folk to help them out. From 1866 up to 1876, they had a Reconstruction period, playing politics, saying we're gonna play politics and see if we can bring and get some benefits to black folk, and bring them out of the basement. And guess what happened again? The Democrats wiped those, closed it down in 10 years. Reconstruction lasted 10 years, and then what they did, the politics then had the United States Supreme Court to nullify and rule unconstitutional. Everything was set in place to help black folk. All those blacks coming out of slavery that thought they were going to get some benefits, and they were looked at, addressed for 10 years, and then the Democrats came back into power and started dominating them again. And by 1950, guess what happened? The old Democrats now got upset because blacks who were in the Republican Party were going to come over and join the Democratic Party because they thought that's where the power was. And guess what? The rednecks and conservatives in the South, the Confederate South, was always the red states. They were the first terrorists in America. And at that point in time, in 1950, they said, let's get out of the Democratic Party, let's go take over the Republican Party, let's change uniforms. These black folk won't know that we change uniforms. They don't know that. They won't know that the Democratic Party has always been the controllers of slavery. They controlled and they initiated Jim Crow semi-slavery. Then by 1950, when black folks said, well, let's go and join the Democrats, maybe we can get some power and wealth too. The Democrats and the Dicks became Dixiecrats. They walked out of the Democratic Party and went over and joined the Republican Party because they didn't want black folk coming into the Democratic Party. So the real redneck conservatives, the red states, they went over and became the Republicans. So those red states you're talking about in the South now, that's the old Southern Democratic Party that's now wearing a new uniform and got a new attitude on, in the sense that they can now claim to be Republicans instead of Democrats. And now black folks say, well, I'm staying with the Democratic Party. That's the party that enslaved and Jim Crow segregated you. But as you said earlier, neither party has ever done anything significant for black folk. About a few liberals tried to do something between 1866 and 1876. A few liberals tried to do something. But again, the conservatives, redneck states that you're voting for now went out and washed that out. And the worst thing about it is that's how they set up that electoral college that put Trump in office. Trump got put in office because of the red states. In 1820, they set up the electoral college, which was based on the 3/5 of a human being for black folk. Donald Trump got elected by the electoral college that was put in there to make sure the South could continue to have power and wealth. Because you see, the whole process in 1820 was saying, let's tax the South because that's where all the wealth is. And the North says, no, you all got all, we need you all, and we're going to tax you on all the property you own. And you got all those blacks that you all have classified as property. The South classified blacks as property. And so therefore, the North said, we're going to tax you then based on the property. And so the South says, well, no, we don't want you to do that. And it's because property can't vote. And you have to be a human being to vote. And so the North side, I tell you, let's work out a deal. We'll let you whites still and the South still have all the control, because they want to say, yes, the blacks are property, but give us some credit for them if we did allow them to vote, even though we're not going to allow them to vote. Let's pretend and give us some credit for them as human beings, even though we classify them as property. And that's where the 3/5 of a human being concept came from. That's where the electoral college came from in 1820s in the Missouri issue. And so now that's how Donald Trump got elected, because the South then cut a deal with the North to get credit for their property, even though the property couldn't vote. But they're going to say, let's pretend that they can vote, even though we're not going to let them vote.
Wow, that's interesting. So a human being can vote, but 3/5 of a human being can't vote. But the 3/5 of a human being can count as part of the population, for what representation purposes, but also counts as property for taxation purposes.
You can get some of that.
Wow, that's really interesting. Hey everybody, just in case you don't know who I'm talking to, I'm speaking to Dr. Claud Anderson, author of Powernomics. Also, make sure if you're on YouTube, please take a second, hit the thumbs up button, real quick, hit the thumbs up button. Also, if you want to join our organization, the League of Intelligent Black People, feel free to go to intelligentblackpeople.com. That's intelligentblackpeople.com. Now, Dr. Anderson, let me ask you this question. I want to,
Dr. Watkins, can I end that with one other point before you go to your next point? And see, and also in 1820, another point popped up that black folk haven't taken advantage of. You hear all this stuff about voter suppression. You've heard about it. Now they're always suppressing the black vote. That shows you that what happens, the negative impact of our people not reading. That's why I wrote all my books. All 5 of my books were written to try to help black folk, to educate them these issues. If they were to go back to 1820, to the Electoral College, and go back to the 14th Amendment, it's what in my book, the new book called The Black History Reader, you go to the question about what I call the nuclear option. Black folk the last thing black folks should be worried about is suppression of the black vote, based on that same thing that gave them Electoral College. The 14th Amendment has an exclusion on it. It says that if white folk were to go back and start excluding black folk through voter suppression, for every black they shut out, eliminate, or block from having a vote, you must extract that same number of people from the voting in a state level, city level, and a federal level. It's called a nuclear option. It's in the 14th Amendment. I've never heard one black person in a leadership role or in the political arena or civil rights leader ever go back and try to exercise that option. That option would stop whites from doing any voter suppression.
Wow.
And all these blacks go to law school, got all these black lawyers that they can't even figure that one out.
No,
that's in the Constitution, huh?
No, that's news to me. I didn't know anything about it. I'm gonna research that. That's very interesting.
Well, but see, you don't have to because you got me as your friend. I'm always going to help you. Don't worry. You don't waste your time with all this extraneous wheel spinning information. You just sit there and you call me. But that's in the Constitution. That if all blacks got to show is that they were blocked from being able to right to vote, and that would nullify the damn election.
Wow.
And you're black folk, well, they won't let us vote. You should say, fine, I caught them, catch them, and they act blocking you. And that's it. And that's in the 14th Amendment, the second article in there. And nobody's ever used it since 1866.
That's really interesting. It's funny. I mean, in the Black Business School, we actually have a law school in the Black Business School for non-lawyers. We got our black attorneys that teach in the school to actually teach law school to black folks that want to know the law for business purposes, or how to deal with the police, or how to file lawsuits. In fact, everybody who's interested, you can actually get a free month trial at theblacklegalprogram.com, theblacklegalprogram.com. And basically, what I'm thinking is I'm going to go to those the individuals who run that program and ask them to cover that, to do a lecture on that, because I wasn't aware of it. You know, I was thinking we need to just study the law so that we can just know what's going on and what laws are being used against us. And I had no idea that this was in there. And when you talk about voter suppression, I do find it interesting that the number one thing that the Democrats seem to campaign on in every election is, you know, voter rights. They're always talking about, you know, you preserving your right to vote, but they're not talking about preserving your right to economic equality. You know, they're not talking about preserving your right to educational access, you know, getting support for Black businesses or the things that Black people need. They're only talking about your right to vote, which, you know, last time I checked, when we all show up and vote for a Democratic candidate, that gives them power. That don't give us power. You know, there's very, you know, two things I don't trust and don't care much about or don't believe in are Black politicians and white Jesus, because I believe that those two things have been used against us for hundreds of years. You know, between the Black politicians and the white Jesus, that's been the biggest lie, you know, told to Black folks since I don't know when, and we always end up losing, and we never know why. You know,
the issue then, if Blacks don't go to vote, I always tell Black folk that you can vote. But see, I'm an independent. I was a Democrat for years, but nowadays, since I found out after 40 years in politics that nobody, no political candidate, no political party is going to do a damn thing for Black folk, I tell Black folk, I don't have a dog in that fight anymore. I don't care whether it's Democrat or Republican, because there's nothing in it for me or my people or my race or my family. So I tell them, you vote based on benefits. If nobody promised you anything, you're not going to get a damn thing. And yet I see Black folk always going out to vote. When you go out to vote with nobody having designated anything for you, then you're going into a gambling casino where the dice is loaded, the cards are marked, the machines are rigged. You're not going to get anything. Why don't you demand up front? You see, but see, I know why they don't demand it. Because see, Black folk are a third rail in our society. Nobody wants to do anything for Black folk, because if they did, then it would contravene and would conflict with racism. Because Black folk could get something in if they started designating some things for Black folk. So consequently, they says, don't mention anything about Black folk, but let's use very broad, ambiguous terms. If you Black folk go out and vote for us and use your little limited 10% of the vote, which we don't care about anyway, we don't really need it. But if you Black folk go and vote, here's what we're going to do. We're gonna do something that's very broad and ambiguous that will never be directed to you. We're gonna put more money into improving the highways. We're gonna rebuild the bridges. We're gonna put more money into healthcare. We're gonna put more money into education, for schooling. That has nothing to do with directly for Black folk. But you always got some jackleg politician say, "Well, Dr. Anderson, if we help Black folk, we help the general society. It helps Black folk." And because a rising tide will help all people. I said, that's a lie. I mean, they doing 360 years, Dr. Watkins, doing slavery. Now think about this, Dr. Watkins, through 300 years of slavery, and another 100 years of Jim Crow semi-slavery. White folks while Black folk were getting nothing. They were building bridges. They were putting money into education. They had insurance programs. They were doing all kinds of developments. Everybody was getting stuff, but the slave didn't get anything, and the second-class citizen didn't get anything. Why would Black folks go for this okie doke, saying that a rising tide would help everybody? That white folk were living high on the hog when Blacks were slaves in the mansion, living in the fields in huts and shacks with no no food, and the most they can get every day was some old corn and some fatback. That was it, being fed. And so what makes Black folks think that if you help everybody in society, if you help immigrants, you help women, you help gays, you help midgets, you help transsexuals, you help the handicapped, you help poor people, why do Black folk naively think that somehow they're going to be helped when they are identified in political terms as a third rail? That we're not going to let Black folk, we're going to keep Black folks subordinate so that there'll be a platform for anybody else coming to this country so they can stand on it and be nationalized. They didn't get wealth. That's why any immigrant coming to this country can come in this country over Black folk in the ranking order of acceptability and pass Black folk at 200 miles an hour, because Black folk are naive. They don't understand the nature of politics. They want to go out and play a game that they're never going to win in. You got to be silly or totally, absolutely stuck on stupid to go out and keep playing a game where people promise you nothing and deliver nothing to you.
So you're saying that the tide has always been lifted, and our boat ain't never lifted with the tide. That's what you're saying.
Because you see black folk outside and underneath the system. If you're outside of a boat and underneath the boat, why do you care if somebody the boat rises? That's like right now. You go out and look in the ocean, find how many boats sitting on the bottom of the ocean, the bottom of the sea, that either got blown up or blew up, or had holes in them, or crashed and went to the bottom. You can have the tide can swim over everything. That boat will stay stuck on the bottom. So don't listen. Don't let people tell you about rising tide will help everybody. No, if black folk were specifically put into the bottom and into the toilet, 360 years of slavery and 100 years of Jim Crow segregation, they were assigned to the lowest level specifically, then you must have programs that will specifically target them and bring them out. You got to bring out. And that's why I tell you, if you're going to keep bringing in immigrants, put blacks into a protected class where immigrants cannot come in here and compete against black folk. But declare black folk as being exceptional people based on their historical uniqueness and exceptionality, and don't let any group come in here and compete with them for resources, wealth, power, and privileges and rights. And quick classify you, bringing it to, well, to Dr. Anderson, everybody contributed equally to the development of this nation. That's the biggest lie that was ever told. The people that built this nation, the economic engines were black folk. What 99% of these people in America weren't even here when black folk were building this nation. So don't let them keep blowing smoke on you and smoking your hips, pretend that the greatest insult and injury is pretend that all people contributed equally to the development of this nation. Nothing is more unequal than to keep treating unequals as equal.
All right.
Black folks should be on top.
Well, everybody, as you know, this is Dr. Claud Anderson. And, I just want to remind everybody, you got to have your kids read this book. This is probably one of the most important books they'll ever read. It's definitely more important than all the nonsense they learn in school. You want them raised on a Powernomics kind of framework where they're getting authentic education on history. Dr. Anderson has also written other books like Black Labor, White Wealth, The Black History Reader, Dirty Little Secrets, and these should be must reads, in your household. There you go. There's the Black History Reader. I have my copy somewhere. I think it's in my suitcase. I took it with me to China. Actually, Dr. Anderson, because the whole week when I was there, I guess when I was there about 10, 11 days, all I did was just notice everywhere where Powernomics was everywhere. And you see that they have the most powerful economy in the history of the world, and it's not by accident, it's not by coincidence. And so everybody, I want to invite you, don't forget, go to blackdragonfinance.com if you want to join the lecture tomorrow night, Saturday night, 8:00 p.m., free to the public. I'm doing a lecture and breaking down 10 economic principles that's all being practiced in China that can be applied to your family, that I believe will help your family accelerate in the 21st and 22nd century. Now, I want to ask you this, Dr. Anderson, about, there's a couple of things I wanted to get to. I told everybody we was going to talk about the blackface thing and the history of that, and I want to get to that too. But I want to ask you about this. Some people have brought this up as well, and I want to make sure we bring it up because it happened in my hometown, probably about 5 minutes from where my mother lives. But there's this white man that went into a Kroger's and he shot up 2 black people. I believe it was 2, it might have been 3. And he came out and a white man saw him with the gun, saw him shoot somebody in the head. And the white man pulled out his gun on him. And the guy, he said, well, you don't shoot me and I won't shoot you. And then he says, whites don't kill whites. And the man ran off, and he got away after that incident. And a lot of people are alarmed by this. They kind of feel like it's like a race war kind of thing. It's getting kind of real and authentic to them. I don't know if you heard that story or not, but what goes through your mind when you hear about something like that? Do you think that's just kind of a one-off sort of situation, or do you think that there's something deeper there that we should be talking about?
Well, I don't find anything abnormal about that. That's normal, right on course. That's what the Second Amendment of the Constitution is about. And he was absolutely right. Whites are not supposed to shoot whites. They're supposed to shoot those individuals that are in conflict with the Second Amendment to the Constitution. The Second Amendment of the Constitution came in, starting in about 1643, to protect white lives and white property. That's the basic what it came into against black folk. And it says, and to do this, they're gonna say that to carry out and maintain slavery, gonna make sure that no black person has any weapons, any tools, knife, guns, or anything to protect themselves. That started in about 1643 in Virginia colony. And it stays true all the way through history. Then when they put it into the Constitution as the Second Amendment, and then once they put it into the Constitution as the Second Amendment, it demanded that every colony, Dr. Watkins, every colony, white colony, had to create what they call a state militia, to be able, and then that state militia required every white person between the ages of 18 and 45 every white male to register to carry a weapon. And that's the first. And secondly, to patrol the streets. They started calling them patty rollers, to stroll and to make sure that they saw no blacks wandering around with loosely, and also to stop black folk and to frisk them, make sure they had no weapons or tools on them, and following that, and South Carolina then followed that by creating the first police force in the United States. That first police force came up in South Carolina, and that was a plantation police, what they called them at that time, to make sure you monitor and control black folk. And what would you patrol them for again? You protect white property, white lives, and then make sure you monitor black folk and make sure there are no insurrections of black folk were not in a position to do anything that was detrimental or negative to whites. And that's why black folk could not be on the police force in the substantive until about 1948, when the first blacks got put in as police. And then when they put them on the police force, they could not carry guns. The black policemen could not carry guns. They could not arrest whites, Dr. Watkins. And as a matter of fact, they couldn't even come into the police stations. But the first ones, like in Atlanta, Georgia, the first police in 1948, they couldn't carry a weapon. If they arrested anybody, the only thing they could arrest would be a black person. They couldn't arrest a white person. Same thing in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. They say that a black police officer could not arrest a white person. You have never, but maybe one or two instances in 400 or 500 years ever heard of a white police officer killing a white person or killing a white woman. But yet they routinely kill black folk because the black folk are the targets for the Second Amendment in the Constitution. You got about 367 million weapons floating loose in this country, rifles and handguns, that 99.5% are owned by whites. And most of the terrorists would be between 18 and 40 years of age. All the people that manufacture the guns and weapons are whites. All the gun clubs in the country are owned by whites. All the rifle associations are owned by whites. And you go into any white home, you might find 10 or 20 guns and rifles in there. And they are well armed to the teeth in anticipation, going back through slavery, that sometime in some place, black folk are going to rise up from the mistreatment and maltreatment they've been experiencing for 460 years. And there will be a major civil rights or warfare in this country between the races. Whites are well prepared for that. So what they do to make sure blacks are still disarmed, they do the same thing they did in 1643 to forbid blacks from carrying any weapons in the guns. And after the Civil War, and after slavery ended, the South also enacted laws saying that black folk could not be armed. He could not carry a pistol, but a white and few blacks were allowed to have a shotgun. But whites were always armed to the teeth. That's why right now in these major urban areas around America, they always got turn in your gun laws. Now, and the whites love to point out that black folk are misusing guns to kill other black people. They like to say that. They say, well, black folk got guns, go to Chicago, they always kill each other. Blacks use their guns to kill each other. But as white people, we don't use guns on whites. We use our guns on blacks. Everybody uses their guns on blacks. Whites duplicate and imitate whites and shooting their own people. So that's what I'm telling you. That's the rule. You use your guns on black folk, and tell black folk in major cities once in a while, turn in your guns and get a bag of groceries. While whites may have 10 or 20 weapons in the house. But they say, you blacks don't know how to use guns because we never allowed you to have them. We never gave you a code of conduct on how they be used. You've been misusing them against your own people because we know that you're foolish enough, crazy enough to go out there every day and try to imitate whites. Whites shoot down blacks, you go shoot them down too. And that's your problem.
Whoa.
Okay.
Wow. That was that last line really got me. I don't know if it got y'all, but did y'all hear that? You imitating whites. Whites are using guns to shoot down blacks. And so you're shooting down blacks because you're imitating whites. That's a real interesting way to see it, Dr. Anderson. That last line really, I'm gonna have to process that. Wow. Okay. So the incident, everybody, some of y'all were asking where it happened. It happened in Louisville, Kentucky. That's where I'm from. And I definitely felt the need to address that because, again, that's my city, but then it was a national story. And I've been trying to think about it, you know, because again, that Kroger where it happened is literally just a few minutes away from where my family lives, you know. So, Dr. Anderson, okay, last question I want to ask you about, and everybody, by the way, I want to give Dr. Anderson's websites. Please type these in so you can, so those of us who care about what he's doing and the great work he's doing, please consider it in your heart to support the Harvest Institute and what Dr. Anderson is doing. He is a national treasure. He is one of the most important human beings on this planet. And so if you want to support the Harvest Institute and the reparations lawsuit, again, none of your black politicians are filing lawsuits for reparations. Dr. Anderson has been doing that for 20 years, paying for it out of his own pocket. Please go to harvestinstitute.org. That's harvestinstitute.org. Please type that in so other people can see it. Also, if you want to purchase copies of his books, he's got a bundle pack where you can get all the books for one price, things like that. You know, again, whatever money you was gonna go give white folks for these universities that are overcharging you for nonsense, take a fraction of that and go and make sure in your household that you have Dr. Anderson's books. The URL to go to his site is powernomics.com. That's powernomics.com. And also at blacklaborwhitewealth.com. We also have copies as well, but also go to powernomics.com first. So Dr. Anderson,
Watson, Dr. Watson, let me tell them how to get these books real quick. It's because they got a special on them. They can get all 5 of my books: Black Labor, White Wealth, Powernomics, 2 dirty little volumes of Dirty Little Secrets about that you never knew about black folk, and also the last book is called The Black History Reader and 101 Questions Blacks Never Thought to Ask. And get that, as you indicated, at the powernomics.com website. Right now, we're running a special on that and get all 5 of those books if they want them for $99, and plus they get a free DVD on top of that for $99 by going to the powernomics.com website and ordering those books and get all 5 of them. It's called a library pack. Go for the library pack. And what I tell them right there, if you get those books, then you'll know most of the things you need to know about what racism, the history of it, the nature of it, and the solutions to it, okay? And again, I appreciate, and they've been very, very responsible to the urgency, message you've been putting out about the Harvest Institute and about Powernomics, and we appreciate that. And unfortunately, I still have a difficult time trying to figure out how to get these books into the public schools in general, because they got a textbook committee that's all whites, and they don't want to hear anything about black issues because blackness is a third rail in politics and all. But even on the other hand, the black charter schools and the black religious schools, they don't even put the books on the shelves. They're still using white books talking about George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Patrick Henry, and Benjamin Franklin. And nobody talks about black issues. But I devoted most of my life to critically analyzing black issues and putting out these books. These are key books for survival for black folk. But I thank you for giving me the opportunity to tell our people that, okay?
Yeah, well, you know, I'll tell you what, I think that, you know, the way we're going to get these books in front of the children is I believe in going to the first educator. The first educator is the mother, and the second educator is the father, in my opinion. So, you know, I think that everybody in here, I mean, how many of y'all in here have kids, you know, or no kids in the neighborhood, other people in your family, you know, nieces, nephews, grandchildren, you know, you got people in your family that you get to before those teachers get to them. So, you know, whether I don't believe that the white public school system will ever want books like Powernomics regularly available to black children, because it just defeats the purpose of why they were even established. They were established to control, manipulate, and exploit the children, as opposed to actually empower them. But I also think two areas of hope for your books. I think one, you know, going right to the parents. That's what we do with our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program. And then number 2 is, you know, there are schools being built around the country. There are African-centered schools out here. There are black charter schools. Some of them are pretty decent. You know, we're trying to build schools, actually. We're actually consulting with educators on a long-term plan to develop a nationwide chain of schools. We just got to raise the money. And so I encourage those individuals to step up and put books like these as required reading. Like when you talk about learning history, you know, I don't think any person who's not black should be really teaching black history, and they need to know what they're talking about. And a lot of this knowledge and information that's available in your books is the kind of stuff that's not available in these regular history books, and they just don't teach these things, you know. So I think there's a lot of hope. And I believe that we can make this work. In fact, if I can ever get the Black community to literally take the amount of money that we gave to Disney in one weekend, just take that amount of money and give that same amount of money to starting a national chain of Black controlled schools, that would be enough for us to get started. Or if you took one professional athlete, like this week, I called out Colin Kaepernick, because Colin Kaepernick is a great guy, but right, I don't think he's enough of an activist, to be honest with you. I think he could do a whole lot more. And if you took just a few of those athletes and they just pulled together $20 million, that would be enough, I believe, to really get something started. So we can't cheer for people that are sitting on the sidelines. Everybody has to get in the fight. Dr. Anderson can't be out here doing it by himself. We need 10,000 Claud Andersons in our community in order for us to win. So, Dr. Anderson, let me ask you the last question before I let you go.
Can I mention one thing to you? You still want me to answer this thing about the blackface you were asking me about?
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Megyn Kelly at NBC had an issue with blackface where she didn't understand why it was offensive. Roland Martin went on a show and kind of, educated on it a little bit. But Roland's not a historian. He doesn't know the history the way you do. And I honestly felt, a lot of people felt that he didn't really hold her accountable as much because he has a lot of interest in terms of getting, along with the people at NBC and trying to get on TV. I want to hear from a Black man who's truly free and independent in every way, who's not scared of these white folks to tell them the truth. So if you could break down the blackface situation for me, I would love to hear what you had to say on that.
Well, even a few minutes ago, and you told me you expressed profound incredulity about Black folk imitating whites and shooting blacks. It's the same phenomenon, because see, throughout history, white folks always tried to place Black folk in characters in a negative term. That's why the Southern currency, the Confederate currency, also had blacks on all the money, where blacks were picking cotton and doing this. And all through history, that on any commercial ad for commercial products during slavery and after slavery, whites always used Black folks' face and figures on it. When either when they were chewing tobacco ads, or snuff ads, or food, anything, Aunt Jemima, pancakes, Uncle Ben rice, they always advertised and made characters out of Black folk. And right now in some countries like Mexico right now, still use cornflake cereals, and they have a white man in a pot with Black folk with bones in their nose, and spears, naked, dancing around the pot. And the white man in the pot saying, instead of eating meat, wouldn't you like to eat some Cheerios and all this kind of stuff? And they got in Japan, they got Darky toothpaste with a big black man with a big hat on, with big red lips and big eyes, and as dark as you can get, black face. That's always been a thing through history, to put Black folk in a degrading, negative position and take any characteristic of Black folk and exaggerate it to make it negative for whites. And this was true. That's why most of your biggest entertainers, white entertainers, after the end of civil rights, after the end of slavery, they began to focus on trying to do blackface makeup. They would get these black corks and get white gloves, and put on their face and roll their eyes and put on big red lipstick to imitate Black folk all the way up through the from about the 1860s all up to the 1900s. Guess what? Blacks started doing the same thing. When blacks came out of slavery, they wanted to be entertainers. In vaudeville, guess what they would do? Again, like I told you about, they imitate whites in shooting other blacks. They began to imitate blackface. You had Black folk as about as dark as night, still putting on blackface to make themselves blacker, and putting on red lipstick and rolling their eyes and looking white. And in all the more major movies, all the way up until about the 1940s, blacks were still imitating whites with all this makeup. And because that's how they figure they're going to do what whites see, that everything through white eyes. And if whites want to see blacks in difficult positions, that's what they're going to do. So you go back and find the little rascals. They had the little rascals imitating, looking ugly and stupid, and dressing and putting dresses on them, plaiting their hair up. Whites have always made characters out of Black folk. But guess now, Black folk still make characters of themselves. They still think white folk want to see them looking silly and asinine. Go look at some of the programs right now on TV. They're nothing but characters. I don't see very much different than that from Amos and Andy and the Little Rascals. They're still doing it, but they're doing it in a modern day way, still making characters out of Black folk. making black folk look silly and stupid and ugly as they can, having running around, dancing, wearing it with the pants hanging off their butts and doing everything else. That is what white folk want. And that's why one of the biggest, in conclusion, one of the biggest entertainers in the early 1900s all the way up to the 1940s, 1950s was a singer named Al Jolson, where he did kneel all the time with blackface makeup on, hollering, "Mammy, oh my mammy." And see, they always do that. So this woman you talk about Meg Kelly, all she was doing is repeating what they become a standard thing in the white community. They don't see anything negative about that, and a lot of blacks don't see anything negative about it. So why? That's what she said. She said it wasn't negative for black folk, and we white folks see that as being normal. Why am I going to get fired for it?
There you go. There you guys have it. That's the historical breakdown of blackface and Megyn Kelly and everything. And I feel like we went around the world, Dr. Anderson. Every time we talk, I know I walk away a smarter person, and I know a lot of other people do. And I see all the comments. And everybody, please digitally show your love for Dr. Anderson. Please, throw him out a thank you or something. And also on YouTube, everybody please take a second, hit that thumbs up button, and definitely hit the subscribe button. If you on Instagram or Facebook, anywhere else, I go live every day about 2 o'clock Eastern on drboycetv.com. That's drboycetv.com. Make sure you subscribe. And this is, we're bringing Black intelligence back. So if you haven't joined the League of Intelligent Black People, the people that agree to help us support this Black media in exchange for lots of great stuff that we give you as well, go to intelligentblackpeople.com. That's intelligentblackpeople.com, because we're gonna stomp out the ignorance. So I want to say thank you very much, Dr. Anderson, and also out of respect for Dr. Anderson as well. You can once again you can get copies of his books, Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, etc., by going to powernomics.com. That's powernomics.com. They've got the whole bundle set where you can get all 5 of his books and a DVD for $99. Get it, put it in your household. Make sure your kids read it. If they read no other books, if they went through all the Dr. Anderson's books and read nothing else, they would probably be more educated and more capable than 99% of the kids out here. That's how impactful this stuff is. I read Black Labor, White Wealth, Dr. Anderson. That book kind of became like a Bible for me. I said, okay, this is all the history that I never learned in school. This ain't just stuff that's unrelatable, like thousands of years ago. This is stuff that affects life right now. And when I read those books, it changed how I saw politics. It changed how I understood economics. It helped me realize, okay, these are dirty little tricks. They've been playing on us for 100, 200 years. And when I had that perspective, it allowed me to shift my perspective, my point of view, my opinions on things. And what happens is that people who are not educated on it, who still are educated in whiteface, so to speak, or educated by what they learned in schools, they look at people like me and they say, "Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's ignorant. You're ignorant." And I say, "Well, wait a minute. You the one that ain't never read none of these books. You don't know nothing about the history here. I think you're the ignorant one." And what's going on now is your ignorance is causing you to refer to anything intelligent as being ignorant. But I can show you why everything you've been doing when it comes to politics and everything else is not working. I can show you why every time we put these Democrats in office, we're not moving forward as a people. I can tell you why you're mad every day because you're going to work and you're working for a white man who hates you and hates your family. I can tell you why you're very frustrated as a black person, because you were never truly educated. You were only extremely extensively miseducated. So I thank you for that. I thank you for helping clear things up. And I tell everybody, just abandon those systems and start educating your family in the right way. This is the place to start. So thank you, Dr. Anderson. Did you have any last words before you head on out of here?
Yes, sir. And I thank you for those encouragements and for telling black folk that they are free to vote, but make sure you get a commitment up front before you vote. Make sure that somebody's going to adhere to the basic premise of politics to get benefits. And the benefits you want must not be ceremonious. It must not be focusing on symptoms or symbolic. It must be things that black folk can measure in terms and take to the bank in terms of resources and money and currency. So that's get that commitment from any politician before you vote for them, any political party. You tell the Democratic Party they can become powerful if they wanted to and have the black vote, but they better start putting something on the table for black folk, not for minorities and poor folk and people of color. Put it on, and not for women and me too. Put it for black folk, and quit hiding behind the third rail policy in this country about forget black folk. pretending they don't exist, make them invisible. And until the day comes and they start making some commitments to black folk from the political party, for these political candidates, I would never, never, ever vote again until somebody puts something on the table for me, my people, my race, and everything else. Other than that, I have no interest in voting. I'm not going to get anything if I don't vote. And I'm not going to go through the exercise of codifying or being complicit with the misappropriation of resources from blacks and giving them to other groups. So therefore, I thank you for that. And based on your support for the Powernomics and the Harvest Institute, I'm pretty sure that 9 times out of 10, when I go check this evening, we're going to see some very good returns from Dr. Watkins' admonishment and encouragement for blacks across this nation to do something in terms of buying those books, the Powernomics Library Pack, and also contributing to the Harvest Institute. You've been a very strong supporter. You always have been. And ironically, when people call me, they tell me, say, Dr. Anderson, Dr. Watkins is the only black in America that ever gives you credit for anything. The rest of them never give you credit. He says he accepts the fact that you can and will provide information that be helpful to black folk, and he won't cherry pick it. You tell the truth, and I appreciate that from you, and I love you for it. And I look forward to seeing you next week. And thanks again for bringing me to your program.
Yes, sir. Well, I love you too, and I appreciate you as well, and I appreciate everybody who's watching. I'll say thank you guys for hanging out with us today. Dr. Boyce TV. We're going to do the intellectual chocolate pie. We'll be right back tomorrow, 2 p.m. And don't forget that tomorrow night we're doing the Black Dragon Finance Lecture. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m. It's totally free. You can join. We're going to break down the rules you can implement in your own family that will allow you to benefit from the policies and methodologies used by the Chinese government to build the strongest economy on earth. And you can apply that to your family. So if you want to join us for free, go to blackdragonfinance.com. That's blackdragonfinance.com. And we're going to have some fun, and we're also going to learn, and we're going to build the future. So if you want to know how I respond when people come back with vitriol or attacks or hatred or anger because I'm presenting ideas that are different from what they've been taught, I feel bad for them. I say, wow, the brainwashing has really got you. I have complete faith and confidence in my knowledge base. I don't think I know everything, but I do know that I know a lot, and you can't go to school for, till you're 31 years old and then spend another 15 years studying and reading and learning and analyzing and not have some conclusions that don't make any sense. And so these are solutions that actually work. This is what I want you to, move forward with. And so at the end of the day, I'm not going to stop doing what I do, and nothing that they say bothers me. I really laugh about it because, when you're an educated person that understands what's going on, and a skilled person and an ignorant person criticizes you because they don't understand your solution, you just basically tell them, go read another 50 books and then come back and talk to me, and then we can have a conversation. So it's not an arrogance. It's not me trying to say I'm better than anybody, but it's me trying to say that I have thought about this. And in my own life, I have always been a black man looking for the truth. I've always been a black man looking for a way out. I've always been looking for something that's different from what I'm seeing out here. This stuff where we're always getting our ass kicked. We're always losing. We always, wondering why we're a day late and $1 short. And I think I see some things, some opportunities there that are there, but you got to let go of the bullshit. And so life is too short. I don't have time for stupidity. If you come and you tell me I should go and support a political candidate, I'm gonna ask you why and break it down for me, help me understand why this benefits my people. And if I don't like the answer, I'm just gonna tell you, I'm sorry, I'm gonna do something different. So anyway, you guys take care. I'm out of here. Have a good day, and I love you guys. I'll see you soon. See you tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. That's the time I come on. I go live. DrBoyceTV.com. I have an opportunity to speak with the one and only, the extraordinary Dr. Claud Anderson. As you know, Dr. Anderson is the author of the books Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, The Black History Reader, Dirty Little Secrets. He's also the founder of the Harvest Institute. which is one of the leading think tanks in the world. So first of all, before I get started, I want to ask Dr. Anderson, how you doing today, sir?
Oh, I'm hanging there. I guess I'm as well off as most blacks in the country.
How well off is that? Are we doing good or are we doing bad?
You know, as I told you on a number of previous occasions, our people don't own anything of value more than about 1/2 or 1% of anything of value. And that's why in the Black History Reader, it shows that we are a permanent underclass. Everybody owns wealth and resources over us. We're exactly where we were in 1860. We don't own anything of any importance.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you, well, let's hope we can change that. I mean, I imagine there's some things we can do. And I'll tell you, last night we had a real good meeting to talk about ownership. In the Black Business School, we're real big on ownership. Most of our students actually invest in things like the stock market, and a lot of them invest in real estate. A lot of them own their own businesses now. I tell everybody now, in fact, I tell them that your son or your daughter should fill out a form for an LLC before they figure out how to fill out their first job application. So, they two types of pieces of paper you can fill out. Each one requires effort. Why not put some effort into owning something as opposed to just going to work for somebody? And you were talking about something. I was looking through your book, The Black History Reader, which I recommend to everybody who's watching, The Black History Reader, which you can actually find Dr. Anderson's books at Powernomics.com. And I was real curious. Recently the stock market took a big crash. The stock market nosedived 700 to 800 points. Right after I gave a lecture to the students yesterday, I was explaining to them what we call the $5 a day investment plan. And I was telling everybody within one generation, if you invest $5 a day in this specific way, you could have a family fortune by the time you're done. And I wake up the next day and I see that the stock market has pretty much plummeted. And so that led me to think about our conversation, which is on history. You know so much history that we never learn in school. And I wanted you to kind of elaborate on what some of us may have heard, but I think nobody's heard it from you. What is the linkage between the history of the stock market and slavery? Like how is that sort of built? I mean, everything in America was built on our backs. We know that a lot of it was. But can you go in detail and talk about the ways the stock market actually links to slavery?
Well, that's a simple one for me. The stock market came into existence, again, to be able to funnel through and be a major foundation for what we call unearned income. See, slavery was based on unearned income, where you had a political, economic, social system was set up in this country that would use black labor to be able to generate wealth, comfort, and enrichment for a majority white society. And consequently, they put a value on that, what a slave would cost, and how much money a slave, how whites could benefit it. So typically a white family might say, well, if I own one slave, my average cost for having a slave would be something like $15 a year. But the slave must be able to produce at least 5 to 10 times that amount of money what he produces for me as a slave. And consequently, the primary generator of wealth in this country was the back of a slave. A back of a slave became like an American Express card, a Visa card. A white person owned a slave, he'd have to do anything but sit at home, wait for the slave to come back to bring back the money and the wealth. And so that's what's called unearned income. So slavery was based on a very simple premise of unearned income, where whoever could own the tools, the resources, and the slaves could profit and get a major benefit. And at one time it went up to 1,500% return on every dollar they invested in slavery. And that's why And that's why typically a white Southerner who owned one slave, in terms of value, Dr. Watson, in terms of value, he had more value in that one slave than a typical white person in the North would have, throwing his land, his house, and his tools and his income, because a black slave's value was at $1,500 for a good slave across the nation. That's where the wealth was. But when slavery ended, the United States found that they had invested over $8 billion just in slavery in this country. That was more money invested in slavery than in all the government buildings and all the business put together. That was the biggest investment in this country, was the back of a slave and slavery itself. That's why when Abraham Lincoln recommended that they would be willing to free the slaves if they could be, and if Congress was willing to compensate the white slave owners. And he sent a letter over to the Congress and say, would you be willing to compensate them? And they said, we don't even have that kind of money. We don't have no $8 billion to pay back all this money for slavery. And that's why when Lincoln made that recommendation, just with a note to Congress, it was rejected. And so when slavery ended, then no longer was the price of cotton and tea and indigo and rice and tobacco regulated off the back of a slave, because the slave back was no longer available. So then they moved it over to Wall Street. So Wall Street became the major regulators of what you call of entities in advance, and commodities. And commodities switched from off the back of a slave. It switched to Wall Street. And where they built Wall Street, they built Wall Street right where you had a major black community there, a slave community, right where the Wall Street sits right now. That was a major black community and a cemetery around there. And so that's your major connection with it right now, from slavery all the way up to where they built the Wall Street building itself and the foundation. And that's the primary connection. Is that the primary connection you're looking for?
Yeah.
But here's one last point, is that now, as far as blacks are concerned, blacks should get involved in anything that would create unearned income, with the understanding that approximately 87% of white income in America every year when they file the income tax, Dr. Watkins, 87% is unearned income. Whites are not working, now Wall Street replaced the black slave. Whites are still living off of what used to be slavery. They're now using Wall Street to produce that unearned income. And so consequently, that unearned income off of Wall Street can be broken down into many categories. It can be stuff like rental incomes for commercial property or residential property and tenants and everything else. It can be covered by stocks, bonds. It can be coming from all things from corporate credits and dividends, or profits from selling products and owning shares in a corporation. That is unearned income. Whites are not working for it. 87% of the money right now the whites have every year is coming from unearned income. The worst part about it is for black folks, since most black folk don't have discretionary capital because they never got any money since slavery. They don't have the discretionary capital that whites have. Of whites getting 87% of unearned income, they can afford to buy stock all day long. But what blacks have, most blacks don't have that much of a discretionary income to invest and buy stock. So I would love someone like yourself and about three or four more of our best black financiers and stock market analysts to create a black stock market if it was possible, so we can retain our own money and get unearned income from our own people and keep our own money in our own communities.
Well, everybody, I'm speaking with Dr. Claud Anderson. Dr. Claud Anderson is the author of the book Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, and the Black History Reader and Dirty Little Secrets. He runs the Harvest Institute, which I hope you guys are supporting. It's one of our best think tanks. It's one of the few think tanks that's really doing work for us on our behalf. Now, what you said, Dr. Anderson, about creating a stock market, I tell you that is a massive undertaking, and I've talked to some other finance PhDs and experts about that kind of thing, and what happens a lot of times is that if I go to the people and say, hey, I want to create a stock market for black people, what do y'all think? They'll say, yeah, do it. Like the Harvest Institute, like with you, where you say, okay, it's going to cost us $10 million. How much are you putting in? Well, no, I'm not putting in no money behind it. I was just going to tell you to do it or yell at you if you didn't do it and say he ain't out there doing nothing. And I think that that becomes the challenge. I mean, there's literally $1 billion worth of projects that I think you could execute, I could execute, if we even got the same support for the stuff that we do that Disney got when they put out that movie, The Black Panther. They supported Disney, gave them $500 million, for that movie, for a movie. But if someone like yourself steps up and says, okay, the Harvest Institute is doing very important work, we need to make sure the budget of the Harvest Institute is at least $2 million a year. A lot of people don't see that. They don't understand that freedom ain't free. Freedom, if you cannot fund your own freedom, then some would even say you either won't receive it, and some would even say you don't deserve it. What are your thoughts on that in terms of us understanding the importance as a community of sort of financing the things that we believe in?
Right. Well, you're right on target. But the problem is that, see, nothing has changed for black folks since 1860, Dr. Watkins. See, when blacks were, by 1860, on the eve of the Civil War, almost nearly 100% of all the resources in this country, the wealth in this country had been maldistributed into the hands of the dominant white society. That means that they had maldistributed 2 billion acres of free land. White folks didn't buy the land. All that land you see now running from Maine to San Diego, they didn't buy it. Their ancestors got it free. And in that land with all the gas, the oil, the gold, the silver, the chrome, the bauxite, the magnesium, and everything is in it. They got it free. And that has been passed on from one white generation to the next. And it's been doubling and tripling in value every 20 to 30 years. They got it, and so they don't have to work. They got it. They got the value there. Then also, and all that slavery also transferred all the businesses and income, rights and privileges, and controls of the levels of government into the hands of the dominant white society. Wealth building, businesses, and income is associated with white skin, and it stayed in their groups. Now, here comes now when they say we're going to turn black folk free, and we now set up Wall Street. Dr. Watkins, we're going to set you black slaves free, and we're going to go to Wall Street, set up a Wall Street, but say that and whites got all the land and resources now and all the money, almost 100%. They got about that out of 267,000 black folk, only had about 6,000 or 7,000 blacks that would be called millionaires today. Period. Out of almost 4 million black folk, over 4.5 million black folk. They didn't have no wealth and power. And so they said, we're going to set you black folk free, and we're going to move the wealth building entity and platform off the blacks of black folk. We're going to move it to Wall Street. Now, but say for you black folks, since we own everything, we do not want you to be competitive. So we're going to turn you all loose free. And we're going to have a philosophy called root hog or die. You're going to have to root hog or die. You're going to have to dig for roots and survive. You're going to turn you loose. We're going to turn loose 4.5 million black folk, Dr. Watkins. No land, no businesses, no horses, no animals, no food, no family, no house, no institutions, no education, no institution, nothing. But no guns and no weapons. Now you all go out there and defend yourselves and be productive. Now we've set up Wall Street now, and y'all are free. What black folk besides that 6,000 blacks that were already quasi-free that could go to and put money into Wall Street? They didn't have any money to invest in Wall Street. As a matter of fact, those blacks were so poor coming out of slavery, they didn't have anything to put in Wall Street. Some of them got so poor, they had to go back to the white master and beg for him to take them back. Did you know that? We had a lot of blacks, they just went back and begged the white man, said, we just can't make it. They went in these large cities, they were sleeping in alleys, sleeping in basements, sleeping in garages with no jobs. And whites would not let them be on any kind of subsistence programs.
I'm going to give everybody a chance to join this conversation. This is one that you don't want to miss. This is one of those discussions that, I don't know if any of you saw that conversation between Harry Belafonte and who's his sister, Nikki Giovanni, that's been going around on YouTube and Instagram and everything. But this conversation today is, in my opinion, it is in that category in terms of being among the most important discussions in this generation. It ain't nothing to it but for me to show you how important it is. I'm not just going to tell you, we're going to show you. The person that I'm here speaking with today is someone that you've seen, in the network on many occasions. He makes regular visits to the Black Business School and to Dr. Boyce TV. His name is Dr. Claud Anderson. Dr. Claud Anderson is the author of the book, several books, Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, The Black History Reader, Dirty Little Secrets 1 and 2. And I respect this man so much that I keep his books with me. If you ever look over my shoulder, you'll always notice I always have copies of his books right there, because these are the economic Bibles for Black people. These are the books that I tell you all, your children should read these books as the first books that they ever read. When they learn Black history, to hell with learning at school, they need to be reading from the Black History Reader. We also, of course, we have the melanated mobile flashcards and things like that if you want to use that. But these books are the books these are my favorite books, and that's never going to change. And so anyway, without me talking too much, I want to welcome my dear friend, Dr. Claud Anderson. How you doing today, sir?
Good morning, Dr. Watson. I missed you, and I'm glad to see us back together again.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to talk to you again. And I'm gonna tell you what, I was really excited because when we were scheduling this conversation, Michelle, who speaks to your wife, she, Joanne, she sends me this article, and I want you guys to know how it kind of went down. I reached to Michelle and I said, hey, let's get Dr. Anderson back in here. We need a dose of Dr. Anderson. You know, Black people need this man's mind. And so she set the interview up. She sent over an article and she said, Dr. Anderson would like for you to read this to prepare for the interview. So I said, okay, so what is this? You know, and it is one of the most powerful and explosive analyses of immigration that I've ever seen. You know, it's powerful because it creates a conversation and a narrative that Black folks rarely discuss. You know, Black people don't get a chance to really talk in terms of our own ideas that came from us. Usually when it comes to topics like immigration, we're following the talking points of the Democratic Party. And so without me telling you what you should believe, I don't, as you guys know, I don't tell you what to think. I just encourage you to think for yourself. I'm gonna let Dr. Anderson kind of break some of this down. And this was now, Dr. Anderson, let me ask you this. So this report you sent me, this was sent over to the Trump administration. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Excuse me.
Okay.
The Trump administration. Excuse me. Let me get a drink of water here a second.
Oh, it's okay. All right. Take your time. Take your time. Okay. So
the Trump administration had petitioned me via telephone, I guess, and some emails, I guess, about 20 times, as if I would please consent to coming meeting with them in the White House and discussing immigration from my perspective, from a Black perspective, because that's something that's never been brought up. That in the immigration question, Black folk have never been included in the equation. And what does that mean for Black folk immigration? And what I said is that immigration has always been extremely harmful and negative for Black folk ever since 1790, the first immigration law. And so what I did, I drafted about a three or four page document that shows exactly the negative impact that immigration has on Black folk. And no Democratic Party, Republican Party, Independent Party, conservatives, liberals, nobody has ever put the impact that immigration has on Black folk into the discussions. And so I put that out now so that Black folk forevermore cannot sit there and let people talk about these issues without bringing up the mitigating circumstances that are imposed on Black folk by immigration throughout history. And that's what that document is about. It shows you how it is illegal, unconstitutional, and immoral to be bringing in an unending flow of immigrants in this country over Black folk. That is in violation of the second constitution in this country, which was the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment and the civil rights laws. And yet the Supreme Court neutralized those during the Reconstruction period that occurred between 1866 and 1876, so that white folk now did not have to adhere to be ever discuss Black folk. And it came up again in the 1960s when the civil rights movement mistakenly and uninformedly began to talk about multicultural diversity, people of color, and everything but Black folk. So Black folk now, so I must congratulate those people that for the first time in the history of the nation, they've achieved what they wanted to achieve. Black folk are now irrelevant, unnecessary, and invisible in our society. Nobody in the media, print or electronic media, can ever talk about Black folk, Black issues. And that's what this paper is about. That's what all my books about. But since I announced with you and other people across the country with our last meeting that I would be willing to lead and promote a Us Too movement in this country to bring Black folk back out of the shadows in this country, back to the front pages in this country, where they earned the right to be. And since that time, it had imposed a negative impact on all of my books, because my books have so been the foundation for a new movement to elevate and Black folk and upgrade them to a primary status of an exceptionality people in this country.
All right, so Dr. Anderson, Dr. Claud Anderson, author of Powernomics, that's who I'm speaking with, by the way. So in this letter that you wrote to the Trump administration, you start off in this article. We're going to find a way to make this available where everybody can read it. You start off by saying this. You say, executing immigration policies without mitigating the negative impact that those policies might have on Black Americans is illegal and unconstitutional. The 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, enacted at the end of the 1860 Civil War, mandated that Black people be treated in a manner similar to whites. Since then, 6 succeeding generations of immigrants have been fast-tracked into full American Dream membership and benefits over Black Americans who remain the nation's official underclass. Can you kind of speak to some of that?
Well, see, the 13th Amendment all came into, in the 14th Amendment and the 15th Amendment and the Civil Rights laws came in effect to try to redress the 1857 Dred Scott decision. And I'm sure I know you're very familiar with the Dred Scott decision in 1857, where the Supreme Court and Justice Taney in the Supreme Court says a Black man, or basically Negroes, have no rights that a white person is bound to respect because they are property, they are outside and underneath the society. Therefore, they're not to be respected nor be granted any rights and privileges. That's what the Dred Scott decision said. And but that was in 1857. But when the Civil War broke out, you had a few radical Republicans, like Charles Sumner, Thaddeus Stephenson, Congressman Benjamin, who stood on the congressional floor and said that in this country, Dr. Watson, that now you got a civil war going on and trying to free Blacks, that Black folk can never be free. They only got 2 options. They can either be free or be slaves. But to be free, they must minimally have 40 acres, a mule, and $100. And therefore, we must institute a new constitution. That constitution be the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, and the Civil Rights laws, which says that Black folk minimally must now be given that which they've been deprived of. They must be given rights and privileges, but more importantly, they must be given some wealth, some land, 40 acres, and a mule, because rights and privileges can only exist if you have the economic wherewithal. Those rights and privileges are directly associated with what you own and control and possess and what you have access to. That's what the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendment, it was written exclusively for Black folk. It had nothing to do with genders or trisexual, bisexual, or whites, or immigrants, anybody else. It was to correct the injustices that have been imposed on Black folk for 360 years. But when that happened by 1865, Black folk were supposed to have been put into a protected class called the Freedmen Bureau, which means that they've so been given land and be protected. But after Lincoln got assassinated, Johnson became the president of the United States. He immediately said, no, give these Black people nothing and let's strip the Freedmen Bureau of the resources put into that and give it back to the Southerners. Give back all the land, confiscate all the land we've confiscated during the Civil War from white Southerners and plantation owners. Let's give that land back to them. And so when they did that, the North says, well, fine, now that the war is over, we don't care. We're going to go now and develop the West. An agreement was reached between the North and the South that says, the North said, we don't want Blacks coming north. You can have those Black folk. And so the South said, fine, we need them because giving us back the land, it means nothing unless we have a labor class, if it's not slave labor, a cheap labor class. So the South enacted Black codes and Jim Crow segregation that again took Blacks back into semi-slavery again. And they were kept in there for another 100 years from 1860s up until 1960s again. And the North abandoned Black folk, the liberals abandoned Black folk, conservatives said we got them again. So what this article is talking about is the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendment had nothing in the world to do with immigrants. The 13th Amendment says that in all manners, Blacks are to be treated similar to all the way whites are treated. And if you bring in, whites are not negatively impacted by immigration. White people benefit from immigration. They've been benefiting from immigration since the 1790s when they started building this country. That's why they invited immigrants from around the world to come to this country. Whites benefit from immigration. Black folk is a negative, immigration is a negative for Black folk because that's why they've been suffering. And between the Civil Rights War, the end of the Civil War, up until the 1960s, they brought in over 100 million immigrants that buried Black folk and took away all the rights and privileges Black folk should have had. The 14th Amendment came in and said that not only should Black folk be treated in all manners similar to the way white folk are treated, but more importantly, it is mandated, Dr. Watson, that every level of government, federal, state, and any other level of government, it is mandated that they exercise all necessary means and measures to lift the legacies and burdens off the shoulders of Black folk. It didn't say exercise all means to lift the burdens and legacies off of whites, immigrants, Asians, transsexuals, bisexuals, anybody else. It says black people. And so consequently, blacks have been re-enslaved, made to evaporate, unnecessary and irrelevant in our society, and been buried beneath an unending influx of immigrants coming into the country.
Everybody who's watching, I'm speaking with the one and only Dr. Claud Anderson. He's the author of the books Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, The Black History Reader, and Dirty Little Secrets 1 and 2. If you want to enhance your library, which as you know, the Black Core of 3, we teach that Black people should educate our own children, create our own jobs, and support Black businesses. Well, in this case, you can do all 3 by going and adding to your library all of Dr. Anderson's books. If you go to powernomics.com, I know that he had his bundle packs there, all kinds of educational materials that you can use to educate your family. That's powernomics.com. And also, if you're watching on Dr. Boyce TV or anywhere else, please hit the thumbs up button, hit the share button, subscribe button, stuff like that. And if you want to see Dr. Anderson, some of y'all on Facebook at Black Knowledge, some of y'all on Facebook at my personal page, some of you on Instagram at The Real Boyce Watkins. If you want to see Dr. Anderson, some of y'all can just hear him, and that's fine if that works for you. But if you want to actually see and hear, go to drboycetv.com. That's drboycetv.com. All right, so Dr. Anderson, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back through this document you wrote, to the Trump administration. Actually, before I read deeper into the document, I want to ask you about this. So did the Trump administration officials, did they reach out to try to have a meeting with you? And if so, what was your response, or what would your response be if they did?
I told them I appreciate the respect that they offer me, and I appreciate their being recognized. The fact there is a Black perspective to the immigration policies in this country. And I would love to be able to respond to them, but I cannot do it because of the political tenor in this country. I don't want to get involved in a political mixture. See, there's a difference between civil rights and political rights, and which most of our people don't understand. There's a major difference. What they're arguing about is political rights for immigrants, and has nothing to do with civil rights. My concern is civil rights for Black folk. So I told them I could not attend such a meeting. But I didn't mind, simply because of my commitment to Black people, to writing up a position paper, an information paper that would go through and explain it to them. That's why in the letter that you just referenced, for instance, in space, I articulated some areas where Blacks are disadvantaged. In space, see, Black folk with only 2 major populations in this country, as an example, Dr. Watkins. And see, and Black folk were filling up that space. Black folk constitute almost 51 to 55% of the population of the United States. You know, up until before the Civil War. They were they dominated 5 or 6 southern states. Black folk were the major populations in South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. They were the dominant population, almost 55%. They made it up. When they started bringing in all these immigrants came to this country and started displacing Black folk in space, where space and land that Black folk should have had. They didn't get it. But immigrants came to this country. Every immigrant got 650 acres of land when they got here. They got 150 acres for every slave they owned. They took up almost 2 billion acres of land and that Black folk never got. They started displacing Blacks in space. The same thing has been occurring in the 50s. For instance, in Florida, the Cubans came in. Cubans now dominate Miami. They own and control Miami. They also took in Miami, we had Black cities and space in Miami and Florida, that immigrants took over Overtown. They took over Liberty City. They took over Richmond Heights. They took over Coconut Grove, displaced Blacks in all those respects. I go to California. Immigrants took over California from Black folk. They took over Liberty. They took over Inglewood. They took over Compton. They took over Watts. They took over Central City. Now they're gentrifying all over America, displacing Blacks in space. All the major cities in the United States that used to be Black dominated, major urban areas, are going to be subjected to gentrification. They're going to be Blacks going to be kicked out of space all over this country. So, that's just about space. They displace Blacks in employment, where in this country, where Blacks used to be the dominant population in everything, in all these major jobs, everything from barbershops to mining to labor classes, they displaced Blacks out of all those jobs, and they brought in immigrants, and immigrants displaced Blacks. I don't want to get into all the particulars of it, but just like also in economics, let me give you the statistics so you can tell our people to remember this. in economics. For every 10% increase in the number of immigrants entering this nation, the annual income of Black Americans will be reduced by 0.3%. As an example, in the 1950s, Blacks had an earning ratio of 56 cents for every $1 earned by a white. Now, as a result of this Black civil rights movement, Black earning ratio went up from 56% up to 66 cents in the white collar jobs. However, between 1970 and 1990, when this country came up with the new immigration policies because of the civil rights laws, that the number of immigrants, Asian, Arabs, and Hispanics went up over 300%. And guess what that did? That 300% increase in the number of Hispanics, Asian, and Arabs came into America, reduced Blacks from 66% back down to 56%, which means Black folk lost the 10% they made in doing the civil rights movement. They are back to where they were before the civil rights movement ever began. And so that's why even when Obama was office, he came into office, you had and he tried to do some things in terms of employment. Almost 48 to 50% of all the jobs that occurred while Obama was the president of the United States went to Hispanics. And even they keep telling you the lies about what Black unemployment is only double whites. That's a lie. The Black unemployment rate at that time was 35% national for Black folk. You got a structural unemployment rate for Blacks in this country. What they keep using as a tool to gauge unemployment is only two things: people who are filing for unemployment benefits and those who are actively looking for jobs. Black folk have a historical structural unemployment rate, which means so many millions of Black folk just gave up, surrendered from never getting a damn job, or being fired from a job, or being underemployed. And so consequently, they replaced Blacks in jobs. They also replaced Black folk in the social consciousness of this country. Nobody talks about Blacks anymore. They talk only about Arabs, Asian, Hispanics. And I'm going to stop there. But even the affirmative action program I wrote in 1970, the 1970 affirmative action plan I wrote, which was the second affirmative action plan in the entire United States. I didn't write that affirmative action plan for minorities and poor folk and people of color, Arabs, Asian, Hispanics, and handicapped and poor people. I wrote it for Black folk. But guess what? As a result of it, that almost 80% of all the resources going through the affirmative action program went to Hispanics and Arabs. That in the 8A set-aside program, that's almost 100% Asians. And in the typical affirmative action program across America, white women pick up 78% of all the contracts for services and goods, like in Texas, and the Hispanics get about 27%, and Blacks get 9/10 of 1. And I'll stop there.
Wow. Dr. Anderson, I mean, that's powerful. And I want everybody to pay attention, hear what he's saying. What he's saying is that you have been, some would argue that, that you as Black people have been convinced to vote against your own interests, basically. You've been convinced that illegal immigration or legal immigration, whichever kind of immigration, that benefits you, that this is part of some broad coalition that, like, oh, we're all going to be this big group and we're all going to work together and everybody's going to win. And you're kind of being bamboozled. You know what it reminds me of, Dr. Anderson? I remember when I was a kid, I used to go to Sunday school, and at Sunday school they would have these contests, based on who could memorize verses from the Bible. And I was, I guess, pretty good at memorizing the different books of the Bible and verses and everything. So I'd memorized the more verses than anybody else. So they were going to let me. They were going to let the winner of the competition, which was me at the time. I was real proud and happy. I was about 9 years old. The winner would get to put his hand in a big jar full of pennies and grab as many pennies as you could get, right? And that was my, so I was excited. I'm getting ready. I'm flexing my hand, trying to see if I can grab as many pennies as possible. And I was on the bus with this boy. I never forget, his name was Warren, and he was about 3 years older than me. He's about 12. And which, when you're 9 years old, that's like a giant, And I thought Warren was my friend. I thought Warren, I looked up to him. I thought he was like my mentor and everything else. And I didn't know Warren was actually playing me. So Warren said to me, he said, Boyce, he said, look, my hands are much bigger than yours. And he said, so why don't you let me grab the pennies for you? And then we'll just, we'll just share the money, because I can grab more pennies because I got a bigger hand. Right. Well, what Warren did was Warren went in there, and I agreed to it. I said, OK, that sounds good. Great idea. That's all right. Great. So he goes in there and he grabs all the pennies and he puts all the pennies in his pocket. And I'm showing up saying, hey, where's my pennies? Where's my cut? We did good, didn't we? Like that. And Warren wasn't even talking to me. Now, at that point, I can't find Warren because Warren done ran off with my money. And that makes me think about what the Democratic Party and what these other folks do to Black people. They say, hey, come along, Black people. We need your vote. Come on, rock the vote. Your ancestors died for you to vote. Put us in power. And then when we get the power, we're going to share it with everybody. We're going to make sure that we take good care of you and everything else. So we show up, being good slaves that we are, and we give them all the power, and we end up looking deflated and as depressed as I was when I let Warren go grab the pennies that really belonged to me. I would have been better off using my little hands and getting my little money than to have Warren use his big hands to get the big money that he was going to keep for himself. So I think that, the big difference really is that, after that happened, you couldn't pull that prank on me again, right? It's not like Warren could come back a week later and play the same trick. And I was only 9 years old, but for Black people, it seems like they can play the same trick on us in every election cycle, and every time we fall for it. So Dr. Anderson, can you speak to that a little bit in terms of I know you're a political expert. You have a long history in politics. You worked with the top officials in the nation, so you know the political game very, very well, and you see the value of it and how to utilize that. What do you say to those people who want to see the value of the process but don't want to get played by the process? Or what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, that's an easy question, Dr. Watson. All you have to do is adhere to the primary premise and purpose of politics. Politics is simply a process that determines and specifies who's going to get what benefits out of life. It's based on a simple premise of quid pro quo, something for something. One hand washes the other. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. You put me in office, you owe me. But see, Black folk are never allowed to face the real purpose of politics. They want to go into politics for something that has nothing in the world to do with the primary purpose of politics. They never anticipate, nor do they ever demand any benefits. They've been taught to play politics just as an exercise, to exercise a right to vote, not knowing that they're outnumbered 10-1 because of the immigration policies in this country, which keeps Blacks as a minority. You're a minority in a majority win society. Black folk are outnumbered 10-1 in the voting in this country. You're outnumbered 10-1. Why would you expect let somebody mislead you in thinking that somehow your vote matters? Your vote doesn't matter worth a damn. You're outnumbered 10-1. That means that right now Hispanic votes are outnumbered your votes. They don't need the Black vote. They only need you like people need toilet paper going to the bathroom. They use you and flush you. They don't need you. You're not going to get any benefits. You cannot show me on a piece of paper anywhere since the new Constitution came out in 1860, not one single effort has ever been conducted specifically and solely to benefit Black folk for their political involvement in this nation. Black folk have never gotten anything out of it. And why they don't get anything is what you just said as an example. Let me have about another 2 minutes to explain this to you. You just mentioned about the pennies process. See, that process was a reality. It's under what they call a doctrine of unequal exchange that went into effect in the 1500s, which means use Black folk but give them nothing in return. It's called the doctrine of unequal exchange. That's why on the plantation, for instance, when they used to use Blacks on the plantation, Dr. Watson, and Black folk would work all year long, sharecropping, working hard in the field, what now land that whites had reacquired in the South. They would use Black labor to work them the entire year and tell them that at the end of the year, at harvest time, they would pay them, give them some benefits for having worked, been in the labor class after slavery. And then the autumn, like about August, the white man would bring the Blacks up to a stump or up to a table. And what he would do is back to what you were talking about. They put a pile of pennies. They put something like about $5 worth of pennies on the table in a pile. And they put a $50 gold piece on the other side. And they would ask a Black person, which pile do you want? And Black folk had always been deprived of a good education. They would look and see which one they said, well, the pennies look larger than that one single piece of metal over there. I'll go for the pennies. And Black folk were persuaded to go pick up the pennies, which didn't have any value at all, while the white man kept the rest of the money. That's called a doctrine of unequal exchange. That's what you're under right now. That's why not one politician in the daily news, in a civil rights organization, or in any political organization are going to put anything for black people on the table. They're going to put it on the table for everybody but black folk. They want to use the black vote to get benefits for everybody else. That's why if you go back and say, find me one instance, well, under any president or any political party has ever done anything specifically and solely for black folk, and I'll give you $100 right now. It has never happened. It will never happen to black folk learn to say, hey, that back in the 1860s, when these civil rights leaders started talking about people of color, the Attorney General of the United States says black folk do not qualify to be people of color. They are not qualified. People of color mean any and everything but black folk. But these civil rights leaders keep talking about we're all together as brothers. That was not your brothers. They're coming here to compete with you. You're in a race. In a race, you don't try to get along with everybody. You try to get ahead. Black folk have been taught to try to get along, be accepted, rather than getting ahead. And they keep being caught under the doctrine of unequal exchange. They never got anything. They will never get anything because they don't know how to play the game of politics.
Everybody who's watching, I'm speaking with Dr. Claud Anderson, author of the books Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth, The Black History Reader, and Dirty Little Secrets 1 and 2. Dr. Claud Anderson, his books and his information is housed at powernomics.com. That's powernomics.com. I recommend that everybody, every family, everybody who really wants to know how to be black in a powerful way to go to powernomics.com and arm your family for the future. If you can go buy tickets to go see the Black Panther or any other Disney movie, then just know that's fine, but just know that that's a fantasy. I encourage you to take whatever amount of money you spent going to see the Black Panther and spend that money getting books like this so that you can be empowered for the next 50 years and not just entertained for a couple of hours. Also, the other thing I want to mention to you guys is if you're on Dr. Boyce TV or Instagram or Facebook or anywhere, please hit the thumbs up. Please share this video. We have to share this information because this is not the narrative being pushed in mainstream media. You see right now, for example, there's a whole conversation about, who to vote for. Do we vote for Kamala Harris? How should you feel about Trump's policies? How should you feel about this, feel about that? I'm not going to tell you. If you watch this platform, we don't tell you who to vote for. We don't tell you what to believe. I don't care who you support, but I want you to be able to be informed and understand that the mainstream media has no incentive to leave you informed. You don't understand how many times I have gone, and Dr. Anderson, I'd love to get your take on this. I've had, I've just been, in situations where, if you have some black-owned media outlets or black public figures who are receiving some sort of benefit or kickback for promoting a certain political candidate, I've seen times where they did not want the people to know the truth. They didn't want black folks to know what was really going on. Like some of the stations, they would get so far as when Bernie Sanders was running for president, there were black stations that said, we making our money off the Democratic Party and the ad revenue and all that stuff. We don't even want, you can't mention Bernie Sanders on the air. If you mention him to black people, we will cut you off. So, so to me, if they're doing that with Bernie Sanders, they're doing that with ideas like this. What do you think about that in terms of the elite class of black people who are incentivized to deliver black votes, even if they're not delivering results for the black community?
That came out in the slave codes of 1705. It's called meritorious manumission. In the slave codes of 1705, it says that we will figure out a way to build into black folk an internal disposition. There's one thing for us to put up barriers and chains to keep them locked in box. They said, but how can we come up with a system wherein they would lock and box themselves and deprive their own people? That was in the slave codes of 1705. So by 1710, they came up with a policy starting in Virginia called meritorious manumission, which says we will reward, recognize, and even set a black person free if he can do one of three things that of high quality that white folk will respect and accept. One, if that he would help a white person make money and wealth and enrich themselves, that he can receive meritorious manumission, just like that movie called, what's that Django Bango, that movie came out recently with a black guy, where Samuel Jackson played that role. I would elevate that black if he can keep these slaves in line. So that way he got rewarded. That was called meritorious manumission. That was point one. Point two, we will free that black if in fact he was save a member of a white family, the life of a white person, period. We would set him free. And that's why you see some of these movies where a black slave would go throw himself on a knife or jump off a mountain and save a white person, because that was called second point, that it could earn meritorious manumission for a black person. The third thing was called, if you would squeal on, tail on, whenever a black slave was planning a slave revolt or an insurrection, or told where black folk were hiding when they escaped from the plantation and got across the river and hid out. Those are the three qualifications for a black person. That means you can get meritorious manumission, you can be rewarded and compensated and recognized and set free from enslavement, from quasi-enslavement, if you do one of those three things. And so black folk, and that started in Virginia, to the present time, you got a black overclass. And the black overclass is typically made up of 6 different groups. It's made up of black ministers, black elected officials, black civil rights leaders, black athletes, black entertainers, and black elected college level officials. Those individuals constitute what's called a black overclass. Their primary responsibility is to get personal benefits at the sake at the injury of their own people, which means our primary responsibility is to make sure there's no connection between the white society in terms of obligation and responsibilities of black folk. They are a barrier. And therefore they cannot connect up with the black community, and they have no interest in connecting with the black community. They're not gonna do anything for you. They're in a safe category. A safe category means we now have received a meritorious manumission, and we're not gonna sacrifice ourselves to go down and try to help the lower class. So therefore, right now, any black person you see is trying to plot, like I told you, like an Us Too movement, they're going to come out of the woodwork and say, let's stop Dr. Anderson, let's stop Dr. Watson, because he's trying to help those black folk. We got to figure out how to stop that by saying that's not right. What we want is that what they're talking about is resegregating ourselves, talking about build black communities. We don't want to go back to a black community. That'll be resegregate ourselves. They never understood that the issue should never be segregation nor integration. The issue should be aggregation, where black folks should come together as a group and correct the second major problem that injured blacks during slavery. The first thing is they deprived black folk of resources, wealth, power, and land. The second thing that injured black folk during slavery, they deprived them of a group self-interest and cohesiveness, social cohesiveness. Black people can never come together at any place, any time, and work in their own self-interest for mutual benefits. That is a second big problem. So that's called meritorious manumission. Keep the overclass away from the lower class, and that way you can keep beating. Everybody can come in. The immigrants can come in between the black overclass and the black underclass, and make black folk a platform to enrich themselves, so they get all the benefits that black folks should have gotten in terms of wealth, privileges, rights, ownerships, and anything else that the immigrants would get it and black folk would get nothing. That's why black folk have not progressed in over 300 some years. They're still in the same place they were at the end of the Civil War. They own and control less than 1/2 of 1% of anything of value, power, wealth, and resources.
Wow. So let me ask you this, Dr. Anderson. So you mentioned the conversation is not segregation or integration, it's aggregation, which seems to argue that the best thing we can do for black people is to bring black people together, right? Combine our resources, bring our talent together, our finances together, support each other.
And pool it together. And when you pool it, go up. Do not go horizontal, always go up. When you pool your resources, everything of power and wealth in this country is vertically ordered, Dr. Watkins. It goes from the highest to the lowest. Just like a mountain on high is a majestic, the low is a valley. Or in politics, it's the people on high, in the highest point from the White House down to the lowest. In terms of religion, it's from God on high to the devil low. Everything must be vertical. Black folk must come together, aggregate their resources, and then go up. Do never go horizontal. Don't try to get along with everybody else. You get in the head. In a race, you want to get out front and get ahead and stay in the head. Don't look back. Don't look back and try to save everybody else. Don't be going around trying to leave in your neighborhood to go save somebody else's neighborhood. Take care of black folk. You're the only people. You're a special people. You're the only people in this country that have been mistreated, maltreated, and excluded, subordinated for 460 years. Quit trying to save Asian, Arabs, Hispanics, and gender groups. Don't let them BS you. Black folk must wake up and smell the coffee before it's too damn late. They're an endangered species in this country and in the world. They must put their self-interest before all other interests.
Okay, so one more thing I want to ask you. By the way, I'm talking to Dr. Claud Anderson, author of the books Powernomics, Black Labor, White Wealth.
The Black History Reader, and Dirty Little Secrets. If you want to know more about Dr. Anderson's work, go to powernomics.com. I'm asking you because, again, the importance of supporting those that we believe in. One reason white folks get ahead is because they have think tanks they support, they have universities they support, they have authors they support, they have leaders they support. We must support our own as much as we support them. Most of us in here, if you are a person in this room who has spent more than $100 in the last 2 weeks on white businesses, I want you to raise your hand. Raise your hand if you have given more than $100 to white folks in the last 2 weeks. If that's the case, that's fine. Raise your hand, and it's okay. I'm in that category. But then what I want you to do also is I want you to be able to raise your other hand and say, I'm a person who gave at least half as much to my own people as I gave to other people. Maybe even the same amount, maybe more, right? So it's okay to raise the left hand, but I want you raising the right. I want you raising both hands because that's the only way we're going to raise up. So I'm deliberately, specifically, and directly appealing to you to support what Dr. Anderson's doing. We have a few institutions in our community that, to me, are the Harvard universities for Black people. We've got places like the Muhammad University of Islam. You guys know about the partnership we have with the Muhammad University of Islam, the Nation of Islam School, where I go there and teach regularly and things like that. That's a Harvard University for Black people because they're educating children at a level that the public schools will never reach. Freedom Home Academy International, another school that we've adopted and supported. Same thing. They're teaching Blackness at a very high level. You have I hope you consider the Black Business School to be in that category because that's what we're aiming for. We're teaching Blackness at a high level. The other institution that I love and support, that I'm fighting for with every single breath, is the Harvest Institute, which is Dr. Claud Anderson's think tank. The Harvest Institute is the only think tank that I know of that has this level of exposure that puts Black people first, that says, look, this is for descendants of slaves. This is not, some old multicultural, blended all together, kumbaya, diversity, inclusion kind of conversation. No, this is not watered down. This is for you. So feel free, please. Again, I'm asking you, and I'm not going to bring it up anymore now, but if you have it in your heart, I hope you'll go to harvestinstitute.org. That's harvestinstitute.org, and support the research that's being done here. I can tell you, I'm going to make this document available. Dr. Anderson, by the way, the document you sent me, the immigration document you sent to the Trump administration, is it okay if I make that available to everybody who's watching?
I would appreciate your doing that. As a matter of fact, at the bottom part of that document, it talked about, here's a great irony. Do you know what the great irony is? Is that even though everybody despises and hate Donald Trump for being a stupid fool, but you know what? Donald Trump has opened up more possibilities that Black folk have not walked through. As an example, he started a thing called, he pushed through a thing called the Urban Opportunity Act, okay? And that act though, but the weakness in that act is that he mistakenly made it for everybody, because a Black person that I heard about was one says, don't make it for Black folk, make it for everybody. And therefore, if you're going to put up a program, because he took that out of one of my newsletters I gave to Obama back in 2010, that about you still have an Urban Redevelopment Act, set up banks for Black folks to start businesses and industrialize their communities. So they enacted that policy, but it's for everybody. And see, if you do that, if it goes through the way it is, where everybody's going to be equal to Black folk in majority Black cities, that's destructive to Black folk. That's divisive. It's going to destroy Black communities. Because it's a slick way of gentrifying and privatizing majority Black communities across America, and that's why I told the people in the Trump administration that if you're gonna effectuate and implement an Urban Opportunity Act to redevelop majority Black cities across America, you must identify and prioritize that strictly and solely for the indigenous, underserved Black population in those cities. And the resources and programs must be go to. Make sure your listeners understand this. You make sure and demand that, but don't let them diversify majority Black cities across America and break up Black folk and further integrate them. Integration is a weakening process. It makes you weak and defenseless. You tell them now, you leave Black folk, majority communities as they are. You put up the resources in there and target those resources specifically and solely for the indigenous, underserved population in those majority black cities, which means black people. It doesn't mean any immigrants coming in. It doesn't mean the handicapped and poor. They're not indigenous, neither are they historically deprived. It's for black folk. So don't let them carry out this Urban Opportunity Act by making it for everybody in majority black communities. That's why Chocolate City, which used to be Washington, D.C., is now going down to about 42 to 41%. If I came to Washington, D.C. with President Carter, it was 78% black. It's down to about 41% now. And in the suburbs of Washington, D.C., Prince George's County used to be the largest majority black community in America that had the largest concentration of educated blacks and wealthy blacks in America. And now that's being despoticized and gentrified by immigrants and urban whites coming back, taking over not only Washington, D.C., they're going to take over PG County, Prince George's County, and Washington, D.C. Black folk must wake up and smell the coffee. Quit trying to save the world, because right now you're in a danger zone. And so if you, that act is a part of that paper I put out. And I asked black folk to start respecting that and go to the Powernomics.com, as you said, and get those books, because those 5 books are the basis for us to movement in the country. And that's what, and anybody who has not read that, that means they don't understand the issues. And any black home or any black library, any black school that does not have those 5 books on the shelves, they do not have a home, a library, or school. And they can get the library pack for $99 and a disc by going to Powernomics.com immediately. We're in danger. Don't listen to the BS that's put out by the black overclass that's on TV every day on the news talking about everybody but black folk. You've never heard them mention the word black people and the black problems in this country. And in conclusion, saying this, they never tell you that in this country, that 38% of all the black folk in America are beneath the poverty line, that the employment rate in major cities like Detroit is 48%, 48% in Baltimore, 49% in Pittsburgh, 52% in New York for black males, 87% for black youth. They don't tell you that 51% of all the prisoners in the United States are black people. I can go on and on. You must identify black folk and their problems. Do not accept the BS that's coming out of the overclass.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what, it's, you know, for anybody who's even remotely skeptic, you know, or skeptical about any of this, I encourage you just to look around you. You know, just look around you. The evidence is everywhere. It's not like we have to talk you into believing and understanding that black people are being just left behind left and right. You know, we're at the bottom economically. We're at the bottom in terms of incarceration. You know, I don't understand how any political candidate who cares about black people or cares about even America can look and see how many black people are in prison and then act like that's not a big deal. You know, if there were that many, if white women were being incarcerated at the level that black people are being incarcerated, that would be a national crisis, a national emergency. They would say this is unacceptable. You know, so they can find it unacceptable if you are torturing a dog, right? They can find it unacceptable if you take one immigrant child and put him in a detention center when his family's crossing the border illegally. They'll talk about that every single day, all day, on every network forever. But you got millions of your people, millions of people that look just like you, going through hell every day. There are black men and women right now at this very moment being raped in prison who didn't even commit the crime that they got incarcerated for. And we're just trained to forget that. We're told that we're crazy when we bring this up. We're told we're being pushy or we're being haters or whatever. Well, you know what? If you are harming my relatives and my loved ones, then I'm gonna be the biggest hater you ever met in your life, and I might come and whoop your ass. Seriously. You know, so Dr. Anderson, I want to say thank you, you know, for what you do, and I want everybody to know this article that I was reading from that Dr. Anderson wrote. It's a great piece. It's detailed. It's something that I recommend you read with your family. I'm going to email it out to you guys. So sign up. You can go to drboycewatkins.net. That's the easiest way I can think to get you on the email list, so I can email it out to you. If you go to drboycewatkins.net, you'll get a free e-copy of my book, It Takes a Village to Raise the Bar. Some of you may already be there. If you have, that's fine. If not, go to drboycewatkins.net, sign up. I'm going to email this out in the next day or so. Okay, so drboycewatkins.net, you just sign up and I'll send it out to you. You guys can read it. Also, I encourage you to share this video with as many people as you can. I encourage you to get in this fight. Don't just sit and listen and clap and say, amen, hallelujah, this is great. I want you to fight. You know, like all of us, you know, the Democratic Party and the Republican parties and all these people that have power, they win because they've got operatives pursuing their agenda. They got people on TV telling you that their candidate's the best candidate. They got people out in the community that are making up stuff and giving propaganda to black folks to get them to go do certain things. Well, we need operatives of our own. We need an agenda of our own. And everybody in here who's watching, the reason you're watching this right now is because you are built for this. You're built for this fight. So I encourage you, get in the fight, get active, get engaged, get in the debates, share it on your social media. Every one of you who has a YouTube channel, Facebook page, Instagram account, you got your own media outlet that can reach the world. Use that today to share this message. The hashtag Dr. Anderson is using is us2, US, us2, T-O-O, us2, USTOO. Use that hashtag when you share your commentary about it. And I encourage you to act a little crazy, be a little crazy, be over the top. It's okay to do that when your own people are being killed on a daily basis. That's my 2 cents. So Dr. Anderson, I'll just say thank you very much for this. Powernomics.com, that's Dr. Anderson's website. That's where all of his books are, his DVDs, everything else. Remember that this is money going right back into the black community. He has been working, using his own money to sue on behalf of African Americans for the last 20 years. Please don't let him do this by himself. So you can start by going and doing business with this brother. Go to powernomics.com. All the books are there. If you want to support the Harvest Institute, his think tank, it's harvestinstitute.org. That's harvestinstitute.org. So I know I said a lot, Dr. Anderson, but I had to let that out. And I want to say thank you again for everything. And I really appreciate your time.
Well, thank you. And let me wrap it up by saying that in terms of the books, tell them also, to, as you just indicated, demand, demand, demand. Quit begging and march and demand, point one. That in these, and just like in schools, these books should be in the school system. But you can't get them in the school system. They should be demanding these books be put into the school system. Every community of blacks, in every black community in America, the school systems are a failure. That's why, as an example, Detroit, Michigan, that 50% of all the black kids graduating from high school in Detroit, Michigan cannot read and write, Dr. Watson, that their reading level is something like at the 6th or 7th grade, graduating from high school, because the schools are dysfunctional and they don't have these books in the school. And in terms of politics that you just wrapped up, is that black folk right now constitute about 25% of the voting population, Democratic Party. And again, if black folk had practiced Powernomics as an example, they could have taken that 25% voting strength they had and hooked up with Donald Trump. And I'm not advocating blacks become conservative or even associated with Donald Trump. I'm just use this as an example. Donald Trump has about a 25 to 30% population base. If he had hooked up with the black and say, we're gonna do something strictly for blacks as an example, that would give you 55% of the voting power in this country. They could have taken over the White House. The rednecks and black folk could only control the damn country politically if they'd hooked up with black folk. Black folk are a sleeping giant. They're a sleeping giant. And all this stuff is in my books, and the Power of the book says, play the game to win. You're 25% of the population. Instead of being with the Democrats and getting nothing, go over to the rednecks and hook up with them. They're 25, 30% of the population. Y'all vote as a block. They vote as a redneck block. You vote as a black box. And guess what? You now got the White House. And everything they want to know about where they are, how they got there, what keeps them there, and how to get out of it is in those 5 books called the Library Pack. The Library Pack for $99 at the Powernomics.com. And I love black folk. I love you. I'm glad to see you again. And I'll see you again next week, okay?
Take care. All right. This is excellent. So thank you all, everybody. It was fun. And make sure you hit that thumbs up button before you get out of here. And I want to just mention real quick that last night's winner on Great Black Debates was the brother Durante Hall, I believe that was his name. So Darius Wells and Durante Hall went head to head. You guys voted. They had the debate on whether or not black folks should support Kamala Harris. And Durante Martin, that's his name. Durante Martin was the winner. It's 64% to 34%, so 36%. So if you want to know more about Great Black Debates, feel free to go to greatblackdebates.com. That's greatblackdebates.com. You can be a guest, and also you as an audience member can vote on the winner. So we're going to have another episode of Great Black Debates, I believe Thursday night at 8 p.m. at drboycetv.com, the home of intelligent Black media. So take care, everybody. Thank you again, Dr. Anderson.
Okay, and send that article out all over the country, okay?
Yes, sir. It
Thank
will
you,
be
buddy.
done. All right. Take care. Bye-bye.